Okay. Looks good. Everything's looking good. Hello, YouTube. Making sure. Yep, that's good. Okay. Oh, why did I just... Boy, wrong thing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. I got tired last night and decided to do something stupid. This is a list of all the anime on the Crunchyroll service that I have seen, or at least engaged with enough that I feel confident in having an opinion about it. And just realized I left the chat, so back to this. Oh, I get it. Okay, there we go. Now I can see it. Now I can see chat in case someone actually has no counter opinion. Because I have seen a lot of anime. A lot. And I figured, what the hell? With the start of a new season, I figured I'd at least make an idea of what anime I feel is worth noting and where I feel about it. So, let's just jump into it. We'll go in, it's in alphabetical order. So, and I know it's hard to see. I did take all the pictures directly from Crunchyroll, so this is all their big panel at the top. So, we'll start off and keep going, see what people think. And I look forward to somebody jumping into my chat and actually arguing with me about this. Alright. Well, let's begin with Afro Samurai. Hell, I'll pull up Crunchyroll. I'll pull up Crunchyroll's just so we can go by the name. So, let's see. Afro Samurai. Well, if we need it. If I need to blow up the picture. Afro Samurai. This is one of those... We're trying to get people who love certain things into anime. This would be... Okay, let's be perfect. I'm gonna be perfectly frank. This ain't... My channel's never been a place for kids. This is what they tried to do to get black people into anime. As someone who was into anime before it still hits pretty good. The animation is absolutely fantastic. I never bothered with the Resurrection second movie just because the story was self-contained. It had enough plot twists to be kind of fun. And overall, it sits right. But if it isn't your thing, like it wasn't really my thing, it was enjoyable, but it wasn't mind-blowing. So sadly, I know that'll upset people to start off. Let's go mid. Sorry, folks. That's what I feel. It's only mid. The animation is fantastic, and the music choices are well done, but overall, there's no major plot twists. The story is pretty direct. And just overall, it's okay. It's solid for what it does. But, yeah. Okay, moving to the opposite ends of the spectrum. Aho Girl. Just to give a better picture, so you can see the actual picture. Afro Samurai. Aho Girl. She is our main protagonist is dumb as a box of bricks. She is utterly oblivious, and it's great. It's just a comedy bit anime about this really dumb girl trying to get by school, and it just works, and she kind of is a microcosm of stupidity that just drags everyone else in with her. So, yeah, it's great. Akudama Drive. This is a movie. This is a show. Okay, this is a show that was really trying to ape like 80s action movies and try to make them out to be cooler than they were. Literally, if you look up just to show it, Akudama Drive, like, episode titles reference movies. Reservoir Dogs, Seven, Mission Impossible, Speed. This guy wears his this wears its inspirations on the sleeve. Unfortunately, it still gets bogged down by the anime. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to leave it that there's problems. It's fun. It's a riot at times, but there's problems that drag it down and don't leave it much to go with. I'm personally more of a bigger fan of more character and depth characters. Next up, Angels of Death. Just to show. Oh boy. Angel Cup, Angel Heart, Angels of Death. Amnesiac wakes up in a basement to be surrounded by serial killers. And with the assistance of one particular serial killer who wants to kill her, but they need each other to escape. I believe this was originally, I don't know whether I think the game came first and then the anime came after because a company thought this was a really awesome idea. It's lackluster at best, and they try to act like the triumphant end is big and emotional, and it just kind of falls flat. I'm sorry, we're banishing this one to the abyss. Never to be seen again, for me at least. Are You Lost? You can't, it's all Japanese subtitles, but the title of the anime is actually, or at least the translation, is Are You Lost? There it is. Several schoolgirls, because of course, get trapped on an island and are forced to try and figure out how to survive when their one friend is a big survivalist nut. So they'll survive because they listen to the one girl, but it goes over a lot of threats, and it's actually fairly educational for what it is. So if you ever end up on an island, believe you'll ever end up stranded on a deserted island, this is an option for you. It's mid overall, but there's some real fan servicey bits, which is all fine and good. I mean, this is anime we're talking about. There's a few real fetish baiting kind of things, and I'll leave it at that, especially at the climax, and if you ever watch this, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about and smack your forehead. And you're welcome for that reminder when you come back, watch it, come back, and then get mad at me. And moving on to, one of my favorites. Ascendance of a Bookworm. Just straight goes to unironically love. This is one of those absolutely fantastic animes that kind of explores a character in depth. It is an isekai, so there's always that debuff of, someone dies and then gets reborn in a new world. This is far more interesting because the character A, she's a commoner. She was a bookworm. She spent her entire life surrounded by and loving books. She's born as a medieval commoner who didn't have, knowledge, didn't have any training, and was never taught to read. And she's a little girl, a sickly one at that, who, under most conditions, would probably have died. And it's arguably whether she did die. And it's an overly interesting analysis of how she reacts to a world very different from the one she was born in, and how she adapts, changes, and honestly comes to love and understand her own role in her new life just as much as she understood her past life. So, overall, I give it a unironically love. It is one of my favorite. Mine, because of course, her main they call her the main character is Myne. A horrible pun, but I love him for it. Ah. Okay. For meme potential unknown, Asobase. I'll bring it up here so it's easier to read. Asobi Asobase, Workshop of Fun, is three schoolgirls basically after school trying to have some fun and basically fucking with each other relentlessly. It is absolutely stands as one of my absolute favorites. It is fun, it is hilarious, and it feels natural for these characters to play off each other and fuck with each other the way they do. It's sincerely great and one I would suggest. But I'm gonna give it over Aho Girl. Yeah, I was gonna say Aho Girl definitely takes a second seat. Asobase has far more meme potential, but Aho Girl does have its moments of just sheer what the fuck. I mean, the main character is dumb enough, and of course, because this is a game, because this is a show, she loves bananas, and I'll let that innuendo just go as far as you imagine it does. All right. Assassination Classroom. Another great. And actually, I'll give it the first top spot. Assassination Classroom is the story of some down and out kids in a class basically being beaten, abused up, and they were the lowest class and they aren't taught until they get a new teacher who looks like that main character there you see in the middle. He's going to teach them to be assassins because he has a contract with the government that if they can kill him, they get money and they get money. So it's him training them to kill him. And the problem being, he can move at supersonic speeds. Literally. So they have to figure out ways to track him, and he's an ace assassin himself. It's a silly premise that goes way over the top, but the show does so much with it. I will remember laughing till I cried for anyone who's seen it, the kiss scene gave me, when it came up with a hit marker, I never stopped, I almost cried laughing. I really was. So yeah, that sits at great. It's a classic. I do unironically love it, but Assassination Classroom, it's one of those shows that gets bogged down by the fact its cast is too big. Because it's the entire class, and the entire class works together, and they do their best to balance out having so many characters by grouping them up, but it's too big. It could have been a little more focused. So it sits at great. Okay. Oh boy, here we go. Alright. There's problems with this, but here we go. Bake Monogatari. We're into the bees. I'm gonna blow this up just so you can see. Bake Monogatari. This is the main panel they give us to start with. One of the main female leads lifting her skirt to have pens, knives, staplers, scissors, and anyone who knows this series just cringes at that. And not for the reason you would think. But yeah, Bake Monogatari is also one of the most confusingly directed shows in existence. It sits as a I have had to stop, pause repeatedly to catch all the little references, talks. This is an anime fans anime. This was directed by anime fans for anime fans. Everything from the art direction to the references that will reference everything from Goemon on up to modern day stuff. Bakemonogatari is also one of the horniest series in existence. Shamelessly, the few slow motion you have seen the slow motion ass slap more than you probably realized. Somebody took several shots of this. And I can stagger over this all day. Bakemonogatari, though, for all of its flaws and all of its horniness, is a actually legitimately has well written characters who are fun, energetic, and very true to themselves and very true to how they are. I cannot give it anything less than unironically love. The fact that I stammer over it just tells you how much I enjoy this. Now, that being said, this is a long title that you can't read on this little square. So I'll pull it up just so it's another one of those super long story titles that tells you everything you need to know and then nothing at all. Banished from the hero's party, I decided to live a quiet life in the countryside. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a fantastic show. I'll give it over Asabase, if for no other reason than the characters are fairly well developed and have interesting dynamics with each other. The title tells you the first opening act of it. The main character is banished from the hero's party that's destined to fight the Demon Lord. However, that's maybe the first few episodes. Past that point, you start to develop an understanding of the world around them and how cruel, merciless, and wonderful it is. It's a fantastic show that takes the common tropes of the hero, the demon lord, and what goes on behind them and what leads to their clash, and adds a dash of humanity that is sorely needed and really bases it out. I can say you know what? Yeah, no. It falls under the unironically love. This is one of those well-developed character explorations. And that will always stand as a great testament for me above action sequences. Which this show still has plenty of. But the action sequences serve only to highlight what's going on in that particular moment and scene. The direction is fantastic. And, of course, there's plenty to enjoy. I'll say it that way. So, overall, I gave it an unironically love. Bartender. It's a show about a bartender. You get exactly what you're expecting on the can, folks. No hesitation, no doubt. It's exactly what the can says. He's a bartender, one of the best bartenders you could ever have, in a nice, quiet bar who helps people relax, unwind, and focus on, how to solve not solve their problems, but just reflect on them. So, overall, it's mid. I won't deny that. It's definitely above Afro Samurai for me. It's mid. It's not for everyone. There's problems with that. But I think but again, this tier list is made by me for me. So unfortunately for you all, this is how I feel. It's a good solid B. It's overall really nice. It's a show that's well shot, and the art itself, the individual scenes of art, you can tell that they wanted to keep very close to the original manga. But in doing so, I think they lost some of what could make makes animation stand out. So overall, pretty good. Oh boy, Beast Tamer. Beast in the most general Beast Tamer. Okay. Oop, wrong tab. Okay, Beast Tamer. Beast in the most general terms, and this is fan servicey as fuck, which isn't a bad thing, but it stands to testament that, this is a power fantasy in every sense of the word. It is literally the main character being banished from the main party, but then he finds the key to being super powerful, even more powerful than the hero who's supposed to defeat the demon lord, and he gets revenge on him, and he gets this harem of girls to follow him around. I mean, if you're looking for a power fantasy, you can do worse. This at least doesn't have the rapey undertones of a lot of other ones. I will not be putting on this list because I put Goblin Slayer on this list, and there's a particular anime I look at and I just go, nope, I ain't touching that. So there's problems, but it's still fun, and so long as that's what you're looking for, I can definitely see it. Beelzebub. The son of Satan goes looking for a babysitter and finds the toughest son of a bitch around. It's unironically, it's great, yeah. I'm gonna give it over Aho Girl, but I think Asabase had a little stronger of a setting. Basically, there's a lot of dumb fights, and it's a lot of really simple plot to it, but it's a lot of fun, and it's silly, and the fact that it's this big tough guy taking care of this baby is really, really cute and charming, and it's very unique in in the way it does things. So, yeah. Oh, okay. It's hard to read this one again, but this is Berserk, which is one of my favorite mangas in existence. This is the 2016 Berserk, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, this is 2016 Berserk. This is the 3D model that just rushed and didn't let any scene breathe. This is like trying to cook chili in a half hour. You're not going to get what you really want. This is like when someone asks you, there's three novels and they go, well, what's the story about? And they want it in like a half a sentence, and you're like, no, that's not possible to do that. So no, banish this back to the abyss, never again. That being said, Berserk, the Golden Age Millennium Arc. It's great. It's just covers the origin and the basic backstory of Berserk, the origin of the entire setting, which unfortunately is honestly one of the best renditions we ever got, but it still sits at only a mid. Berserk deserves a perfect creation. Berserk deserves so much better. It is the grandfather of so much other anime, and we have never gotten a really amazing one. A really amazing follow-up to it. Though it's lost to rights problems, the original 1990s anime was really well done, but even that one had its share of problems, and just overall, we may never get a perfect copy, but it'd be nice to see someday. Millennium Arc comes close, but it only covers just that, the Millennium Arc, the origins of the Berserk series. It would need to cover a whole lot more ground before I could say it was perfect, before I could move it up. Black Lagoon. Take every trope. You know how I mentioned that Akudama Drive wore its 80s influence on its shoulder? So does Black Lagoon. Black Lagoon is every action movie distilled into anime and just fantastic. It is only 2 seasons long. It is a short video. But if you want to know really why I love Black Lagoon, you know what? We'll bring it up here. I'll show you if it's still up. Black Lagoon, the fucking short version. This is why. Bear in mind, 14 years ago, this is the re-upload.
Fucking. Are you afraid? There's no way you're not. Now witness the awesome power of this.
Shut the fuck up.
Fucking fuck.
Fuck.
I don't need to say any fucking more. Any show that can spawn a video like that, and that is a remake that had to be re-uploaded because they took down the original. Ladies and gentlemen, Black Lagoon stands as one of my absolute favorites. Just the sheer audacity to be balls out what the fuck it wants to be. So, yeah, if you ever want one of my recommendations, there's your top so far. And we have a lot to go still. Apparently I got a double on Banished Hero somehow. Okay. Whatever. Blend S. Oh, God. Okay. For those... how to put it? It stands as one of those gimmick comedy animes where a girl who doesn't really know, is incredibly socially awkward, gets pushed into being a waitress and trying to earn money, and she has her obsessions. Like, she's one of those people who loves anything foreign to her. So she ends up working at a cafe where the owner is, I believe, French. And it's just all this stuff of him gushing over her because, you know, he's a lolicon and he's... oh, yeah. There's all sorts of problems, but it's all played very cutely. So, it's mid. I'll give it one of the top mid spots. It's definitely good for what it is, but if it's not your taste of just like slice of life comedy, it can be kind of not your taste. I won't put it in problems because I'm saving that for other things, but yeah. Blood Blockade Battlefront. Okay, just clear up, this is going in if unironically love. This is one of those shows that is just unapologetic in what it wants to be. Again, 80s action movie with anime twists, and it is hilarious how they take the piss out of both the heroes, the villains, and everything else. Essentially, the plot is there's a version of New York... this is a world where the version of New York City was swallowed up by this otherworldly abyss that spit out various creatures and monsters that now just live day to day in New York City. There's a mist around the city that prevents them from escaping, But otherwise, it's a wild city just getting by day to day. So it's New York City, but even wilder than it is now. It's a lot of fun. It is silly, and it's about this secret organization trying to keep the peace, and it is fucking ridiculous. And our main protagonist is this wimpy little guy, main protagonist, who there's literally an episode where he is trying desperately to have a day off and just play the equivalent of his Xbox. It is fucking hilarious. I'm not gonna. The big thing with this is I'm not gonna. I'm gonna do my best to not spoil as much as I can. But yeah, if you want something that's kind of cheesy, fun, explores all of its main characters pretty thoroughly, and still has a blast with it. If nothing else, though, look up the ending of Bitter Step Sugar Song. The ending credits to this are fucking amazing, and is just the cast screwing around at like an after party after the fact. It's adorable, and it just speaks so much of each character just in those little instances. So, I can say this with full assurance: Blood Blockade is unironically love. Okay, it's going at the bottom, Bofuri of unironically love, but it is fun. It's not unique enough to stand. Okay, actually, you know what? I'll put it next to Asobase, because it has very much the same energy, where a girl gets obsessed with. A girl basically starts playing a 3D virtual reality MMO. And effectively, well, I'll show you the first. Okay, Bofuri's actual full title. Bofuri, I don't want to get hurt, so I'll max out my defense. The basic idea is she plays a VR MMO, and the idea of pain makes her nervous. So she puts all her stat points into defense, which means she can't hurt them and they can't hurt her. Only this is the worst designed, like gameplay wise, this is one of the worst designed MMOs, and she effectively has broken the game and continues to break the game in outlandish ways. And it's just a fun journey of her and her best friend journeying through this game, breaking it to hell and back, and you get little cut-ins from the developers basically going, "She did what? How did that work? Who programmed this to?" It's hilarious. It's fun. It's a ride. It is great. But it is just a silly, over-the-top game of people playing an MMO together and what MMOs can represent. Oh god, I hadn't looked what was next. Burst Angel. Ooh. Oh. Oof. Okay. To explain Burst Angel. First off, it is an older anime. I know. All you young kids are all wrapped up. I know. You don't watch any anime from before, turn of the century, whatever. It's not that old. That being said, you're seeing that art, right? You see the art. This is fan servicey as all get out. In the best way possible. All I'm going to tell you is this. Guns, mecha, and fan service. If you need something more, I'm sorry, you will not find it here. I unironically love it. It is not great. Like, the plot is not fantastic and has a lot of contrivances. But, yeah. Yeah. if I really need to say more than after showing that key art, I don't know if we can be friends. If that kind of thing does not get you riled up, well, doors over there. I'll lose some subscribers. I'm not doing this for anyone else but my own personal benefit. That's one of those things. I'll ask for money on my streams just because it makes life easier. Otherwise, I'm streaming because I enjoy doing this stuff. Anyway. Oh boy. Campfire cooking in another world with my absurd skill. I'm sticking this under the there's problems. First off, they make food look way too goddamn good. That's a problem because it makes you hungry. Second, it's another isekai, but the isekai element is basically just guy shows up guy gets pulled to fantasy world, and technically his skill is not the super impressive, holy magic or whatever. He's just got the ridiculous ability to online shop using the fantasy world's currency. So yes, if the Heroes Party had taken, I truly expect there to be an episode, if this ever got a sequel or towards the end of this series, where he comes across the Heroes Party again and effectively looks at him and goes, well, they've been starving, they're tired, they're miserable, and he's like, oh, well, here's some bars of soap, here's a couple of sandwiches. Yeah. I don't see how anyone didn't see the potential in this skill of just having basically easy access to resources to make your journey comfortable, easy. Okay, he's not combat focused. Doesn't need to be. There's plenty of roles outside of combat that are that should have been addressed. Oh well. Alright, Cardcaptor Sakura. This is, again, there's old anime. It's... Okay, I'm going to leave it in mid. I'm going to leave it in high mid. Yeah, high mid. It is great, but there are some overtones and certain things about Cardcaptor Sakura, and because this is the original Cardcaptor Sakura, where girl basically opens magic book that scatters these magical cards that she needs to then capture, thus the name, and basically gets into, getting them all back. She gets a little assistant, and she has a magical staff. The whole thing that kind of icks me out is her blatant lesbian friend who is just gushing over her and putting her in various outfits all the time. Yeah, and there's the whole relationship with certain other people, and oh well. It does have some nice gay representation, though, with her older brother / a few other people, but we'll get to that. You'll get to that when you get to it, and your feelings on that can vary. Ooh, alright. So I leave it at mid. It's good. I mean, it's older anime, so the animations won't be completely clean all the time, but there are some very well drawn and beautifully done scenes. And the actual process of capturing the cards is actually really cool. Usually they have a pretty nice plot twist, so I like it. Cells at Work. Oh boy. Informational. Okay. And there's two versions actually they made. Cells at Work, which is an informational one. The basic contention is this is in a young, healthy person's body. And, how the body works, how it reacts, what changes. This show is unironically great. It feels good. It's interesting to see the personifications of various blood cells and organs and orifices and the way different things work in the human body. It's actually really well done. It is great overall. The contention is then there's Cells at Work Black. I'm actually rating Black higher. Not because it's more depressing, which, make no mistake, this is. The key point here in Cells at Work Black is that it is terrifying, but it is terrifying in the right ways of making you really appreciate how much research, work, and effort went into explaining why the problems in your body exist and why they need to be addressed. All in all, I mean, it goes from everything from erectile dysfunction to hair loss to... It feels really good because what it represents is Cells at Work is a young, healthy body at work. Cells at Work Black is someone working at what the Japanese would refer to as a black company, which is a company that works you into the ground and literally into death sometimes. So, absolutely. I will rate higher, like I said, Cells at Work Black, just because it does a lot to bring attention to a genuine problem and attributes that you should be on the lookout for yourself. So, be aware. I'd say it's worth a watch. Both of them are. Fantastic work. It'll actually... And Cells at Work, they'll even make you kind of cringe at cancer. I'm not going to tell you how, but yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, well, this is an easy one. Chainsaw Man. He's got a face and the head of a chainsaw. And if that was everything, I wouldn't bother recommending this show, but let's be perfectly honest. If I need to explain what Chainsaw Man is, I have only one question for you. How good are you with gore? Because if you're not good with gore and violence, this is not a show for you. That being said, I'm gonna put it next to Black Lagoon. I'm gonna say I prefer Black Lagoon because it goes wilder, in my opinion. Like, make no mistake, Chainsaw Man is darker and more vicious. But Black Lagoon stands as one of those... Chainsaw Man is more violent. Black Lagoon is more vicious in the violence it sows. So, yeah. Don't know if you can figure out my tastes yet from this, but I have seen a lot of anime. Alright. Oh boy, here we go. This is another one of those real long titles. I pass it? Yeah. Chilling in my 30s after getting fired from the Demon King's army. It's about mid. Again, it's another one of those... Do I give it over Afro Samurai? Yeah. No, I'd watch this before Afro Samurai. Chilling, because the title says the opening act. The guy is in his 30s, gets fired from the Demon King's army. Bear in mind, yeah. In this world, the Demon King's army is still fighting the hero, yada yada, but he gets fired for various personal reasons. Not himself, but between him and some of the other heads of the Demon King's army. So he leaves, and he looks like a regular human. So he gets picked up, and look, I'll be perfectly honest. This is one of those guy gets busty girlfriend, and just overall, it's a lot of very slice of life, just trying to be low key fantasy. I want to put this in There's Problems, because there are problems with it, but if I'm honest, it stands as a testament to there's a lot of interesting ways you can do a cliche formula and still come out with something a little better than average. So it sits at mid for me. It's not great, but at least it's a solid character build-up. Oh boy. Okay. Whew. Citrus. Okay. Lesbians out. Let's go. Uh, so, girl gets moved to all-girl school and falls in love with girl who is technically, but due to their parents' marriage, her sister, and it's a whole thing, and it's their dynamic, and look, I'm not having you all judge me here. I'm just gonna throw it in. It's great, and on the bottom of it's great, and you guys can judge me from there. I'm a sucker for good Yuri. Leave me alone. I read the whole manga, and I was just excited to see the anime getting made. And much the same as Claymore. A very fun series about these warriors fending off these monsters that attack people. Very dark fantasy, gritty. It's only like, overall, there are some amazing scenes, and it's overall about mid. Yeah, I'll give it to. Yeah, I'm gonna give it over Cardcaptor Sakura. It's mid, but it's fantastic. Like, it just feels good. The manga will always stand as a good testament of, much like Berserk, where I think the manga was better than the anime, and it's one of those that hit harder at that time. So, for what it's worth, that's where it sits for me. It's the top of mid, but it still sits at mid. Oh. Oh boy. This feels unfair. Like, this feels truly unfair to try and even put. No, yeah, no. Add a row above. Nope. Adding a row above. Yeah. Yeah, that works. Cultural icons. Oh. There we go. There we go. Cultural icons. That works better. That is Cowboy Bebop. If you don't know what Cowboy Bebop is, get yourself cultured. Cultural icons stand above anything else. In the way anime goes, it is only a few 24 or 26 episodes. Alright, let's see. It is not a long watch. It is a fantastic one. Yeah, 26 episodes. It is a fantastic watch and stands as a testament of what anime can be, transporting you to a world that is beyond all the way different and all the same as our own. It is fantastic. The characters are well designed. You'd learn about each of the cast and the way the stories go. Overall, just get yourself cultured. If you have not watched Cowboy Bebop, go watch Cowboy Bebop. And now on the opposite side. Dance in the Vampire Bund. Oh boy. You can probably guess what my issues with this are based on the icon when I pull it up. Dance in the Vampire Bund. Yeah. How to do this. Thankfully, at least I'm pretty sure Elfen Lied isn't on here. I didn't have to address this too hard. Okay, yeah. Oh. I have an abhorrent hatred of lolicons. I don't like the idea of people touching children. That should not be a controversial statement. That should not be hard for anyone to swallow. That is just a dislike of mine. This show doesn't promote it directly. It doesn't give it anything directly. But there are some shots and there are some things in this where I just go, ugh. Yeah. Above any other, banish this to the abyss. Feel free to watch it. The visual fidelity of the show is fantastic. The things they depict bother the fuck out of me. So I'm sorry, banish it to the abyss. To the darkest depths of the abyss. So that's where we stand. From Vampire Bun to Cowboy Bebop. The two opposite ends of the spectrum. Speaking of banishing to the abyss, Danganronpa. And this is another one that's kind of odd to do. Because Danganronpa, there are two animes that were made from it. And that is one of the funnier things. Because Danganronpa, the first one, is basically a summation of the games. In the fact that it is utterly trying to compress and condense a very long, nuanced, and very well thought out visual novel, into a couple of episodes. So the plot twists don't hit as hard, the characterizations don't build as much. Honestly, it's the prime example of how not to do this kind of thing. Banish it to the goddamn abyss. Not as bad as Angels of Death nor Berserk 2016, but still banish this to the abyss. Slightly, I'm not going better, is Danganronpa 3, which is technically two different anime series. Literally, when they were releasing this, it basically was the hope and despair sides, and let's see, I don't know how they have it organized here. Okay, they did do, in fact. Okay, so they did it the proper way. Because the way they were released was not... There's the Future arc and the Despair arc. Future and Despair were interspliced, where you would see one side on each episode. And eventually, it would become... And that's where the ending would hit. I imagine when they first released this, they put it Hope and the Future and Despair arcs separately, but no. You're supposed to watch them interspersed with 1-1. So both episodes 1s, both episodes 2, both episodes 3, like that. It's a little confusing, but since they've already got them in the right order, I'm going to give them a higher ranking. That being said, there's problems with the show, and you're really supposed to watch it after you've played 1, 2, and Ultra Despair Girls. So, you're supposed to do 3 games of backstory to really let this hit. So, for anyone confused, the best experience for Danganronpa, okay? Hear me out. 1, 2, Ultra Despair Girls, watch Danganronpa 3 in the correct order, and then V3. That is Danganronpa series. That is a very hard thing to find, and I just want that to be clear. Because Danganronpa is a favorite series of mine, but I recognize its problems, the issues, and the time commitment to have this emotional journey. That being said, the emotional journey it takes you on is a hard road to hell, but man, are you smiling by the end of it. Okay. Next, oh. I didn't realize what's next. I'm pretty sure I recognize what's next. Yeah, that's it. Darling in the Franxx. Oh, what to say about this anime? It started off with some interesting potential, but simply put, despite the plethora of fan service and skin-tight suits, it just falls flat, and the story goes nowhere. Even Gainax's goddamn beautiful art can't save something that is absolute trash. I'm sorry, folks. Darling in the Franxx earns in the abyss. I do think it's worse than Angels of Death. Not as bad as Berserk 2016 deserves to be forgotten. But I won't, because you did that to something I love. Alright, now we're into something a little happier. Hey, love DD Gaming. Yeah, it is nothing but wasted potential. Gainax did nothing with it, and I'm so sad for that. Okay, Dead Mount Death Play. I'm going to pull up the title so you can see it to show that I'm not screwing this up. Dead Mount Death Play has one of the funniest shows I have seen in a long while. It is a wild reverse isekai where someone is coming from a fantasy world to our world. And everything that comes along with this becomes an absolute wild, just people reacting to, oh shit, he can do actual magic. Okay. There's the combination of how can I profit from this, and how do I prevent him from just killing me outright? And the dynamic is hilarious fun. The main character is really interesting, and overall, the cast is hilarious too, where none of these people are sane. Like, there is not a sane person in this entire show, and it runs with it. Where they go, yeah, why not? So, I'm not gonna spoil all the twists and plot, but I will say this. If you don't mind a bit of violence, this is a fantastic watch. It's probably on the lowest end of unironically love, but it is still, I love this show. I was rioting and laughing my head off most of the time. It's a bit violent and a little gory at times, but hey, what the best things in life usually are. Oh, speaking of violent and insane, Dead Man Wonderland. Oh, man. Oh, this is going to be a hard one to rank. Dead Man Wonderland is basically, how to put it, the worst. If you love violence, this is a fantastic show. Just bear in mind, there is no end to the amount of cruelties, insanity, and just maliciousness the way this show goes. It's absolutely... I'm truly torn between throwing it between unironically love and great. Because it is a great show, But I can see where people might be turned off by some of the violence. No, it's not mindless. It's all in serving the narrative of these poor people, the poor people they're putting this through are all prisoners. So it becomes kind of a, oof, how are they getting away with it? And there's a whole spectacle to it where they're literally basically on Squid Game. Like, before Squid Game was majorly known in the US, this was an earlier version of Squid Game, effectively. So, and it's well done, and the fights are actually fairly dynamic. Yeah, I'm gonna go under great. It's gonna be... Yeah, I'm gonna put it on great. It is a great show. I do love it, but I can see where the violence might turn some people off. Now, with unrepentant violence, there is also sometimes violence that is served the non-physical kind of violence. This show, Death Parade. Effectively, what Death Parade is doing is this is basically limbo, where your soul is tested. And it covers the people who are being tested, how they are, that kind of thing. It is a very grimdark show from an existential standpoint. And the interesting bit is, it originally started as believe it or not, a short that someone did as a college piece for their graduation. Was called Death Game. You can look it up. It's probably... let's take a look. Is Death Game. Let's see, is Death Game still up? Nah, I got no... Okay. Let's see. Nope. Nah, okay, it's still not up anymore. That's too bad. Or at least it's been overwritten. This was actually a college short originally that someone made, that the author made, and they basically expanded it out into a full animation, where effectively what it is two people die, they're brought to to limbo, and they play a game to figure out who goes to heaven, who goes to hell. Existentially, this is goddamn terrifying, and comes up with some amazing drama of exploring each of the characters in each episode. There's also another subplot going on, but that's the basic premise, and one that is thoroughly and well explored, especially if you have any interest in this. Watch the first 2 episodes. You don't have to watch the whole thing. Watch the first 2, and that will tell you if you're interested in what this show is. Because there is so much more to explore past those 2 episodes, but this is one of those I will suggest. I won't put it in cultural icon, because it's not a cultural icon. It is very much a fantastic, unironic love show. And again, this kind of violence is absolutely terrifying and from an existential standpoint. So I'm going to put it... I put it a little above Bakemonogatari. Oh boy. Demon Slayer. Well, okay, it's... You know what? It's crossed the point. It's honestly crossed the line. It doesn't even get unironically loved. Demon Slayer has hit a point in the consciousness of the world where I'm pretty sure I can just effectively say it has hit cultural icon status. If thanks to nothing else than the year of COVID, allowing the movie and the anime to flourish, Tanjiro has made it across the planet. Everyone knows our good, hard-headed little boy and his boar-headed friend and the coward. I'm putting Demon Slayer as cultural icons. They've earned it right. Oh, gods. Yeah, I'm gonna leave them up there. They deserve it. Cowboy Bebop, Demon Slayer. These are animes you just watch. Yeah, like I said, that's where it's going. It's like, for us boomers, yes, Cowboy Bebop. For you younger kids, Demon Slayer. It just fits. I wish Chainsaw Man won't hit cultural icon status until we get to some of the later stuff. Basically, once we see what happens with Makima, that's when that Chainsaw Man really will come into its own. Not until. I'm being patient because that is one of those status. So I may come back, who knows, one day, and do another tier maker list. That's fine. I'm an old boomer. I've been around. I mean, look at this listing. This is me just picking off what I think is important from Crunchyroll. That is all this is. This is stuff I've seen and I recognize and I know. I've been around way too long. Anyway. Desert Punk. Oh, God. Okay. What to say about Desert Punk? He's a punk in the desert. He is an absolute little shit who just is trying to get by and is the most repugnant, unrepentant character you've ever seen. God help me, I unironically love him. He's an absolute little shit, and he is just the most pathetic sack of shit. Literally gets played by just staring at some woman's tits. It is fantastic. It is a hilarious riot. He is prone to violence of emotional and physical kind. I don't know what to say. Desert Punk is just the epitome of, this guy is stupid and you just love... This is a train wreck and I'm loving watching every minute of it. I can just say, yeah, without hesitation, this is one of my... It is I'm trying to think. I think it was Siskel and Ebert who watched the Jackass movies, just said, God help me, 2 thumbs up. I can't remember which one said it, but it was just one of those, God help me, 2 thumbs up. Desert Punk sits as a comedy riot. Devil May Cry, the anime. If you're not familiar, the Devil May Cry series is a series of games that basically indulge in one fantasy. Their main character, Dante, is the biggest badass in the universe, knows it, and will show it off at every given moment. Unfortunately, Cyber, it isn't on the list. I'm just doing what's on Crunchyroll in 1997. Isn't on Crunchyroll. So, unfortunately, it would go in Cultural Icon, but it's not there, so I can't. Devil May Cry, though. Oh, it's definitely sitting at great. I'm going to put it next to Beelzebub because it's got the same kind of energy of, these are dumb fights and this is really stupid, but it's really awesome to watch them visually go. It is a lot of fun. So, yeah, I'll give it a great. If you're indulged in the Devil May Cry series of being flashy while still retaining some sense of substance and just showing off, it's a lot of fun. And I gets bonus points for me because they did an anime original plotline, which I respect. Because it would have been easy to just cop out and do the game's plot, but they decided to do something on their own, add some new characters, and just build out the universe a little more, which Devil May Cry has always needed because the world building in Devil May Cry is sparse to non-existent. Just saying. Alright. Oh boy. Didn't I believe this is... Let's see. Yeah. Didn't I say to make my abilities average in the next life? Yet another isekai. Girl dies, gets reborn. She said she didn't want to stand out in this next life, so she wanted just to be average. What she failed to explain to the god is that she wanted to be average for human standards. So the god just made her average to every creature in the universe. So she's actually extraordinarily more powerful than your average human. There's problems. Like, it's not very good. It's Yuri baiting at its absolute minimalist. But it still sits at a Oh boy. Okay, now we get into oh boy. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Dirty Pair. My boomer is showing. I can't help it. It's there. Dirty Pair. This is the grandmother of so many anime. It's a pair of girls. The dirty part comes from that they take on dirty jobs to fix and help the world. So no, but if you're scrolling through, you might see that this is early 90s animation styles. So this is not going to hold up in modern standards, but they're two best friends, they work together. How friendly of friends they are, we don't ever see on camera and is frequently prospected by others, so though the animation probably has taken a hit over the years, I still hold that it is great. It's a lot of fun, it's a lot of very interesting energy. I'm giving it... I'll put it next to Cells at Work, just so it keeps it away from the Yuri lesbians over here in Citrus. And just so they don't have to sit next to each other. Yeah, we're just going to keep them separate. Because we have no canon way to prove whether or not the Dirty Pair were lesbians or not. We can't prove. Though I will understand the argument someone made once. Two straight girls would dress like this around each other and feel nothing for each other. If one was actually a lesbian, that would cause issues. Okay. Wow, we are just in the lesbian block right now. Okay. Because if I'm not... Yep. Do it yourself. For Home Depot lesbians everywhere, do it yourself. It's a story of a couple of girls who basically come together at an after-school club about building things, like from using hammer, nails, screws, what have you. This is all about building interesting little handicrafts in after school. There is so much subtext to this show regarding what they feel and what they want. I'm not touching it. I am going to throw this in It's Great and right next to Citrus for no other apparent reason. That's about it. I'm going to let the rest of you figure that one out on your own. That being said, it's a very sweet show, and you can very much read it as... You can read that as very much, very puritanical and platonic. It very much could come across as that. I that's your interpretation. You are free to read that. Oh god, Dragon House Hunting. A comedy bit of Dragon goes house hunting. Basically, Dragon gets kicked out of his house by his parents. So young Dragon gets kicked out of his parents because he's useless and is going around looking for a new place to live. And he literally has a realtor just showing him different places that they can live as a monster to avoid heroes and that kind of thing. To be perfectly honest, it's a decent comedy anime. Like, it's all right, but there's problems where it just kind of, there's no over real arcing, but it is still overall pretty good. Yeah, there's definite potential. I'm gonna put it next to Beast Tamer, because same kind of thing, kind of living in a fantasy world. Lots of potential. There's a lot of interesting ways it can go, and some of the episodes were worth a couple of laughs. So, yeah. Oh, okay. On the opposite end, Drugstore in Another World: The Slow Life of a Cheat Pharmacist. This is your stereotypical bad isekai. Like, this is right next to didn't I say to make my abilities average? This is the same thing of I'm bringing modern technology into a fantasy world. Aren't I clever? Not really. You have almost no world building, and you kind of just live in this one small town. It's pretty dull. If I'm honest, this show doesn't have much to say or do with anything. So yeah, as you can see, it's hard to recommend it at all, but it is something I sat through because I kept thinking to myself, maybe it gets better or has something other gimmick or some other build up. No, there's no overarching plot. Almost every episode is convinced entirely within themselves. Alright, moving on to, oh boy, Elegant Yokai Apartment Life. The principal mid anime. Yeah, this is one of those anime. Reincarnated has OP ability, and every fight the enemy has, their jaw drop when they get flicked. No, that's the Demon King one, and that's one I don't even bring on the list because I saw enough clips of it where I went, no, I'm not interested. Where the Demon King literally resurrects a guy, kills him with the sound of his heartbeat somehow, and then resurrects him again, and it's like, there's no interest here. I'm sorry, you've officially lost me. Elegant Yokai Apartment Life, though, it's your good, solid mid-anime. It is literally one of those, guy basically needs an apartment, ends up moving into one that has yokai, or various spirits, or various creatures non-human creatures living in it. And it's him learning to adapt to living there and figuring out what he wants to do with his life. It's a late stage, like, I think he's in college, so it's kind of like the college slice of life with some fantastical elements. It's inoffensive, it's nice, it's fun, it's safe. Like, there's no raunchiness to this. It is largely safe and he's never in too much danger, I'll put it that way. But overall, it's really well done and kind of a nice coming of age story, I guess. Yeah, that's the phrase they would use, coming of age. So yeah, nice, safe, middle ground anime. Nothing wrong with that. But it sits at one of those, yeah. Oh, no. Okay, I forgot this is next. Estab Life, Great Escape. Okay, I'm just gonna read the description, and I want this to sink in. First off, see these character designs? Yes, this is. As far as I remember, yeah, Elegant Yokai Life is by and large safe for work. It's pretty much as safe as you get. Oh gods, Estab Life, The Great Escape. Oh gods. Woo! What to say about this? Okay. This right here. Yes, this is 3D modeled and they don't look that good. I'm going to say that right now. That is going to be right off. That's a negative debuff, yes. Then there's the description. When the world's population shrinks, the supernatural renovation project splits up Tokyo, divided by towering walls. Cyborgs, beast folk, and magical beings are segregated into clusters and monitored by artificial intelligence. Some adjust to their new lives, but many suffer in silence, unaware secret help is available. Have no hope and desperate to escape? The extractors will find you. This is a show about smuggling people from one part of a cordoned off, controlled section of Tokyo to another. It is about smugglers. It is also the most stupid and insane show I have ever seen, and God help me, just like... it is one of those, I can't explain to you what goes on in this anime, because there is no real conditioning logic beyond this person needs to get to this place, and we have to do so. And there's just an excuse for gunfights and chases, sequences. Okay, there is a sequence where one of the girls is being interrogated by a penguin. I'm going to say that again to let that sink in. There is a sequence where the main character is being interrogated by a penguin. If you like weird shit happening, Estab Life is a riot and a half. It is, I unironically love it, much like Desert Punk. It is just one of those, this is so stupid, I have no idea where we're going with this, but I fucking love it. I have no idea what it was inspired by. It's like a fever dream watching it, but my God, I couldn't stop watching it. So there you have it. I don't want to ruin what any of the plot twists are because they are so stupid. They are fun. Okay, take a breath. All right. Excel Saga. Back to making me look like an old boomer. Excel Saga is a comedy sketch bit that the main character, by the way, her name is Excel. Excel's in a secret organization. She wants to impress her boss by conquering the city. And every episode of her show, Excel Saga, is a mega random mashup of stuff that rules. That's just the description of the show. It is a comedy bit anime that just kind of runs with whatever it wants. This is anime's answer to Bugs Bunny. That is what this show is. If that sounds like your thing, it is fantastic and great. That being said, it is still a comedy one and there's no overarching plot. So it's for me as great personally, but not something I could say I unironically love and would go back to all the time. This is just one of those, it's good. I can respect where people stand with it, but yeah. Then we're into F. Trying to see. Oh, no. I know what this is. Okay. Whew. Okay, troublesome anime. This description. Oh, God. I forgot. I had to blow it up just so you can see. Can we zoom in on this? Oh my God. I'm just gonna zoom in on this real quick. Okay. Fairy Ranmaru has JoJo posing magical boys. I'm gonna let this image just sear into your mind for a moment. What the fuck you're looking at. These are, again, magical transforming fairy boys. Okay, now I'm done being cruel. Right, yeah. So I'm just gonna leave in there's problems. Like, on the deepest depths, it won't be banished to the abyss. But if you're a Fujoshi, or the type of woman who loves pretty men posing, this is going to be your thing. I can see the crowd who would love this. And the plot is paper thin, where it is people with problems are basically being manipulated by these evil forces, and these guys transform to fight said forces. Pretty boy love over here. If you love it, feel free. There's no shame in it. I watched the whole thing. I'm not going to say I didn't. I just have to be aware that there's problems with this, because it's less interesting Puella Magica Madoka. It is less interesting Madoka. So, if it's your thing, it's your thing. It's not really my thing, or at least not the way they did it. Like, the physical designs are all well and good, but the way and the excuses to do so, it's not as good as it doesn't hold a candle to it. The story kind of falls flat, because they're forced to be according to their rules. They're not allowed to love them. They're not allowed to love themselves, but they're allowed to help guide other people to love. And it's a very, like, questionable rule set, where it just feels like somebody who really just wanted pretty guys to look at wrote this. So, that being said, it is still a riot, and again, I did watch the entire thing. So, just be aware, it is an option. You know what? I'm actually going to move it up a little, because these two make my abilities average, and drugstore are actually worse in my opinion. Cooking... Yeah, now they have chastity, basically. They're not allowed to... You'll see. If you watch it, you'll see. It's one of those... There's a reason within the story. I can't say it's a good one, but it exists. Alright, next up. Oh! Fate Grand Carnival. We're into the Fate series, folks. For those unfamiliar, the Fate series is about largely about a battle royale for the ability to gain one wish. And it's about the world of magicians and mages in various historical parts. Yeah, sure. Plot in the biggest quotation marks. I mean, and make no mistake, I'm by myself, so I'm more enjoying the show. I can see where some people may have issues. And I kept watching. I said it again. Fate Grand Carnival is kind of one of those offshoots of the development team for it needed to blow off steam. It's definitely great, and it's mostly just a lot of in-jokes, though. So it's one of those, it's great, but it's nothing but in-jokes for people who play Fate Grand Order, the mobile game. So it can fall a little flat, but they still do some good characterization work. Now we go to, okay. Fate Collade Liner Prisma Ilia. This is one of the interesting ways that these guys have blown off steam. Much like how Fairy Ranmaru is a magical person show, same as Fate Collade, but it uses one of the younger characters, Ilia. And she basically gets made to... It's all references to the main Fate series. They're all gacha games, and I'm not a fan of them either. I don't like to waste my money on anime games, so... on those gacha games, just for images, so I don't play them much. I did stream, not Genshin, but, Honkai Star Rail for a bit, just to see what the game was like. It was alright. I've kind of lost interest in it, personally, but maybe I'll go back to it someday if the plot... Because the plot was kind of weak and just overall didn't hit for me, so maybe one day I'll go back, get a ton of money, and then just keep rolling for characters to see if anything interesting comes up. That being said, the MiHoYo, the company that's doing, that does Genshin Impact and Honkai, are releasing a game sometime this year called Zinless Zone Zero. Zinless Zone Zero, which is... how to put it? Interesting. It's basically hornier Genshin, which is an impressive goddamn feat. One of these days I'll go through and look through some of the trailers to explain what I mean, but just know, Zinless Zone Zero is the hornier one. Is the horniest game they've made so far. And that's a goddamn accomplishment. Anyway, Prisma Ilia, here's the thing. It's actually well done. Like, it is a magical girl show, and it has some very, very potentially problematic, because of how young the character is, romantic subtext to it. So, there's problems, but it's still well done, and the fights are actually really fun. No, it ascends up to mid. The fights are really fun. The storyline is kind of silly and just overall kind of so self-referential. But that's the big problem with these side things of the Fate series is, if it's not the main storylines of the main arc, a lot of it's very self-referential to memes and other things about it. Though, speaking of the main Fate series, Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works. This is the main thrust of the Fate series. This is one of the most well-known and well-regarded, because what it is the... Well, let's just read the description. Fuyuki City, a city surrounded by the ocean and mountains, becomes the setting for an age-old ritual. To realize the mythical Holy Grail, which is said to grant any wish from its possessor, 7 masters are given 7 heroic spirits chosen by the Grail. Each master will enter into a contract with their assigned servants and battle the other masters and servants to the death until only one pair remains. This is the Holy Grail War. This is an action series. Fantastic, fun, riotous, and just overall amazing. How the characters work, their dynamics, the servants themselves, there's so much to them. Every Fate series that is the main thrust of it is an absolute riot. So yeah, unironically love Fate Stay Night. And I'll put it up there with Blood Blockade Battlefield. They do fantastic work. There are visual novels as well, which were the origins of Fate series. But these get a buff because one of my favorite, I will state again, one of my favorite studios works on this, called Studio UFO. They do fantastic, staggering work. And it will always hold up. And just, it's one of the reasons, unfortunately, we're now in Unironically Love is about to gain a big glut. Because Fate Zero takes place, as you might imagine, before Fate Stay Night 1, which you could consider Fate 1. Fate Zero is far more self-contained. It is very focused on setting up everything that will come later. It is an amazingly well-done story. I absolutely encourage these. These are the chunks where I sit there and go, that is amazing. Fate Grand... Oh boy. Fate Grand Order Absolute Demonic Front, Babylonia. Okay. Basically, this is an animation of a chunk of the Fate Grand Order online game. This is one chunk of it. And they decided to animate. It is absolutely breathtakingly beautiful. It is very cool and has some very fun fights and hilarious moments. It is great. But it is part of a chunk of a bigger game. So it can feel kind of hard to get your grounding in it when you first start. So overall, it's definitely great. So, I'm going to give it below Dead Man Wonderland. Oh boy, here we go. Fire Force. Okay. Fire Force. This is an interesting one to go through. Because what it is Fire Force is every secondary or B character. So, in any other show, in any other major plot-driven show, everyone in Fire Force would have the secondary gimmick. Like there's the main cast, and then there's the supporting cast that have like one-off gimmick kind of abilities. These would be the characters that have the gimmick abilities that still work and are strong, but the main party would be stronger and be able to push them back. For example, the main character in Fire Force has the ability to kick with fire. Everyone's powers are based around fire, thus the name. So, his main ability is he has fiery feet. He can kick with fire. Like, again, in any other show, he would be a secondary B character. In this show, he is the main character, and it would think, well, he can just kick with fire. That's not really that, there's not much to that. Thank you. Flaming kicks sound kind of lame. He eventually learns to propel himself like a goddamn jet. And I mean that literally by using jet propulsion from his heels to punch to go faster. It sounds lame. And it would be, but this show makes it work. It's from the guy who and it's just so you know, it's from the same person who created Unfortunately, I didn't touch Attack on Titan because I said notable shows. Okay, joking aside, I didn't bother with Attack on Titan just because I don't have a huge love for the show. I read the manga and I just kind of fell out. After I finished the manga, I kind of went, oh, okay. Unfortunately, I can't say I'm a lover of it. And it doesn't... If I'm honest, for me, Attack on Titan would have been best ended when we reached the shore. Once we saw what that this was an island and that it was they reached the ocean, Attack on Titan could have ended there and I would have been fine with it. Everything past that point is a lot of good world building that goes a lot of nowhere, in my opinion. And then, quite literally, gets crushed underfoot later on. I'm still salty about that. Anyway, Fire Force sounds lame. It is a fun ride, though. I'm gonna give it up in the higher mids. If for nothing else, some of its OSTs really did slap. Yeah, the world building they wanted to do, which was, well intentioned, just kind of fell flat. It was hilarious though that I did get an answer to a question I had while watching the show, where a lot of people I kept wondering in the early parts of the show, I'm like, so these people have been living here for hundreds of years and have developed no technology capable of, crippling or weakening or dealing with the Titans beyond these big walls. Like, even just enough traps should have been a bigger thing, I felt like, and I kept wondering why this was such a thing. The world building answers my question with, oh no, people figured it out. I'm like, okay. So it was just the people on the island being stupid. Okay. No, Attack on Titan is not done. The final part of the final chapter, I believe, is starting this season. So I believe, as far as it goes, Attack on Titan is still going on. But yeah, as far as it goes, Fire Force is a good mid-show. Overall, and like I said, the OSTs tend to slap a bit. I literally have stolen some, and it has some fantastic points. There is literally a joke of two characters meet on the top of a building, and one of the characters goes, "Why did we have to come up here?" He goes, "'Cause I thought it looked cool." The manga's done. The anime is not finished yet. The anime should be finishing up shortly. I believe they said the final part of the final chapter, either this season or next, is going to be done. The assassination of Aaron's character is almost done. Oh God, I'm back to showing my boomer. Oh God. Here we go. Back to being a boomer. Oh boy. Alright. Fist of the North Star. Oh. No. Oh, why did they have to force me to do this on public? Okay. Fist of the North Star, it just goes straight into cultural icons. Whether you know it or you don't, this is a cultural icon. Fist of the North Star is one of the grandfathers up there, like, just to show you. Fist of the North Star. Just to give you an idea. Adaptations. The original Fist of the North Star. 1986, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of your grandfather animes. Oh, did they finish? Okay, I must have missed it. I thought they still had one more season to go. I thought they still had one more season of it. Fist of the North Star... Okay. Because the other thing I wanted to show you is why this is one of the grandfathers. Because that's Fist of the North Star. $1987. Okay? These two series are linked irrevocably. Fist of the North Star, Hirohoko Araki, these are your grandfathers of anime. Yep. Fist of the North Star is one of the oldest animes. It is about a man named Kenshiro in a post-apocalyptic world being angry about people being hurt. This is the this is the guy who predicated all these super secret martial arts. These super buff guys just showing up on bikes and harassing people. You have this to thank. This is your old school. This is your old ones, my friends. If you've never seen it, it's fine. It is a cultural icon. I won't insist you watch it. It has probably aged like sour milk. But there is something to knowing your history. I'll put it that way. Yes. Well, thank you. Know your goddamn history is all I'll say. There is something to it. And Fist of the North Star and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Anyway. Next up. We go from grandfather to the newest kid on the block. Literally started just a couple of days ago. Fluffy Paradise. It only has 2 episodes, so I can only speak of that so far. It is hilarious. It is another cliche isekai about another person being reborn in another world, in a fantasy world. However, in this case, her OP ability is she really gets along with animals and magical beasts. Well, thank you. Let's see. I should be on Discord at the moment. Oop, shouldn't have shown that. Because I never... let's see. Whoops. Oh, well. If you want it... Okay. Fluffy Paradise, though. This is a hard one to go. It's only got 2 episodes, but it seems like her big ability being just talking with animals and being able to relate to one is pretty good. So I'm gonna give her it. Okay, she'll start mid. If I ever come back and do it, I'll move her up to great if it ever comes to it. But she's mid right now, but everything I'm seeing seems to be fairly good. All portents sign to point to being great, but you never know. It can fall flat at any moment. Alright. Oh boy. And from Fluffy Paradise, we go to another comfort anime. Flying Witch. Where basically a witch moves in with her relatives to while she does some studying and kind of just has a free life. And it's an extremely comfy slice of life about living with magical witches. It's great. Like, it is just a comfort show. Like, when you come home and you're exhausted, no, it's going in unironically love. It is one of those comfy shows that you just come home, you put on, and you kind of just let the entire world relax. You let it fall away and enjoy just some comfy, silly fun. Because one of the jokes is she has a terrible sense of direction. So what she'll do is maybe wander around or get lost or fly. She's a witch after all. She has a broom. There's a lot of fun to be had. So there you go. It's one of those unironically loved, just comfy shows to put on and relax with. Ooh. It isn't far along. It isn't far along. Not well. Try again. It isn't far enough along to put in cultural icons, but one I absolutely have come to adore. Frieren Beyond Journey's End is a relatively new one, literally came out this past season. Basically follows a very long-lived elf who effectively is not immortal, just lives longer than everyone else. And she's outlived her party of friends who she defeated the Demon Lord with. And she's kind of just been wandering around ever since. And one of her friends comes to meet with her, and she starts to learn about what she's learning about why she felt so close to them. She's never been that emotionally attached to people. And the show goes on a great journey of its own, exploring the depths of the Frieren, the main character, as well as her two companions, how she got them, why they're there, and why they're on a journey together, even after the Demon Lord has been defeated. It's a lot of fun. It's a very great world-building series. I wish I could put it in cultural icon. I want more people to see it. It is a fantastic show. The OST slaps. And it is a fantastic exploration of a good fantasy world with no isekai elements. No one is reborn from another world. This is a own separate continuity. And it is fantastic. Alright. Fruits Basket. Okay. I can't speak to the newer one. I have not sat down and watched the newer Fruits Basket remake, so I can't put that on this list right now. I'm only talking about the original 2001 one. This is the one I've watched. It's a lighthearted drama. It means well, it does fantastic for the kind of story it's looking to tell, and overall, I personally really do enjoy it. So, I'm gonna put it in. It's in mid. It's gonna be in high mid, right alongside Claymore, where it is It is a nice show, one that I very much enjoy. However, it's not really. It hasn't aged well. I believe it's just the animation. They may include a bit more of the scenes from the manga, but as far as I've heard, it's just a remake. And it's well done for what it is. It's definitely good. The art style hasn't aged well, but I still think it holds up pretty well. So, it's a basic slice of life romantic comedy. Somebody could argue it up to great for people, but honestly, I'd just say it holds as a mid one. Bear in mind, again, that's just this one. The remake may change some things, but we'll have to find that out. I'll get to it eventually, but for now, we move on to Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Full Metal Alchemist. I'm sad we don't have the original and we only have Brotherhood. Oh, that's what it's more about. It's situational comedy, some slice of life like romance. It doesn't have to, it's not everyone's taste. That's why it sits at mid for me, but hey, to each their own. Okay. Full Metal Alchemist is the story of two brothers who, after trying to use the ancient art of alchemy to resurrect their mother, now are seeking now on a quest to restore their bodies. Brotherhood is the more high impact, high action version, whereas the original Full Metal Alchemist was more of a slow burn horror action adventure. Brotherhood is the far more actiony of the two, having a bigger, bolder plot. It is absolutely fantastic, and I'll even put it over Assassination Classroom. Brotherhood is a riot and a half. It is fantastic. I do love it, but it doesn't hold a candle to some of the stuff here. Yeah, you may. It's both. I will say this: both versions of Full Metal Alchemist are worth watching. Even though there are plot points that are handled the exact same, that are done the exact same between both, they still do them in different ways that pan out very differently. So both may have the same starting point, but they have very big divergences. Honestly, I'd say start with the original first and then go to the Brotherhood. I did it that way myself, and I found them both fantastic. That being said, yeah, no, I can stand that is one of the greats. Oh boy. Oh, right, I just looked at what's next. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Where is it? Gankutsuo. That name mean nothing to you? Good. Because that's not the name that's important. This is a gorgeous, drop-dead, fucking beautiful anime creation that recounts the story of the Count of Monte Cristo in a sci-fi fantasy, a high sci-fi fantasy role. This is a space opera writ large. This art is... even just the stills of this... it isn't on Crunchyroll, unfortunately. I'll have to Google where the original... who got the original Full Metal Alchemist. It's probably on Funimation, if I had to guess off the top of my head. But, okay. Take a note of the art style, even just in the clips. You'll notice that there's all sorts of details to their hair, to their outfits, look like pastels painted on to a canvas. The whole show runs like this. It is absolutely fantastic. This is the story of the Count of Monte Cristo, which, if you're unfamiliar, the basic tenets of it is that A man is basically betrayed by those he trusted and sent to a faraway prison. He returns years later, changed, and passes himself off as the Count of Monte Cristo, upon which he wreaks havoc on the lives of those who benefited from his loss. And then in the end, he leaves. Or, depending on which version you're looking at, because there have been multiple interpretations, sometimes he survives, sometimes he doesn't. This is one of the more fantastic, not just for artistic, like, again, this key art. See the little details on the flaps here, on his sleeves. They look like different materials just painted onto a canvas. Honestly, I can never gush about this enough. The Count of Monte Cristo Gankutsuo remains one of those fantastic animes that goes overlooked in my opinion. That is up there with Ascendance of the Bookworm. That is up there with Black Lagoon. This is one of those shows that people can overlook because it's not the normal anime style, but it is a artistic choice. Everyone is on purpose. Okay, I'm better. Whew. Okay. Had to get the gushing out of me. So next is... Oh, that's unfortunate. I forgot. Yeah, that was one of the disappointments. Ghost in the Shell Arise, which is still good. Ghost in the Shell Arise actually covers the specific the origins of the rest of the Ghost in the Shell series. That's about a group of soldiers trying to keep the peace in a futuristic city. And it shows a bit of... Rise is more about how the unit gets built and how they work together and find each other. It is very well done. The original Ghost in the Shell is another one of these grandfathers of anime. Like, Ghost in the Shell, the original OVA. Nope, not looking for the action one. Yeah, 1995. Ghost in the Shell, the original, was 1995. Yeah. We're talking one of the, not grandfathers, but at least fathers of anime. This is one of those interesting cyberpunks, and this is an offshoot of that, telling how the unit was made. So, there's a lot of nods to the other series. Unfortunately, Crunchyroll doesn't have those other series up on it, so you'll have to go elsewhere for it, but I did want to at least give some truth and give, Arise some love. It's definitely good, but I'm going to leave it just above the lesbian chunk. Okay. So next up, Ghost Stories. Okay, it's automatically going in. Ghost Stories is not on this list for any good reason, for those curious. Ghost Stories is one of the most infamous and one of the most famous and infamous dubbing incidents ever created, where mistakenly someone told a bunch of voice actors, just do whatever. We need a English dub. That's it. We didn't care what you said. Never tell voice actors this fact. There are horrible jokes. There are horrible jokes all over this, and will absolutely be... There's problems. You know what? But it still sits up there above. It's up there with Akudama Drive. It is one of those. There's problems. I'm not banishing it to the abyss. Oh yes, it sucks. It's not well done dub, but there are multiple uses of the word retarded. There are horrible. I'm just. There's swearing. There's. Oh no, this is one of those it's so bad it's good animes. Just anime dub. Like there are multiple horrible moments of
Remember, if it wasn't for me, your friend would be headlining in heaven, or according to born again Betty, hell, since after all he is Jewish.
I don't think I need to say anything more than yeah, pretty much. This is one of those this is so bad it's what the fuck.
You, what do you want?
Thanks a lot, man.
Huh? I think she's right. You are retarded.
Yeah, this is that for an entire several episodes. Let's just leave it at yeah. There are problems. There are many, many problems. This is just you kind of just roll with it. Like that's the kind of thing you get drunk, watch, and just laugh your ass off. Oh boy. Gintama. Oh boy. Gintama is one of the most what the fuck did I just watch animes. Propensity, it has, for 90% of its runtime, it is one of the most bare bones, basic comedy animes. It is absolutely one of the other things about it is that it is one of the longest running animes out there. Season 4, episode 367. Yeah. There are 367 episodes. Across multiple seasons. And it basically takes place in a version of what they call Bakumatsu, which is just after Japan starts to open itself up to the world, version where Japan was open to literal aliens as well as the West. Not as long as Naruto, but well, here's the better example to explain it. Yeah. It's one of the longer running. Yeah, December 2003 to June 20th, 2019. It is, and like I said, ostensibly it's just a comedy show. And then interspiced within it is some of this. to understand, Gintama is one of the most two-faced animes where you will have 40, 50 episodes, 30, 40 episodes of nothing but just basic jokes. And then that happens. And you're sitting there going, I know how we got here. I know what's going on. But what the fuck did I just watch? Gintama sits as a great anime. It is, if you can, it's one of those, it's amazing to see, and you have to have respect to understand, they're doing it on purpose. When the art looks bad, it's not because they're lazy, it's because this is primarily a comedy anime. But when it decides it wants to be serious, it hits harder because you feel it. It's not bad pacing. It's just you have to remember, the whole point of it is originally a comedy. So the comedy is the main point. Those fight sequences are just the animators going, I guess I can stretch my wings a little. So the comedy is not, you have to remember, the comedy is the point. But every now and then you'll get a sequence like that, and you'll just go, oh, right. These characters are actually badasses. I just want to share that with you all, just to give you a nice ground level understanding. Oh boy. Oh boy. Gleipnir. Okay. Oh boy. I'm gonna get called out for this one. This is the horniest goddamn violence anime I've ever seen. Like... Okay. This is one of those... To explain this anime is to look at it and go, uh-huh. Where someone had an idea based in their personal fetish, and it is bizarre, but at the same breath, I cannot help but respect how honest it is with itself. This anime is the equivalent of an 18-year-old boy going, I wanna fuck. Like I said, Gintama is one of those animes where the comedy is the main bit, but when the artists want to flex, they flex hard. Oh, boy. But Gleipnir, another one with really, really awesome fight sequences. And they're unique, too. The principle is you're given... The main character, of course, has some form of amnesia and doesn't know, but he can turn into this big costume character in the back, gaining superhuman strength and a really big gun. And he's a costume. So the girl on the left can wear him. He's all fleshy inside, and that's a whole thing. And like I said, this is one of those unrepentantly horny animes. There's problems, but I'm going to sit there and I'm going to stick it in that's great because, you know what? It's being honest with what it wants to be. And I can always respect an anime that just goes, I just want this to happen. So, and bear in mind, your main character is kind of a pushover, but he's also ostensibly a fairly good guy. But the girl main character is a cold-blooded bitch, and I have to love her for it. She will do anything to get to what she wants. And what she wants, well, You'll have to watch and see for yourself. It's really good overall. The fight scenes are all choreographed really well. And yes, that is an extraordinarily weird fetish. I don't know why it's a fetish, but it is someone's fetish, so there it is. Alright, I'm throwing myself on the fire. As bad as that one is to deal with, I'm about to throw myself on the fire for this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the anime that broke so many people. This is the anime that so many people gave up after episode 1. And to those people, I say, I understand. I truly do. But you are a pussy. Okay, not really. I had to make it worse just because I'm going to twist the knife, because Goblin Slayer. This is an anime that is divisive to say the least, and most people gave up after the first episode. Why did they give up on the first episode? They gave up on the first episode because it has a quite vivid depiction, not complete, but fairly vivid depiction of an adventuring party going into a goblin's den and fucking up, and the end result is the male members being killed and the female members being raped. It's not easy, it's not pleasant, it is not good. I do understand. I don't condone it, and I do understand why that turned a lot of people off on it. That being said, everything past that episode that introduces why the main character is as broken and is as much as he can be, is that focused and that merciless, is also followed up in that episode. The point of that being so brutal is so you understand that what that means and why the main character is as relentless as he is and merciless towards the goblins. And that is fantastic character writing. Goblin Slayer is one of my tops. I will get no end of shit about this. I know, but that is one of my top animes. The character development is fantastic. I will put it down near Chainsaw Man, though. Both of them are extremely hedonistic and violent. But there's a whole point behind it. And I know that will break a lot of people. But that is truly one I sat through and went through. I'm also the kind of... I'll put it this way. I'm the sort of person... One of these days I'll make one of these for webtoons too, because... I'll do one of these for webtoons eventually too, because that's another site I regularly frequent. And one of the ones that, much like Goblin Slayer, for me, is a webtoon called It Hurts. And that one, we'll get into it when I get to there, but it does. That entire comic is made to twist the knife endlessly in your guts. But there is something cathartic with the way these walks into hell go. Like, one thing I will always respect is that Goblin Slayer has made it clear that the titular character has no intention of surviving. He knows he's going to die someday in a goblin den. That doesn't matter. He's going to fight, scream, and take out every last one of them he can until he can't. That is one of those things. And the interesting part is the dynamic of the rest of his party trying to humanize him and remind him that empathy is not completely lost in him, which they do effectively, and they're all sorts of build-up. I have nothing but respect for the way, and there are 2 seasons and an OVA for Goblin Slayer. Again, that is just how it feels for me. Okay, Take a breath. Continuing on. Golden Kamuy. I was a little hesitant to include Golden Kamuy in, because I've only seen a handful of episodes. But I wanted to note about it that from what I saw, it is good. Golden Kamuy's basic concept is there's a hidden treasure somewhere in Japan, and to find it, you need bits of the map from these soldiers. And effectively these prisoners had the map tattooed on their back by this one guy. So what this becomes is a race of several groups trying to their best to get these maps, whether by collecting the person or just the map off their back, competing and fighting in I would say it's one of the post-war. It's one of the wars with Russia that Japan did. After that, and it's interesting. The characters are dynamic. I've heard nothing but good things about it. I just haven't had the time to sit down and watch it. Gungrave. Oh boy. Gungrave is one of those rule of cool shows that it basically is a guy's revenge on the mafia family that killed him. That's the basic tenet of Gungrave. What it does with it is develop these amazing gun-fu fights and just merciless gunfights all throughout. Ammunition is never a concern, I'll put it that way. It's a solid mid-show that's a little mindless action that can go kind of wild, but overall, maybe it's just because I'm not a teen anymore, but it doesn't hit as hard as it used to, but it does still feel good. Gunslinger Girl. This is one of the cases of subtle storytelling telling a lot. Gunslinger Girl is one of these cases of this story of girls being used as assassins and all that goes into that. And it is an amazing, painful journey. The Social Welfare Agency saves the lives of terminal patients using cybernetic implants, then teaches them to kill. After surviving the slaughter of her family, young Henrietta awakens to her new life as an agency with a rebuilt body and no memory. Teamed with Jose, who is responsible for turning her into the perfect assassin, Henrietta's been given a second chance, but what cost? This is a very emotionally dark show. There is a lot of very subtle storytelling that goes on that can be missed. This is not one to watch drunk. This is one to sit and savor. I unironically love it, but it is a dark journey that I don't blame someone for not wanting to go on. So, I love it, but I can see where others wouldn't. Hajime no Ippo. From something dark to something about as lighthearted and as you can get. Did I? I'm a writer. What can I say? I tend to do that without thinking about it, so that's just natural to me to hold the shift key. Hajime no Ippo follows a young boxer trying to make it to the top. Everything that goes into it, the training, the workout, the, meeting quotas, meeting with people. And it's a lot of real dramatic fight, a lot of very big dramatic fights, and it's anime, so that goes stupid and over the top. Like, you seeing a guy bloodied up, there's magical tricks. I mean, there are punches that do things that should be physically impossible. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of mindless fun. Again, it's right there with Gungrave to me. Just these, turn your brain off, enjoy the ride, and just let it go. Okay. All right. Where is it? Handyman Saito in Another World. One of the more basic isekais that actually handles its material really well. The idea for Saito is he's isekai'd, but he was just a general kind of handyman that handled various little tasks from picking locks, which is one of the main reasons he's in what his main use is as it. Yeah, that kind of bullshit. You get the idea. The same kind of, his punch stopped his heart for just a second and caused him to pass out, so he lost the match. Yeah, that kind of thing. Handyman Saito actually was interesting because it's what they call lower fantasy, which is there's not huge world-ending powers, but there's a lot of very basic world. There is magic, but it's, very tricky and not very usable. Hell, even the party he works with consists of a fairy that requires money to be able to heal someone, so literally she has to be paid before she can. A wizard with not schizophrenia, but various mental issues that can make him literally forget the spell as he is in the middle of it. And a warrior woman who prefers heavy armor and is just the general leader type, but didn't have any skills to unlock a treasure chest. Yeah. Love it. And Saito, who ostensibly acts as the team's rogue, but helps support them in various other ways. He also helps fix her armor. He's just an all-around good guy to have around. And it shows just how it's his journey with the group. And overall, it's well done. And there's actually a quite extensive cast of characters. Some of them some of them actually serious. And it works really well on throwing different dynamics. It's set up more like a sketch comedy bit where things will work out, where, certain things will happen and then the other things will. Overall, I do enjoy it, so I'm going to give it a unironically love, but no, I'm going to give it a good grade, so at least above Fate, I'll give it. Yeah, that looks about right. Next up. Oh, okay. Alright. Well, let's just pull up. This is one of those I'm just gonna pull up the main splash screen so you can see it a little bigger. Yeah. Want to guess the kind of anime Heaven's Lost property is? Yeah. No, Handyman Saito is actually one of those. Even the first episode has a unique gimmick, and it actually works pretty well, especially the more you watch it, so it's actually better than you'd expect. This, on the other hand, you know what? I'll just read the description and let it say it for itself. Girl crazy Tomoki's quiet life gets turned upside down when beautiful winged Icarus falls from the sky and starts calling him Master. Yep. She sure seems a little lost on Earth, and her origins are shrouded in mystery. One thing's for sure, though. She might have the power to make Tomoki's every dream come true. There's problems. I'm just gonna... I won't banish it to the abyss. But it's one of those shows that's just sitting on the precipice. And if I look at it too long, I may just kick it off the edge. Like I'm not as annoyed as I am with Dance in the Vampire Buns lolly worship. That cover kind of speaks volumes, how it's close and you're getting really close to hitting into the abyss. No, it's not a full-on hentai. It's close. It's damn close. In the worst ways, but it isn't. Okay. Oh, we go from that to one of the biggest tragedies in my goddamn mind. Hellgirl. Fourth Twilight. Named because it's actually the fourth season of Hellgirl. The first three are tied up in legal battles, which will break my goddamn heart, because Hellgirl remains one of my favorite animes as an overall thing. The idea, the basic concept for Hellgirl is if there's a website that you can go to, and if you type in someone's name, you can guarantee and send them to hell. However, you are guaranteed to go to hell as well when you die, but you'll have the rest of your life to live. Whether someone takes the deal, how they take the deal, whether, what pushes them towards it, what pushed them towards to even look at it in the first place. This is all very, very interesting. And it's a huge exploration. Yeah, it is a terrifying show, existentially and thought-provoking. But that is absolutely what makes it so rife with so much interesting character building. And the fact that the first three seasons are tied up in legal battles and we may never see them, or if you can find them, please do watch them. I unironically love this, and for the same level of terror, Death Parade is right next to it, because of course, both of them together. Next up, right next to it, Hell's Paradise. I'm going to give it... It's definitely a great show. It's on the lower end of great because I've gotten a little too old for this edgy anime where the main character is Gabimaru. He's a ninja. And because of super secret ninja techniques, he's actually able to, he's not able to be pulled apart by bulls or burned to death. And unfortunately, it's one of those cases where Hell's Paradise, and basically as a form of execution / the government looking for the elixir of immortality, Gabimaru, the main character, is sent with several other criminals to look for it on this particular island, where anytime they send someone, all they get is a corpse covered in flowers. So, the story follows that, Gabimaru going to that island. It's interesting, and it's got a lot of unique and theoretically, it's a lot of good potential. This first season was alright. I'll wait and see if they ever do a second season. I'm not interested enough to go after the manga, because this just feels a little weak, but it's decent. Gabimaru it is a nice name, but it's a common one for ninjas, so. Alright, next up on the list, right? Hells. Going from Hell's Paradise to just straight Hells. Basically, this is a one-off OVA. I'll read the description to let you guys get an idea. Rine Amagane's new school is really something else. The other girls are ghoulish, the teachers are terrifying, and the headmaster is Helvis, a demon in tight pants with a craving for rock and roll. There's just one problem. Rine's not actually supposed to be here. Sanzu River Academy is nestled in the heart of Destiny Land, and while it might sound like fun, it's literally hell. And to get to hell, Rine had to have died, except she never did. Or at least as far as she's aware. And it's a lot of silly fun. I'll put it that way. It's a very unique OVA. It's about 2 hours, yeah. Yeah, the art style is a bit, like they say, just what? Yeah. It's one of those, it's Studio Madhouse, so it's one of those early, before Gainax became Gainax. It's one of these silly old ones that just kind of one-shot where some anime developers basically just went and had some fun. If nothing else, it's something to relax with and just let it ride. It is cringy, but it's cringy in the right kind of ways. So, I'll give it a good mid. It's mid. Yeah, I give it about there, below Iliad. Oh boy. Okay. Hellsing! Oh boy. And we had to get both of them. Okay. Hellsing. This is a prime example of doing an anime before the manga is done and after the manga is done. Technically speaking, Hellsing holds the same plot on both of them. However, the original anime they made was before the manga was finished, so they literally made up their own final antagonist and final fight for Alucard. I have no idea. I'm going until... how long have I been going? To be honest, I've just kind of been going. What are we at? 2.5 hours? It shouldn't take me... I have no idea, to be honest. I've kind of just been going. If you gotta go, you gotta go. It's fine. Hellsing. Okay. It's definitely great, and honestly, Hellsing stands as... It's going to sit at one of the top, because one of the things about it is the unique music, the jazzy flow for the music, sits as one of my favorites. However, the fact that they had to rush the ending and is way too obvious of a weakness. But I would say Hellsing stands, if nothing else, look up the original anime's OST. Just listen to it for some bit, and it's just really cool jazz. But then I'm a big jazz fan, so... And no, I probably will finish this in another hour or two, and then I'll probably eat, relax, and maybe do a stream of Persona 5 Tactica. I have the day off work for once, so I want to relax. There's missed potential, and this has the also second downside of the early art. Yeah, the early art stands. But then, its big brother was eventually made. It went through some production hell, but it stands as probably one of... Nope, this rises to the top. This is a cultural icon. Hellsing Ultimate. Which is basically a one-for-one, scene-for-scene recreation of the original manga. Which, if you're not familiar, Kota Hirano's art style is absolutely one of those that just works. Like, just look up Hellsing manga panels. Just look them up sometime. Their detail. It seems simple till you look at the intricacies of some of the sequences. And they made these one for one basically into the manga, into Hellsing Ultimate. It stands as a cultural icon to me. If no one else will, I will stand at that. If you've not seen it, go watch it. It is worth the time. I understand that the earliest OVAs have a few production issues and audio issues. That's fine. The weight and the feel of it, the fights, everything about it. Hellsing Ultimate stands up there with Cowboy Bebop, Demon Slayer, Fist of the North Star, and Hellsing. So, from there we move to... Unfortunately, it looks like we're dropping back into... Yep. We're dropping back into Are You Sure This Isn't Hentai sequences with High School DxD. A war between heaven and hell is raging on Earth, and hormonal fury is raging in Issei's pants. Enter curvy, red-headed Rias, president of the Occult Research Club, a club that doesn't actually research the occult, they are the occult, and Rias is a devil. Yep. Yeah, no, this is teetering on the abyss of, is this hentai? But nope. Like just to be clear, it's not. I'm pretty sure it's the ED, the ending that credits that Is it ending 1? Yeah. I'm not even going to click the video. I'm just going to let that icon, that thumbnail right there speak for itself. I'm going to let that just speak for itself on, yeah. It's on the brink of the abyss. It exists. I've watched bits of it. But, yeah. I'm going to let that speak for itself. Alright. Oh no. We go from horny to just plain horrified. We go from horny to just plain horrifying. Higurashi, When They Cry. Luckily, this is only the remake and not the original. Oh boy. Even that main title, that main screen they've got up there, that should give you all the red flags you need. Because yeah, okay, she's got her hand open to us and she's, generally cute enough. And that's the point where I point out, did you notice the blood? What blood? On her cheek there? Oh. Yeah. Check her other hand. Is that a hatchet? Yeah, it is. That's the point. That chilling sensation you just felt down your spine? That's your body telling you it's a warning. Higurashi is not for the faint of heart. Higurashi is not for those who not for those who are sensitive. Higurashi is a very, very fucked up series. It's going at the top of there's problems. But just understand, it's still well done. It's just that it's probably one of the darkest storylines. I'm saying that as a fan of Goblin Slayer, this is one of the darkest storylines that, yeah. Okay. Now, we go from teetering into the abyss to probably what I'm about to throw into the abyss. Because there is no production. Like, everything about this show visually and audially are fine. Everything about it, there is no official hentai. It does not cross the line. It implies things, and the implications of what it is bother the fuck out of me. So let's. This is a show dedicated to somebody feeling incredibly smug and smart about themselves. This is someone who wants to make a guide and go, well, if you do find yourself in this situation, this is how you should go about things, and this is the way things should go. Mixed with the usual the pretension that, well, because I'm so smart, I deserve XYZ. In this case, I deserve a harem of girls looking to and lusting for me. I deserve to be made king because I figured out. Yes. Oh no, the main MC himself is not narcissistic. I'm looking at the writer who did this, who wrote this. How, the title alone, How a Realist Hero Rebuilt the Kingdom. So, effectively done is, it's a fantasy world where they summon the hero to, defeat the Demon King. Or at least that's the pretension behind it. When the hero finds this out, he's basically more so being sold off to cover the kingdom's debts to to the other kingdoms. Like, he'll be the down payment for them to hold up their end of a political deal. So rather than that, he decides to revamp, since he was studying to be a civil engineering major, he's going to redevelop the entire kingdom and reinvigorate its economy and fix all the problems and help all the people, and and everyone's just going to follow him, because then the king he does such a good job that the king steps down and makes him king, and it's all his work going in, and it's all his connections. And by no means is this a bad show, and in fact, it's well thought out. It's an intelligently written show. However, there's a sense of condescension, and I can't escape with how this goes, where he's always 3 moves ahead above everyone else. There's no sense of fun to it beyond, he's a workaholic, and that's his major flaw, is he's a workaholic. Just overall, I'm banishing this one into the abyss. I watched it through, and I can see the intelligence behind it, but it's someone with intelligence that is basically, looking down their nose at you, because you're supposedly not as smart as them because they know, because you didn't go to college. That kind of thing. That's the kind of smug sense I get from it. That pervades the entire show. So, for that, I prevent you from being able to look down on anyone by dropping you into the abyss. You don't deserve to be down there with Berserk 2016 or Dance in the Vampire Bund, but you're still down there. And then, okay, now from something super serious to lighthearted, but still kinda serious. How heavy are the dumbbells you lift? Basically, it's an anime about some women learning various exercises to keep fit. I wish I could say more, but that's pretty much it. It is technically tied to another series of anime full of super buff guys, but that doesn't really matter. It doesn't really come up in the show anyway. It's mostly just a cute women working out. That's pretty much it, and some knowledge about. It's relatively lighthearted. It's knowledge about exercises you can do and help with. And so it could help you as well. For that, I give it a good solid... Yeah, it's definitely mid. Yeah. Honestly, it's right next to Elegant Yokai Life. It can be kind of boring, but it does at least have some... it's a little lighthearted joke. A lot of jokes. It's, ostensibly just a comedy anime, but it goes the distance for what it wants. Oh boy. Okay, we're into speaking of, I can't understand what my husband is saying. This parody anime, this is a short-form comedy. How short? I believe the episodes are like 4 or 5 minutes. Yeah. Like, each individual episode is only like 4 or 5 minutes. This is an extremely one of those short-form animes. Like, just so I can get a time on the timing episodes, because it's like 5 minutes. Oh no, not even 3 minutes. Okay. Don't want to get busted for putting on an anime. I just wanted to see 3 minutes. So, it's not like the show would take you long to watch. The joke is, it's about a wife who is just a general office lady, but her husband is one of those shut-in neats. And and she loves him, he loves her, but she doesn't quite get all the references in anime he's referencing. Sorry about that. Had to sneeze. Ooh. It's a very quick, short series, but it's cute, and if you're a big weeb, you can enjoy the little references. It's about as mid as it gets. It can be problematic if you don't get the references, but it is very cute and it's very sweet. Nothing major, just yeah. All right. So then, next up, I shall survive using potions. So, it's another isekai, so debuff right there. And it's one of the cheaper, boring isekais where the main character... Yep, pretty much. Don't want to think? That's a good one to put on. I don't care. I Shall Survive Using Potions is about... I'm going to put it on the bottom of mid, because it's not as dangerous as Higurashi is. This is just stupid. I Shall Survive Using Potions is... Office Lady is accidentally killed, so she gets moved to a fantasy world, and she gets the ability to make potions in any container size or style she wants. She begins to abuse the living hell out of this ability immediately. She can create them, by create, she doesn't mean mix and gather ingredients and blend them. No, she can just manifest potions in whatever way she wants. And so, like, there's a point where she makes a horse cart that she claims is a potion bottle because it has a little slot on the side. That's it. She can do just about anything she wants with it. And from what we can tell, the goddess made her immortal. Or at least that's what's heavily implied by her contact with the goddess. So she'll never really stop being a lolly, which is a whole other thing. Which is why I'm putting it. Yeah, it happens. So overall, yeah, how I want to survive with potions. It's mid at best, and I'm being kind to it because I watched the whole thing and just kind of went, yeah, that's a thing. So, yeah, I won't put it in the abyss. There's problems with it. It's really kind of dull, but I can't be that cruel to it. It at least, when the main protagonist's main motivation is trying to better the world and her life and the world of those around her, I can't be that cruel to it. So next up, oh god. Okay, this one was cruel to me. Okay. Oh, it must be just the way... Okay. This is If it's for my daughter, I could even slay the Demon King. Let's see. Did I scroll past? Yeah. If it's for my daughter, I could even defeat a demon lord. Oh boy. This is a series that has the potential to twist a knife in my heart. I know it's going to at some point. But it is... I'm putting it... Unfortunately, I'm not too magi yet. We'll have to get to that when we get to it. I'm only in the eyes. Yeah, I'm only in the eyes. If it's for my daughter, the Demon Lord, okay, I'm putting it at the bottom of great. Because the minute that show decides to twist my knife, it's going down into mid. But as it stands, it's a story about a found family where an adventurer finds a demon girl abandoned out in the wild and decides to adopt her as his daughter. Yeah, we'll get to Magi. And it decides to adopt her as his daughter. This show is sweetness like a pure goddamn thing of sugar. It is one of those dangerous shows that there is a couple ways that this could go to twist a knife in your heart, and you don't want to see it happen. But overall, it is fun, it is cute, and it's the extended family that she develops over time with the help of her adoptive father is just fun. It is a great show. It is also... I can see this show ripping my heart out. But we'll get to... But that's good for that. Next up is... Oh. Okay, I gotta scroll back up because it got out of... Okay. I'm giving a disgraced noble lady I rescued a crash course in naughtiness. The title sounds like it should be just a general hente, so I should be putting it down here in There's Problems right next to High School DxD or Heaven's Property. Sounds like I should. What it actually is a very sweet, very... Like, it's on par with, like, it's on par with For My Daughter. It's a very simple show about this noble woman who is being chased out of her homeland. And this mage saves her. And she's been so neglected. Yeah, I find Afro Samurai about mid myself. I find it's a very saccharine, sweet show where she has basically been so abused her entire life that she has never learned how to have any kind of enjoyment. And it's what it is this mage teaching her to enjoy and find joy in life by indulging in things he considers naughty and cruel. Naughty. Having cake right before bed. You're not supposed to, but he does because it would teach her to enjoy and seek her pleasure in life. No, I think it might be, but either way, it's a fun little saccharine show. It's great. It's nothing mind blowing. It's not going to. You know what? No, I'll leave it at mid. I'll leave it on mid because it's another one of these saccharine shows that just it's harmless. It's much like the cake thing. It's nothing but empty calories, but you can do far, far worse. Alright, I'm in love with the villainess. Yet another isekai. But this one, and the start of the villainous trope, where, in this case, the character they were made... Okay, I know where I'm going to put this just for the point of it has to go there. I'm in love with the villainess is... Girl dies and is reborn as the main character of her favorite visual novel, which takes place in a school, an academy for teaching noble people magic. However, but of course she's born a commoner, so she's not on the same level. This is a common, fantasy. This is a common trope for various visual novels. The difference here is, after being reincarnated, there are the romance options that would normally be in there for, the three male protagonists. Unfortunately, the one she's reincarnated, Claire, the person Ray, the person who's reincarnated, is a hardcore, absolute love for the villainess. Loving that she, in various ways, very arrogant, haughty, and it's a very puritanical love. Like, she's not expecting affection back. She just loves the character. She's a huge fan of her. So, to the point where she's helping to set Claire, the character, the villainess she's in love with, up with one of the other male protagonists. This is just her... This is the poor gay girl pushing her straight friend along and just loudly pining for her the entire time. It's a lighthearted comedy. Again, empty calories, nothing really bad about it. I'll put it towards the bottom. Yeah, I'll put it above Are You Lost? It's empty calories. It's nice enough, but it is very much a middling show. Next up, again, continuing the villainous thing. I'm the villainous, so I'm taming the final boss. Another long title, but alright. So, reincarnated again but this time as the villainess herself, right as the villainess has her main love break off her main fiancé break off their wedding. So, the shock of it was so much that she remembered her past life, for what that's worth, and basically knows how the plot of the game is supposed to go. So, what she does instead is go to the final boss and look to persuade him to marry her instead. And at least seek shelter alongside him. The final boss being another prince who is basically has all the traits of being like the dark evil king, the demon king, but he isn't fully transformed and it's nascent in him, so he's able to control himself. So it's an interesting dynamic of her. Yeah. So it's an interesting dynamic of her trying to charm and get, those two playing off each other. It's a fun enough show. It doesn't mean any harm, and the music's actually pretty good on it. So the opening theme especially kind of sticks with me, so I'll put it in mid. I'm a little kinder to these shows than I expected, but hey. Okay. Oh boy. Inspector. I love this goddamn pun. I'm going to show it so it can... Alright. In/Spectre. This is a horribly wonderful pun. This show is about investigating supernaturally exploring, investigating various crimes or ideas, and basically it's about a world where supernatural spirits live alongside regular humans. However, because the interplay back and forth, does go back and forth, and it is one of those. Inspector is absolutely fantastic. And from the beginning, she falls in love with a boy, Sakuraga Kuro, she's seen as a goddess to the supernatural beings, as someone who can solve their problems, and he is feared by them all because he's a person who has various powers forced into him from a family experiment, let's call it that. I don't want to spoil everything. The two of them work together to solve various problems, and the show does a fantastic job exploring and deep diving every situation. And Kotoko is a fun, riotous main character who, bear in mind, to become the goddess cost her an eye and a leg, literally. So she has a false leg and a false eye she wears. And overall is just a fun, riotous character who, this show honestly made me cringe at the whole lolly thing, because, she's a relatively small-built girl. She's actually supposed to, and of course, she's supposed to be 18 or 20. She just never was the type who got very tall or developed any. And she will loudly announce to people how she got laid. And just making her boyfriend extraordinarily uncomfortable because he knows how it looks. The show is well aware. It is fun, it is riotous. I unironically love it. even with the cringe of dealing with the cringe of dealing with her being a lolly, it still comes out on top. So I'm gonna give it, you know what, right next to Bakken Monogatari for the. I'm gonna give him back to Bakken Monogatari just for the. This is sexually uncomfortable for some people kind of energy. All right. Oh, now we're scrolling into. Okay. In the Land of Leodale. This one I'm kind of torn on. It's pretty bad. Like, just point blank. In a consistency sort of world thing, this show is terrible. Though it has some points where I kind of enjoy it. So first off, the main character, it is an isekai. The main character was spent their entire life, they're forced to live life on life support. So all the tubes, wires in their body, keeping them alive. So the only thing she had to pass her time was a VR MMORPG called Leodale. Which obviously, since she didn't have to do anything else she could do, she became a master of the game. She basically was able to max out everything, do everything, and build herself up. Then somehow we assume she died, and when she wakes up, she finds herself in the body of her character, but 200 years after the events of the main game. So, oh yeah, and there's always plenty of that. Bleach being one of the prime contestants for that one, for forgetting plot points. But anyway, she is basically, again, isekai, so of course super OP, and has all these sort of bonuses and the same controls she has. But what's interesting is there's all sorts of things she learns, and it's exploring the world after the fact, and it's just a new life for her. The downside is, the interesting bit is also that at some point, they actually do bring up that there are other players in the game as well. And I'm not sure how that would work out. I've not read the manga it's based on, but there's problems with this, so I'm just going to leave it down there. But overall, it's fluffy and it's cute, but there's not much here to really save it. I will say Dragon Ghost House Hunting is probably better, though. Alright, next up, interviews with monster girls. So, basically the idea is, in a world where what they call Ajin, demi-humans, whatever you want to call them, are real, but they're more low-key. And the professor here on the top right has been studying them, as a subset of humanity. And he became a school teacher, and, one of the teachers from school, and came into the fact that there are several succubi. There's a succubus, a Yukiona, a vampire, and a Dullahan, who are all students in the school. And they come, and it's their... Bear in mind, it is 99% platonic. Some of the girls can develop small, childhood crushes on the professor because he's big and bulky and buff as shit. Like, there's a point where they go swimming and dude is fucking jacked. Like, dude works hard, obviously. But it's just a lot of lighthearted slice of life fun. It's not for everybody, but it is very cute. And honestly, it's just their, how they interact and how they work with each other. And different things like that. It's learning about their characteristics, what's make them different, but also still human. So, and how they, like how the Dullahan here deals with the fact that her head is separate from her body, but still able to feel and sense. So, and they bring up stuff like how that might be, how, having her head separate might make it difficult to swim. Or that she's never been underwater because what are the chances she drops her head? That kind of thing. It's a lot of very cool, very interesting small character developments. It's relatively harmless and a lot of fun, so I'm going to say it's great. It's not for everybody, but it's going to sit on the lower end of it's great. I'm not going to put it in mid because I still think I enjoyed it. Like, it's fun for what it is. It's a lot of silly fun. It's stuff like the succubus teacher, because she knows what her abilities can do, she stays in a hotel. She stays not in a hotel, but in a house that is very far from anyone else, so that she can't interact. So she can't actually attract them without intending to. So it makes her very tired because she has to ride the train for a long time to and from work, and stuff like that. Little touches of character that really make it stand out to me. From there, we move on to... Oh. Okay. Inugami to Nekoyama-san. This is a case of being... The manga was better. Okay, just point blank. The manga was frigging better. The series follows two high school girls, Yachio Inugami, a dog-like girl who loves cats, and Suzu Nekoyama, a cat-like girl who loves dogs, and the strange relationship their respective habits form. Basically, it's about the two girls flirting and playing around with their third best friend, who isn't even named in the main description here, and basically, it was a comedy manga that was just a couple of, what they call 4 strips. The problem is they tried to translate it literally to the anime, and it doesn't work that well. So sadly, I must banish you to the abyss, right next to Danganronpa, where, again, you can't, unless you're doing something like Hellsing Ultimate, we're taking manga panels directly pretty much and just retouching them up for animation, you're not going to get well. You have to respect the difference between the motion and what these still images can do. So, there we go. Alright, next up. Where is it? Just to give you guys... Because I think... Yeah. I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level. So, yet another isekai, I know. It's no surprise. They've made a lot of them. And they're relatively harmless junk food generally. And... Okay, the title kind of says it all. The main character was given an immortal young body and has spent 300 years killing the weakest enemies and maxed out their level by doing basically nothing but living really quiet lives. And that's where the story starts. From there, it's her interactions with various other people and other people who hear about this legendary witch, and basically her just trying to live her life and who all she... It's a harem anime, but it's a lesbian harem anime, if that makes a difference to anyone. I'm gonna keep it pretty low, so... Yeah, it's pretty much on par with I'm Villainous. Yeah, it's pretty mid, boring at best, but it can be kind of cute and have some nice jokes, and the character design is nothing terrible. But the fact that so much of it is predicated on being the platonic affection kind of eats away at it after a while. Oh boy. I mean, there's only one place I can go after with this. We've gotten through the I's and we're into the J's. And of course, for everyone, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. If you are an anime fan, you have seen some reference or you have some awareness of this goddamn series. It doesn't matter how hard you try to duck it. Someone will make a reference to it and you'll sit there and go, what the hell is that about? And you'll go, oh, okay, let me explain JoJo's to you. Yeah, there's only one place JoJo's can ever go. It's iconic. Like at this point, yeah, it's at the top. It's goddamn JoJo's. No one knows. No one doesn't know JoJo's. Even if there's no. Even if they don't know that where it comes from, there's a reference to JoJo's somewhere. It's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It's one of those I just can't believe they... Oh, man. It's hard not to laugh at it. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is nothing but short of an absolute legend. If I need to explain more, you know what I'll do? I'll look up one of my favorite versions. Is it Bloody Stream? Nope, there it is. I'll share this cup. Look this up on your own. And that is how you put your whole back into a song.
Snake eyes, the showdowns one-on-one, our adventure's never done. Keep it rolling, the cycle's too bizarre, but we know you'll make it far, yeah. From the highest mountain beacon to the depths of the sea. It's a story packed in gold, hotly tempered like the souls of those in its pages, and the hearts that
It sounds amazing in Japanese. It is amazing.
Again we raise the curtains where these tearful sparks are certain to fly. With stars that burn our hearts and shape our lives, and wish us all the best until the encore. No matter what's in store, we'll all come back for more. Heaven's fire knows the name. All the world was calling out our names before we ever saw the flames, burning from the start until the end and back again. It's in our veins. Are losing all composure, raising temperatures to volcanic heights. In a rush from every face you learn to fight. Determination hardening to glory. So your story goes while the stars are watching glow. Again we raise the curtains where these tearful sparks are certain to fly. With stars that burn our hearts and shape our lives, and wish us all the best until the encore. No matter what's in store, we'll all come back for more. Heaven's fire knows the name.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Everyone knows it. It is an amazing series. If you've never watched it and you're kind of squeamish, I can kind of understand. There are some animal cruelty bits that get some people. That being said, there is so much amazingly stupidity in it. It is one of those, you don't just turn off your brain, you turn your brain turns off, inverts, and then you realize you're thinking about something really hard then, because you didn't quite catch what was happening. Okay. So, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I had to at least, honest, give it to the cultural icon that it is. Alright. Jesus. Well, we're closer than we were. Joran's... Okay, Joran, Princess of Snow and Blood. So... I wish I could claim this was any kind of good. Artistically, from a visual standpoint, the show is pretty decent. However, the overall plot is... This woman is looking for revenge on the people who wiped out her clan, who all had the ability... I only put the most basic of I didn't think I turned anything but the basic filters on. Just so I didn't have people cursing constantly. Okay. Open widgets. Okay. Well, looks like it's still holding up though. So it's still, yeah, so its stream's still going. Okay. Yeah, no, so it's doing its job, so I can't argue too much against it. Anyway, Joran's... It means well and it's trying to be edgy, but honestly, it falls to mid at best, and even then, no, there's problems with it. It means well, and it's trying to be edgy and cool, and it just falls flat for what it's trying to do. So, I'm leaving it at problems. I'm leaving it down there. I'm not going to kick it into the abyss, but you ain't you're on you're on dangerous ground. I'll put it that way. The cousin to one of my favorites, Black Lagoon. And I don't mean that lightly. I mean literally the developers of Jormungand, our next one, and Black Lagoon have specifically stated that each of their mangas, because they were so similar, exist in the same universe. Yeah. Jormungand basically follows a child soldier as he's been picked up by a military arms dealer and is used as a child soldier / bodyguard for her and the team she has. It's not fantastic. It's got a lot of really good gunfight sequences, and it's really well done for what it is, but of the two, I'd say it's the lesser. It's still great, but it definitely sits lower. Because the overall gunfights it's a little too focused on technical, where Black Lagoon revels in what it wants to do. Jormungand is more happy to point out and say, isn't this really cool military tech? Like, look at this gun, look at this cannon, this is awesome, this is all really cool stuff. Yes and no. But Jormungand also did give us Jormungand Coco song. Yeah. Did give us a song based on the main character, Time to Attack. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, this is one of those. They tried really hard, and it is charming for what it is, but it still remains one of those. It's great, but it's not gonna hold up to what I think Black Lagoon, or at least I'll watch Black Lagoon before I will watch Jormungand. From there, okay. Next up, unfortunately, it has not hit iconic status. What I'm talking about is Jujutsu Kaisen. We have seen 2 seasons of it so far, and it definitely is one of those, it's definitely up there I unironically love. It is definitely a lot of fun. It is a riot. I'm going to throw it right behind the Fate series. Yeah. Give it more. This is another one of those. Give it some more time. Much like Chainsaw Man. Like I justified for Chainsaw Man. We just need more of it to be able to push into iconic status. Chainsaw Man will probably make the jump when the big OVA comes out. When the next arc movie comes out. Because I get the feeling that's what's going to push it into main public consciousness. I don't know what it'll take for Jujutsu Kaisen, but it is very high. The Nanami hair pull, if nothing else, is very, very well known at this point. A lot of kinks in that. Oh, and we go from something good to Jujutsu Juni Tyson, The Zodiac War. The record of a bloody battle between 12 proud warriors. The 12-12 tournament that gets held every 12 years. 12 brave warriors who bear the names of the signs of the zodiac fight each other for the lives and souls. The participants are 12 very strange warriors. The victor of the tournament gets to have one wish granted, whatever it may be. The one wish they want granted. Who will be the final survivor? I'm sorry. It just... I got bored. Battle Royale, yep. I got bored of this. This was so blasé. Like a bad battle game. You're down here in the abyss. You're right next to Angels of Death. You two can jump off together. Be gone and never come back and bother me. Alright. It's one of those... It's trying to be as edgy as possible. And I mean, if you look at the character designs, you can see how really horny some of the designs are. Yeah, no, it just overall, no, I'm good. Oh, we're into the K's. Cabaneri, the Iron Fortress. This is a unique one. Cabaneri is one of those... The concept is interesting. The world they build is unique and fun, but also grim as hell. I'm gonna put it... It's definitely great, and I'm gonna stick it next to Rise. These are great shows that have a lot of interesting potential and are well done for the characters. The design and combat is fluid and wonderful. Gun Fu is always kind of fun to watch. But overall, one of the biggest things that always holds me back is they made the zombies too powerful. Like, they're zombies, they're corpses, they shouldn't be that resistant to damage, but either way, it's really good overall. There's a lot of steampunk tech in it. Just overall, very, very cool. Okay. Oh. Kageki Shoujo. Okay. This show is interesting. This show is about some girls, basically... There's an acting troupe that puts on these big, fantastic shows. These girls are basically going to a high school that will train them to be actors in that troupe. And it will teach them how to dance, sing, all these various skills they need, how the outfits are created. There's a lot of work that they can get into. And of course their main goal is to become actors in the troupe, to put on these shows and to be, center stage. The only thing that kind of makes me laugh is it shows a very Japanese sense where our main protagonist isn't the normal girl. She's actually quite significantly taller than most of the others. And they make a big deal about how tall she is, meaning that she'll likely only play male roles in those shows. She's 5'10". It's like, yeah, she's tall for a girl. She's still, it's not like she's 6'3" or something. She's still, yeah. There's plenty of people who can put their hand on top of her head pretty easily. But either way, it's one of those, it's about the competition slash the development of their skills. It's a very character focused show, and it's kind of a slow burn. It's not for everyone. I'm gonna put it on low. It's great, but it's one of those, I can see the appeal of it. I can see where people wouldn't. And it's always, I guess because I'm a theater-minded person, anything that goes into the background of what it leads up to a theater show and how much work and effort. Yeah, no, it's the big cultural thing, so, her standing out is a big thing to it, and I enjoy it. So, Kageki Shoujo stands as one of those really excellently written ones for me. I can see where most people might throw it in mid or low, but that's where I am. Oh god. Kaguya-sama Love is War. This is a comedy among comedy animes. This is a show about two people who are very much interested in dating each other, but don't have the pride slash courage to actually make the first move and admit, I want to be with you. Bear in mind, they're horny teenagers, so it only gets better. This is a show that just absolutely, really, really wants to just have fun with it. The voice, especially the English sub, where there are extra hidden lines that they'll have with like the narrator where the narrator interjects, says a person who wasted an entire episode trying not to say anything. And it's like, it's pot shots like that will always stick in my back of my mind. It's definitely one of the nicer ones. I'll put it next to Fate Grand Order, because both of them are fairly good comedies. But I'd say Kaguya-sama is higher because it actually doesn't require any background to it, unlike Grand Carnival. Oh boy. Unfortunately, this is the only one of this particular author's works I can throw on this list. Kakushi Goto, which is just named after the main protagonist. Single father Kakushi Goto has a secret. He's a top-selling artist of a popular erotic manga. But his impressionable young daughter Hime can never find out. Now he's having to bend over backwards just to keep her inquisitive little mind from finding out what the hell he does. Again, another ace comic anime that basically allows him, that is just going around hiding the dirty stuff you can from a young daughter. It works. It's very wordplay heavy. Again, I'm gonna put it down here, but I can see where I'm gonna put it next to, if it was for my daughter, I would even defeat a demon lord, just because those two have the same kind of energy. The same, this is for my daughter, I have to do this, but gods, do I not want to. Oh, okay, so we go from pure to pure trash. Oh no. Kamikatsu. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Pure, unadulterated trash. Kamikatsu, working for God in a godless world. Okay. This is absolute trash in the lowest sense. I'm basically deciding where it goes, because here's the thing. There are times when something is trash and you're looking at it for trying for some redeemable trying to find any redeemable aspect of it. I watched the entire series hoping that there was something to this. No, this entire show is absolute garbage. Oh, it's like someone lost a drunken bet, and that's what we got. And this is what we got. Like, it is the anime trying to teeter on the edge of hentai and failing miserable, and technically it does. It never goes into full-on porn. However, for the sake of having a lolicon character blatant lolicon character, and making that a critical plot point, you get banished into the abyss, and you get to sit right next to Vampire Bund. I'm sorry. Oh, man. It is just... Like, the main plot is, this guy gets isekai'd because his father's cult, looking to have him be resurrected, put him in a barrel and threw him into the ocean. The problem is, he did get reincarnated. And the god of his father's cult followed him. He was blessed by her. He has such resentment for that god that he actually basically starts using her like a convenient tool to build a religion to help himself survive, because in the world he went to, it's basically he'd be an outcast and killed just offhandedly. So, yeah, I'm not gonna, yeah, no, that just goes straight into the abyss. It's not one I can suggest. Oh, hey, I think this is the first one to sell them, trying to sell them. I think this is the first one that's selling a mobile game. Cancol. Oh, boy. If you've never heard of Cancol, it's an online mobile game, gacha game, where ship girls are what you get to roll and do and fighting. Yeah, but execution matters. And, how to put it? I'm not even going to bother looking up what Kamikatsu's got in... It's ugly visuals, and some of it's done on purpose, and some of it ain't. Cancol. It was basically a glorified anime selling point for the online mobile game. There's problems with that. I'm gonna leave it next to the pharmacy. It's one of those, yeah. You're not teetering on the abyss just because you're near porn, but you just ain't really standing out. It's absolutely... Ugh. Honestly, and part of Kamikatsu having a not trash storyline is kind of the... Yeah. Is kind of one of the other sticking points is there's good potential. Yeah, I have. I don't know if they're rated for less than 4 stars, but I've also sat through interspecies reviewers, if you've ever heard of that. Oh boy. Okay, we're into H's. Yep, no, we're still in the K, okay. Right, I forgot the official title of this. Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken. That title tells you nothing about what's within. Interspecies Reviewer was basically about some guys going around reviewing brothels in a fantasy world. Full-on whorehouses. We're not being subtle here. It's literally what it was about. in something far purer, Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken basically goes into the ins and outs of animation. It's an anime about animation. About these three girls who have come together to basically create their own kind of animations based on the one girl's drawings and the world she likes to construct. And each of them have their different strengths and their contrasts, and it's about how they each come to it, and visually is staggering on how good they come across when they come across different points, where they will take a point about the story and how they want to draw something, and the girls will basically, without missing a beat, basically be transported into a white zone world of them exploring and talking over how to draw and how things need to be done. I cannot stress enough, this is one of the greats. It's not iconic, it's not that popular, but it is, I unironically love this. I haven't put something in a while. This is one of those. It's absolutely fantastic. Just good overall. Alright, next up, Kill la Kill. Gynax bouncing. I'm tempted to throw it in There's Problems, but it's actually just good. It's good. It's just purely a... Kill la Kill stands as one of those. It's fun. It's high energy. It's Gynax having fun and messing around with everything from visual gags to, well, being horny as hell for the main characters. Because those outfits don't exist for no reason. But yeah. Kill la Kill is just a slapstick riot. Yeah, 6 years after their collaboration in the groundbreaking anime series Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, Hiroyuki Imashi and Kazuo Inashi are back to shock the world. Ryuki Matoi is a vagrant schoolgirl traveling from place to place searching for clues to the truth behind her father's death. The Woman with the Scissor Blade, the journey that has led Ryuko to Honoji Academy. It is a riot, it is fun. Wind warning. Yeah, lots of wind. Might be a good way to warn people. Alright. Alright, next up, Kino's Journey. The Beautiful World. A story about Kino travels out the world with nothing but guns for protection and a talking motorcycle Hermes. Yeah. He travels world to world just checking it out and learning. It's a slow roast and sometimes really good story. I don't really have much to say on it. It's one of those just vibe. It's one of those series that just works on vibes. Some episodes are better than others, and some have others' attributes, but overall, Kino himself is a fun character, and just overall. Next up... Oh, right. It's Kyo... Oh, I always screw up the title of this one. Yeah. Right, it's the one that throws me off because it's technically a K, but somebody left it in the L's. Kyoso Giga. An otherworldly treat of an anime that, much like Kill la Kill, the animators just go off. It is a great ride, And it's fun to watch the animators just draw whatever the hell they want and just make fight scenes that just go. It's a lot of fun. It's silly. There's a very loose plot holding the all things together. Most of it is just an excuse to draw whatever the hell they want. It's great. It's a riot to have. I mean, yeah, it happens. But yeah, in a mirror city that is Kyoto and yet not Kyoto, where humans, monsters, robots, and robots all live, 14-year-old Koto searches for her mother. She encounters a monk named Mioe, who is waiting for his father to return. Family and the mirror city itself are at stake as this action fantasy unfolds. There's a lot to go through. And just, again, visually, this is what this works on, is visuals more than anything. Alright. Next up, Laid Back Camp. This is one of my ex's favorites animes. I can see why. It was only ever really mid for me. High mid, but still mid. It's literally about some girls who want to go camping. Yeah. It's them building up supplies and various techniques and various things. It's much like Souls at Work. It's just very informative. And just kind of works on how you would want to. What you would do if you wanted to go camping. Simple enough, and it can be kind of dull for some people, but I remember enjoying it well enough. Alright. And next up we go to... oh boy. Life Lessons... let's see, how's the phrasing exactly? Life Lessons with Uramichi Onisan. This is the story of an actor who works on a children's daytime show. And the crew on it basically it is very good at what it is. The only thing about it is, the best joke about it is just when it breaks character and realizes the characters realize just how ridiculous the situation is. It is a laugh riot. I'm going to throw it in It's Great. I'm going to stick it next to Aho Girl, because it's the same kind of bouncy, fun energy, contrasted with the same, somebody going, well, that just fucking happened. I'd say that probably be the closest. Oh no. Oh no. Fuck. Okay, well, take a breath. I now have to gush. You can now tune out for about a minute because I'm about to gush about one of my favorite goddamn shows. This is not a show. This is a show that only for those of us who are in too deep to the Fate series. Fate Grandeur, all of them. Because what this follows is... there's a main character in Fate Zero. One of the guys who takes part in the Grail War. He survives it. Remember, it's supposed to be a battle royale. He survives it and returns. This is his life after he survives the Holy Grail War. He takes over the position for the teacher and becomes his station in the school, in the Magic Society. Even though he doesn't have any of the magical capacity of the person. Waver Velvet. This is the guy on the right-hand side. This story is he does not have the magical aptitude of anyone else in the Magic Society. Literally, he is weaker than everyone else. However, he has a greatly intuitive mind and is able to study and research things exceptionally well. This entire show plays out more like a investigative, kind of like Inspector. Except, in same thing, supernatural investigations, but he has various assistants and helpers that help him because they all have the magic he doesn't. And overall, it is a riot of this show. There is... It is one of the... If you know the Fate series, is one of the most riotous things you can watch. And he is one of my favorite characters. And unironically love, it's going straight up there. It's just where do I put it in? Yeah, no, it's up there with Ascendance of a Bookworm. There is all sorts of in-house jokes and out-of-house jokes. I mean, it's where, when you're thinking of sorcerers, what you don't think of... Wrestling scene. See if it... they don't... no one put it up. Okay. Yeah, what can I do? I'm using an area mic right now, so I can't do much for the keyboard. Okay, it's not up. Okay. But there's a sequence about wrestling in it, and it will still stick in the back of my head as one of those... They're just having fun with this. So yeah, Lord El Malloy's the seconds, because the man who dies is Lord El Malloy. And El Malloy, he is the second Lord El Malloy. Case Files, Rail Zeppelin, Grace Note. It is a riot, it is fun, and it is silly in all the best ways. And it is one of those things of I'm holding back because I don't want to spoil any of the plot twists if anyone actually would dare to watch it. I don't want to ruin any of it because it's one of those funny moments where he just kind of points out. It is one of those points where you would want to point out, you know, I didn't think about that, but that makes way too much logical sense. Kind of moments. Yeah, I start to get gibberish when I get something I truly frigging love. Alright. Take a breath. Love After World Domination. So, this is a show that asks, what if one of the antagonists of a Power Rangers show fell in love with one of the Rangers, and they tried to start dating? That's literally the question. What if? It answers it with, they try to make it work and learn about each other, and, well, it's fun to watch them go around. It's about as appealing. Well, they're legally distinct Power Rangers. It's not actually what the actual genre is called, like tokusatsu. It's just the kind of similar energy. Similar setting, basically. Not the exact setting, but similar enough to various copyrights. And this show... Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of the appeal of watching a hamster run in a wheel. Like, it's definitely up there in the mids, but it is mid. It's just one of those, it's alright. Nothing bad with it, just, that's alright. Oh. Love is Like a Cocktail. Another simple short form show. I mean, literally, it's, what, episodes are like 3 minutes? Yeah, the episodes are like 3 minutes. It was just real quick episodes where basically you get introduced to various cocktails that the husband creates for his overworked wife. Very simple, sweet show. Again, harmless fluff. Nothing especially noteworthy, but it's there. Yeah, put it right next to I Can't Understand My Husband. They're inoffensive, they're quick watches, and just kind of if you're not big onto it, yeah, it's not like it'll be over quick. Lucky Star. Yep. That's the thing. It's over quick, so it doesn't really take you much. Okay. Lucky Star. This one is going to be interesting because it's definitely good. Honestly, I'm about to throw it top mid. I won't say it's great, just because it's kind of dull. Like, there's cutesy moments to it, and there's some nice jokes, but in overall, it's a little flaccid. There's nothing really going on in the show. There's just little girls living in high school and just having various, bits and jokes about going. Yeah, and just her and this weeby girl and her friends just hanging out and talking and, having fun. It's harmless. It doesn't go anywhere, but hey, it's cute enough, and if nothing else, it's been meme fodder for the past 10 years, 20 years at this point, so, hey. Again, and at least it doesn't push into the creepy lolly aspect. It just is, it is platonic as far as I can remember. So, we'll leave it at high mid. 4 hours in. Yeah. I got the day off work. I've been wanting to do this for a while. Okay, I didn't throw it on the list because honestly, over the course of the years, I don't know how much of Lupin the Third I've watched. I know, or what series episodes belong to. I hate to say it, but it's one of those, I would have to start from the beginning, and I would just have to basically go episode by episode and see what I have and haven't seen. And that's an undertaking I don't know if I ever want to do. Lupin the Third is a legendary old school anime about a world-traveling thief basically getting into adventures. And we're starting to get a bit of wind here in New York. Not much else, though. Not yet, hasn't hit us. It's still cloudy and disparate, and the wind's going, but no actual snow right now. So, I skipped over Lupin the Third, if you're wondering why that was there. By the way, because you were noticing it, Lycoris Recoil is in M under M, though it's L. So, it's whoever's doing it just is messing up by one, which I'm not that worried about. But Lycoris Recoil. good day to stay snowed in and relax. Like Chorus Recoil, how'd it go? This is a very Japanese idea. Let's start with that. The idea is, like Chorus Recoil follows the stories of these girls, these schoolgirls who are trained, basically killers and assassins who work for a government agency dedicated to keeping the peace. If I have to explain, this is such of a Japanese thing. It's honestly really sad. I don't know. It's one of those things. I don't know. I guess the best way to put it is it's not great. It's a mindless fun. I'll put it next to Claymore. Because it's the similar kind of thing of the pretense is stupid, but the action and the way the fights go is really actually invigorating and actually pretty fun. Plus the theme slapped pretty good as far as I remember. So from there, oh, somebody was asking for this earlier. Here it is. Magi. Magi. The story follows the travels of a boy named Aladdin around the strange land in which mysterious ruins called dungeons are said to house priceless treasures. Together with Ali Baba, a friend he met during his travels, Aladdin strives to conquer all the dungeons and obtain their treasures. Though all the meetings and partings and experiences along the way, Aladdin will also learn of his own fate. This is a high fantasy, over-the-top action anime. This remains a fun, vibrant energy throughout, even in its darkest times, which fits the themes of the entire series. Overall, I cannot state under how much fun this series was. So, unsurprisingly, unironically love it. I'm gonna throw it next to Blood Blockade Battlefield. Because I think Chainsaw Man was a little more on my personal taste, but I can very much appreciate everything Magi went through. And just the entire series being so fun and vibrant and energetic, I cannot state enough that is one of those you can absolutely watch and just have an absolute blast with. It is fun. It is silly at times. It is very serious at times. And you'll probably come away with a new appreciation of what it means to have a good friend. I'll put it that way. Next up, wow, we get the not knockoff, but this side story before we get to the main event, because I put this in alphabetical order. Magia Record, Puella Magi Madoka Magica side story. What that title basically means is this is a side story that takes place to the side, unsurprisingly, literally in this case, in a different city, to the main story of Puella Magica Madoka, which is another series we'll talk about later. Alright. Clicked the wrong thing. So, Magia Record stands as a testament to... It was also a advertisement for another mobile game they made based on Madoka Magica. And overall, pretty good overall. This main series itself is kind of loosely plotted and kind of struggles to work around the narrative of the original Madoka Magica without directly interfering with it. So it can be interesting, and the way they weave in the other characters is nice. So I'm gonna give it a solid great. No, I'm gonna give it the. Honestly, it's mid. I'm gonna leave it in the mid section. It's harmless enough, but you can see where they struggled, and the production problems they had towards the end of the show very much show, where they kind of have to cut away at things that they would have animated under normal conditions. Oh boy. And from there, where is it? Yeah, we're scrolling down a bit. Yep. Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. Any show that is willing to just go wholehearted, any show that is willing to just go off at times and just be what it honestly wants to be, always earns a huge boon from me. I'm putting it next to Black Lagoon. This show knows what it wants to be. When it wants to be cutesy, it's adorable. When it wants to be... Life's a lot longer than you want to give it credit for. Don't stress about having to watch it all. Just enjoy what you do watch. And maybe keep looking for something I might have missed. This is hardly a tell-all be-all. This is just what I've gone through with Crunchyroll. There are millions of hours of anime to watch. And that's just limiting yourself to anime. Movies, TV shows. There's no way in a single human life to watch it all. And that's a good thing. Because it means we'll all get a different experience out of life. That's one way to look at it. But yeah, if I want to give you a reason, the way... let's go... Kobayashi Dragon Maid. Let's go... Play Fight. Roughhousing. No reception. It's a cute comedy that with plenty of wonderful action sequences. It's a hilarious show. It sits at unironically love. It is a top. It unfortunately is not popular enough. I can't say it's going to be a cultural icon, but it's one of those I would stand and say it should be. just the feel of the characters, the way the energy goes, it should be. But I don't dictate that kind of thing. And another one, actually. Miss Koritsu from Monster Development Department. Again, another kind of the Power Rangers tokusatsu thing, where our main protagonist, Miss Koritsu, she works for an evil organization that fights the various Power Rangers. This show in particular is a love letter to every one of the old tokusatsu transforming Rangers. By that I mean literally they bring up at the end of each episode the various local regional Rangers that they created all across Japan. And Miss Koritsu works in the Monster Development Department, where literally their job is to create the various monsters to try and defeat the local ranger. And it's her doing a job. Like, it's treated as a regular office job that she works in. And it is a hilarious comedy. And all I can tell you is this. There's gags like her boss is one of the most cool bosses you could ever have, where he willingly goes, at one point he goes, have you taken all your your paid time off? No, we've been so busy. I don't have any time to take your time off. What? You're taking your time off. Go. That kind of thing. Like, he looks like the masked villain, and he is, but he's also just a really good guy who's like really good, really kind to his underlings. And just overall, there's a ton of character development that's just fun, and overall, it is a hilarious love letter to all these transforming heroes. I can vouch for this one. It's a riot to watch. So, it's definitely unironically love. I'm going to say less than Inspector. Yeah, that seems about a good spot for it. Banished from the Heroes Party, yep. So next up... Oh no. Oh no. I forgot this block is here. I almost want to skip this just because this is going to get sad. Alright, folks. Moving to that, we move to the Dangerous. Well, that's got a lot to do with the corporate side of things that's really depressing to talk about, and basically a lot of greed. Mobile Fighter G Gundam, the first of our Gundam's touches. Oh boy. Gundam. If you don't know the name, okay, we'll just put it up first, because we'll do these a little quicker, because, oi. Alright, Mobile Suit Gundam, the original, the very first one when it first came out. So that is what? Suit Gundam. Yeah, the original. Yeah, first episode, the original, April 7th, 1979, premiered in Japan. It's easy to do. But yeah, 1979. Again, another of these grandfathers of anime. It goes in iconic. Mobile Suit Gundam, the original, is up there and iconic. It's right next to JoJo's. This is one of those animes that just started everything. Gundam, giant robots, just Cultural icons. Yeah, Gundam, if you don't know it, you'll probably have seen something related to it. If you saw someone saying, well, I painted this red so it goes faster, that's a Gundam reference. Which I will always love that the Warhammer series stole wholeheartedly for the orcs. Of course, both of them just sit there, look at each other, and go, "Yeah, it was funny." And they kind of just vibe with it. All right, now we're gonna get into the children of the original Gundam series. G Gundam, Mobile Fighter G Gundam. Basically, take a battle royale for Gundams where giant mecha fight not necessarily to the death, but to see who's the best. The princess, and it is one of the more I'll put it this way, the voice acting alone.
You may have those silver feet, but I've got these gold fingers! Here I go! Shining! Article 1 of the Gundam Fight International Regulations. A unit whose head section has been destroyed is disqualified. I got something I've been meaning to ask.
Yes, it does. The cringe hits hard, but you know what? There is just something about a good cringe that just I unironically love it. I'm sorry. It's like Desert Punk. It is one of those God help me 2 thumbs up. This is so bad it's good. From there we go to Gundam 00. One of the newer, relatively speaking, and of the Gundam series. Basically all of the Gundams are technically anti-war messages. This one is a bit more apparent and a bit more on the nose about what it's doing. So, I'm gonna throw it to the lower end. It's still good, but it is one of those, you can see where they're going with it, and yeah. Oh boy. And I believe that's Iron-Blooded. Mobile Suit Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans. This series right here, oh man. It's not a cultural icon, but it's, again, one of those it should be. This was one of my favorite, and one of the Gundam series that just sat at the pinnacle for me. It is the story of a group of child soldiers who broke free of their oppressors and sought to make their own life, and what it cost them and how they've tried to survive. It is equal parts tragic, hopeful, wonderful, and absolutely staggering. It's a wide cast that still holds together in a tight-knit family mentality. And still, there is plenty of tragedy and pain through it. It is a walk into hell with your brethren by your side. I absolutely respect and adore what they did with this, and I will hold a place in my heart. I have this song. I have the closing song and the opening song on my personal playlist at all times. I will just say that much. Oh boy, another good one. Mobile Suit Gundam, The Witch from Mercury. This was the most recent of the major Gundam series that has been premiered. The Witch from Mercury is a very huge political intrigue that gets... The political intrigue that plays out is awesome, and the fights are amazingly animated. The main character is even wonderfully flawed. Suletta is a fantastic main character who is awkward socially and mentally, but clean resolve about what herself. And shows just how much someone can break away from what they're born to what they can be. It's right behind Iron-Blooded Orphans, but it is still wonderful. Gundam 00 96. Unicorn. This one will fall down to just great, unfortunately. And on the lower end. It's still good, but the theming and the overall visuals kind of make it drop a little lower for me. Which is ironic because Unicorn, the Gundam that is the titular Gundam Unicorn, is one of my favorite Gundams. Look, I'm sorry, I'm a sucker for goddamn double chain guns. Having double chain guns just is so good. Anyway. Oh boy. Which one's next? Okay, I accidentally put a double of Gundam Wing. Mobile Suit Gundam Wing. If you'd asked me years ago, I'd have been up in great. As it stands now, it's fallen to mid. Still high mid, but still just mid. Just because... What can I say? The dialogue is stilted, the character design is cool, and some of the fight scenes are awesome. It has some interesting character dynamics, but nothing amazing. Alright. Oh boy, Zeta Gundam. This is one Zeta, right? Yeah. That's one Zeta and that's double Zeta. Okay. The sequels to the original Gundam. So these are the direct sequels of what happens afterwards. And the original Zeta takes place... is a overall really nice adventure comparatively, but... well, they kick the main character in the dick pretty good. So... I'm just gonna throw it in mid. Yeah, that seems about right. Double Zeta, unfortunately, exacerbates what happened with the original Zeta and kind of tries to keep things going that probably should have just ended. So, there's problems. It's good, but there's problems. So, okay, we made it through Gundam. And we can start to see the bottom. It's not easy to get there, but we're getting there. Next up is... oh no. Monogatari. This is specifically the second season, where Bakemonogatari probably. I haven't been looking at the clock. I'm just going till I go, till I'm done. Oh boy. Bakemonogatari was the original series. Monogatari's second series, where more of the creepy but interesting play and dynamic of the characters, it's more of the same, so I'm just going to throw it up to where I put Monogatari. Bakemonogatari, which it's more of the same, and it's one of those things of, it's a show where I have to stop and read text sometimes just to keep up with what they're talking about. I love it, but man, this is not a show for very few people. I mean, there's some amazing points in it, and the art style is fantastic, but I mean, the off-puttingness of some acts and points can detract for some people. I can see it. Monster Girl Doctor. Oh boy. Fetish bait. A doctor who goes around curing various monster girls. Oh no, that's not what I'm talking about pausing to read. Like, there'll be quick flashes of a still where they'll be put in the text of somebody's thoughts or something else going on. And sometimes I would want to catch up with that. That kind of thing. It's hard to explain. Monogatari is directed in a very specific manner. Let's go with that. Anyway, Monster Girl Doctor. It's fetish bait. Let's not beat around the bush. This one's just fetish bait. And for that, you get to sit next to You get to sit next to... yeah, High School DxD. You get to sit next to them. Like, it is blatant with how fetish baity, and like the main character is completely oblivious to it. And of course then there's that fact that his nurse is a Lamia who is feeling constantly protective to try and, keep him away from the other girls. It kind of speaks to itself. Alright, and after that... oh boy. Okay, brand new. So only 2 episodes, only an episode to base it off of. Mr. Villain's Day Off. It's a show about a really socially awkward villain, like Power Ranger style villain, who has his days off and tries to make the most of them. He seems to have a real affection for pandas, and I'm not really sure where they're going with this show. There's problems with it, but at least it's well-intentioned, so at least you're going to sit at the top, away from the edge. You're nowhere near hitting the abyss, but you're not really... I'm going to have to see a couple more episodes before I can say what I really think of, before I can really get a good opinion. Oh... Miss Koizumi loves ramen noodles. Really quiet girl loves ramen. Goes around the world eating ramen. If you're hungry already, don't watch this. It's the same with the Campfire show, Campfire Cooking in Another World. Both of these are... Don't watch these if you're hungry. Do not ever watch them if you're hungry. You'll only make it worse. That being said, they're decent. None of the music is outstanding, but it is lighthearted fun, and yeah, Ramen World Tour. Next up is Miss Vampire Who Lives in My Neighborhood. I'm just going to read the description so you guys have an idea of this. A human girl named Amano Akari is rescued by a vampire, Sophie Twilight, and falls in love with her. She forces herself into Sophie's home and begins living with her. Though Sophie is a vampire, she never attacks humans, instead buying blood and anime merchandise online like any ordinary person. A modern-day vampire comedy. So yeah, it's one of those, see, it's not a problem if she's a lolicon if she's a lolly too. That isn't the gotcha you think it is. Just gonna put that out there. I'm just gonna stick you down here. Yeah, that ain't the gotcha you think it is. I'm not gonna boot you into the abyss because it is still generally kept platonic. But the second you start to turn actually lusty, I'm going to kick you into the abyss. All three, I'm looking at all of them. There's problems, alright. Alright. Mushi Shi. This is one of those interesting series. This is one of those unique kind of stories. Yeah. Ginkgo is our main character. This white-haired gentleman who basically travels around dealing with these supernatural beings known as Mushi that work as sort of a spiritual second sort of life form, like bacteria almost. Like magical bacteria almost. They just they exist in various specific methods, and he learns to diagnose when they're troubling or if they're beneficial, and works around to help people survive and deal with them. It's a slow burn show, and each of the episodes is fairly nice. It is great, but it's on the lower end of the great spectrum of it's slow, and so I can see where not a lot of people would get into it, but I remember loving it, so to each their own. Mushi Bogyo. The protagonist, Tsukishima Jinbei, strives to be a warrior who wins every battle until the day he dies. Jinbei has left his homeland in the Sugura domain to join the Mushibugyo in the great city of Edo. His job with the Mushibugyo is to exterminate giant bugs that run rampant in the city. Jinbei fights with the Mushibugyo in an office of brave men who risk their lives to protect the peace in Edo and the smiles of the people. Honesty does pay off. I mean, this description says it all, really. This show is about as transparent as it'll ever be. And it's about as shallow as you can imagine. I can't say it's not worth seeing, because it's just very, very basic turn off your head kind of show. So there's problems with it. Fewer than there are with Higurashi, but it could reach mid at points, but the overall writing of it just leaves it at a problematic kind of eh. And the show that turns why I called this There's Problems and Not Just Like a C. Mushoku Tensei. technically speaking, was the grandfather, or rather just the father, to the isekai genre. This was the first, at least major breakout success of the isekai. Well, we've been at this a long time. Okay. 34-year-old underachiever gets run over by a truck. His story doesn't end there. Reincarnated in a new world as an infant, Rudy will seize every opportunity to live the life he's always wanted. Armed with new friends, some freshly acquired magical abilities, and the courage to do the things he's always dreamed of, he's embarking on an epic adventure with all of his past experience intact. Yes, this is the father of most of the isekai genre. As far as the light novel goes, the anime is far more recent. And one thing I'll give them is that one thing this series captures is the awkwardness of what a person who was very much underdeveloped in their first life, carrying over that memories would do to a person in their second life, which is cripple and limit them on some levels, empower them on others. Rudy, our main protagonist, is actually very much a flawed human being. And it is in his flaws and failures and his creepy, and at times creepy fascinations with people, I'll put it that way, that he comes to life and seems very human. All I can say is it's problematic. It's the king of problematic, even above Higurashi and Mushibigyo. Yes, he is very flawed. I will give you one example. The man carries around the panties of the first girl he loved. He keeps them in a shrine that he travels with. He is a creep. He is creepy as all get out. He is a awkward, arrogant, flawed being. But it is in watching his flaws and in watching him grow. Yes, it is. But he's that kind of a broken human being. It's in watching him grow and change that the story comes alive. So, it's unnecessary, and that's why it's going in, there's problems. But at the same breath, I cannot say wholeheartedly that this isn't, that it is completely without value and without value and with not worth seeing. There is problems with it, but there are some things that make it worth watching. From there, my daughter left the nest and returned as an S-rank adventurer. Okay. So, this show, actually, I'm gonna stick in great. Because, to me, it's very fun. The basic concept is much like the title. A man finds a girl out in the woods and raises her as his daughter. Simple enough, we've seen this before already, at least once in this list. However, Belgrieve himself was a former retired adventurer after his leg was bitten off. So, he's been crippled ever since and basically just keeps living a quiet life. Raises his daughter, who one day decides she'll become an adventurer too, like her dad after growing up on his stories. She becomes, like the story title says, an S-rank adventurer with two friends. And it follows what happens afterwards of her growing and trying to get back home. Yeah. It's one of those series that, technically speaking, the main dad, Belgrieve, technically has gained a harem, but not a harem of women that want to sleep with him, but a harem of daughters to take care of and protect. Like, he's gaining a harem, and there is one girl that wants him to jump his bones, but everyone else is just like, yeah, he's just my other dad. And it's very sweet and well done, and that and any opening song that has bagpipes in it and is ballsy enough to go for the full bagpipe, I am all for. If you've got the guts to throw bagpipes in your opening song, bravo and good on you, and you deserve some good respect. All right. Oh boy. My dress-up darling. This one is going to be relatable to so many people. Wakana Gojo is a high school boy who wants to become a kashirashi, a master craftsman who makes traditional Japanese Hina dolls. Though he's gung-ho about the craft, he knows nothing about the latest trends and has a hard time fitting in with his class, because that's not exactly a common interest in modern-day society. This is a modern show. The popular kids, especially one girl, Marin Kitagawa, seems like they live in completely different worlds. That all changes one day when she shares an unexpected secret with him, and their completely different worlds collide. Blech. This is because Marin is into cosplay, which overlaps with him creating outfits for the dolls that he likes to make. So, with her deciding to want to play various characters, the two of them basically build up a relationship of working together to, make the best possible cosplay. It's a lot of fun. It's a very basic setup, but it works amazingly well. It is fantastic. I'll put it... No, unironically love. Absolutely. I'm going to put it above... Yeah, below Izoken, but above Gundam 00. Let's see. Oh boy. So, very good romance to another good romance. My Little Monster. Impassive girl meets troublemaker in a brand new love story. After Mizutani Shizuku, a girl whose sole interest is studying, is asked to deliver some handouts to Yoshida Haru, a boy who hasn't come to school after spilling blood on the school grounds. Basically, first day, she finds herself the target of his affection. This is the story about a boy and a girl who struggle with love and friendship. Opening yourself up to other people forces you to be honest with yourself. He's a possessive, selfish, jerkish kind of lover, but it comes across very sweet and overall. I'm going to leave it at there's problems, but it is a romance story, so there are some high points to it as well. So, not everyone, but for me it works out. Oh boy. My next life as a villainess. All routes lead to doom. So, and if you're asking where's My Hero Academia, I skipped over it because I don't watch it that much. Like, I read the manga, I haven't gotten into the anime yet. That's the thing. When I heard the manga was finishing, I'm like, I want to finish the manga, then I want to see how the animation goes. So if you're wondering why it's not on the list today, that's why. I haven't really started watching it. But My Next Life as a Villainess, All Roads Lead to Doom. It is one of the unequivocally best comedies I've seen in a while, where because she has knowledge, basically she wakes up and after hitting her head has knowledge of she's in the game world just like the other villainous stories, and she knows that 90% of the routes in the game result in her either being exiled or killed. There is no ending wherein the villain she's stuck as has a happy ending. So, luckily though, she starts as a child. So she has time to gain the skills and the knowledge to try and build up and prevent that fate for her. What the problem is, our said main character, Katarina, is a oblivious idiot. And unintentionally and unexpectedly basically usurps the main character role by basically turning everyone who was going to be turned against her into a potential love interest, even the female members of the cast. She ends up at the center of a harem that takes up most of this screen. Like, with the exception of, like, 4 people, they're all interested in her. And they're supposed to be kind of, kind of charmed and all away from it. I would say it's a fun, it's a riot. I'm going to go with, it's definitely unironically love. And it's up there like Inspector and Miss Koirutsu. Yeah, this is a show that just, the comedy of her errors, of her bungling her way into success and bypassing the threats was fantastic. And you know what? I'll spoil this. At the very end, the last scene will always be how you sell something. Where after the last credits, it cuts to, well, that was a fun, and reveals that in her original world there was a sequel. There was a sequel to the game. As just oh yeah, there could be more. And just making us laugh. I had a riot with this. It remains, I'll put it this way, the main character is affectionately called Bakarina instead of Katarina. She's an absolute riot of an idiot. Oh, right. Because next up, where is it? Oh, it skipped over. Did I skip over it? Nope. Okay, same thing. M and an N. Okay. Mysteria Friends. All right. Mysteria Academy is a prestigious magic school that teaches magic without discrimination to the 3 factions, men's, gods, and demons, who usually are engaged in battle with one another. 2 of the Academy students are Anne, a princess and honor student, and Greya, a princess born from a dragon and a human. This is the Yuri baiting 101. They're, quote-unquote, just friends. I'll leave that alone, but I'll just say this. It works for what it is, and it's a lot of fun. More so, it does a lot of great job of world building. So I very much enjoy it. I'm going to throw it up. You know what? Because it does a really good world building right next to Devil May Cry. Because that needed any kind of world building. Alright. Non-Baka. Oh boy. Four men are assigned to Namba, the world's most formidable prison. Jugo, a man who attempted to break out of prison and ended up extending his jail time. Uno, a man who likes to gamble with women. Rock, a man who likes to get into fights. And Nico, a man who likes anime. A super exciting action comedy is about the daily life of prisoners and inmates and their guards. This is another one of those, the developers, the artists just kind of wanted to go off and have fun. It is cutesy when it wants to be. It is fucking hilarious when it wants to be. It is just a simple show of... There are fight sequences, there are escape sequences where they're trying to escape, and basically what foils them every time is they can't beat the main guard in a fist fight because he just knocks them out and takes them back to their cell day in and day out. And it's just how they pass the time in the prison. There's all sorts of jokes about the guards and just overall a lot of silliness. It's overall mid, but it is a nice, fluffy. There's nothing else. Fluffy, fill out if you got nothing else you want to watch. Oh, here we go. There's somebody was waiting for this one. Naruto and Naruto Shippuden. One of the biggest names in action anime. It's mid. Just say nothing further and just move on. No, Naruto stands as a great. Honestly, it belongs at... no. We all know where it belongs. It's on the bottom of the list, damn it, but it's still there. Cultural icons. There's no way you can't know Naruto. Same with Shippuden. Even Shippuden exploded enough to be able to. Naruto and Naruto Shippuden, they're both... There's iconic. There's no way to avoid it. It's mid. Just to piss people off. The biggest downside to Naruto is always going to be the downtime and the filler. That will always be the biggest downside to it. Shippuden is a little more clear-cut and has less downtime, but the original Naruto has plenty of it, and yeah. That being said, the one other downside to Naruto in general, we never really got to explore too much of the other villages. Like, we see a lot of stuff happening, but that's a pretty common take, is Sakura is the worst and lowest character. The funny part is she gets rewarded for being the worst character by getting the man she wanted at the start. So, I'm not saying anything more than that, but yeah, Naruto, it's a series, it is a cultural icon, there's no way to get around it. You know it, just on par with JoJo. But I still consider JoJo the better one. Alright. And this one is Nisei Monogatari. Oh, right. That wind. Man, that wind, huh? Look at that wind effect on her. I haven't even started on Boruto, to be honest. This is basically a side story or the backstory to one of the characters, Hanakawa, who is one of the honestly major players in most of the rest of the Monogatari series and why she supports Araragi. And honestly, I enjoy her story a lot. It is honestly a little above the rest of the Monogatari series for me. So, if I was to put it anywhere, yeah, I'll put it the highest part of it. Cause that's one of those. The main series is good, but Neko Monogatari is one of my is my absolute favorite part of that series. Let's see, what's next? New game! Okay, Yuri baiting alert. Here we go. Basically, girl joins game company where there doesn't happen to be a single male participant. I know, amazing, huh? And it's all cute girls developing games, and yeah, that's about it. It's about game development and cute girls being cute together. Well, I'm sorry and thank you. Well, what can I say? I've been wanting to do this for a long time, and I spent last night pulling all the images together for Tier Maker, so I was just gonna do it, finally. Alright, new game. Like I said, I'm honestly gonna leave it in there's problems. Like, it's all about cute girls developing games. Help yourself, if that's your thing. Oh no. We go from there's problems to peak. Nichijou, My Ordinary Life. Follow the adventures of 3 ordinary girls as they learn the most important lessons the hard way. Meanwhile, a pocket-sized professor makes life difficult for a robot who just wants to be normal. But normal is the last thing you can expect in a town where salmon fall from the sky. In fact, the only thing you can count on is your friends, even if they are totally weird. If you've never seen any clips of Nichijou, just understand this is another one of those characters just going off on what they want to do. Yeah, we'll go with the famous dog bite sequence. If you've never seen it, it is a bit comedy anime where it just kind of goes when they decide to, they go over the top, it's over dramatic, but gods if it isn't funny. There is a sequence where a man wrestles a deer. I am not going to tell you anything more than that, but there is a sequence that a man wrestles a deer, and it is absolutely one of the funniest, most dramatic moments. It's unironically love. It is up there. Like, it is easily up there. Oh, it's hard to say. Yeah, it's above Fate Stay Night and Fate Zero, but yeah, that seems about right. Alright. Okay. Now this will be an interesting one to see if anyone comes back with anything. Ningen Fushin. Adventurers who don't believe in humanity will save the world. Nichijou. Last one, Nichijou, My Ordinary Life. Ningen Fushin. Adventurers who don't believe in humanity will save the world. Basically, a group of 4 basically have been screwed over by former party members and come together to make a new party, and it's them, adventuring and finding new ways to work and, survive and create a, honestly, safe group for each of them to work with. Honestly, there's problems with it, but it's fun. Yeah, I'm going to put it on the low end of it's great, but it's still great. It's a nice, fun, they don't need to trust each other to work together. And it's actually a pretty mature and well-developed story overall. And I very much appreciate it. So, there's all sorts of backstory and sub-story to it as well, which is interesting. Alongside the characters' own main problems coming up, and their flaws helping to complement one another. I don't want to spoil too much, but I will say it is a fun ride. Oh wow, I haven't watched this in so long, I forgot I put this on the list. Ninja Girl and Samurai Master. This is a retelling, or a telling anyway, of the story of Oda Nobunaga, one of the most famed characters of history in Japanese society, as being both monster, villain, and champion. The year is 1555, the middle of the Warring States period, and one young man holds on to a very big dream. That young man, known as the Empty-Headed Fool, is none other than Oda Nobunaga. Enchanted by his dream, a certain young girl who admires Nobunaga swears that she will become his ninja one day. Nobunaga has one goal: to unify Japan by military might. Decorated by a colorful cast of characters including the airheaded Kicho, the errand boy Hideyoshi, the tsundere Nene, the straight man Mitsuhide, and the half-dead Hanbei, the heavy-hitting wartime gag anime is about to begin. This is one of those, it's a short-form anime, so none of the episodes are honestly that long, but it just follows the adventures of Oda Nobunaga's rise to power and many of his adventures and misadventures and missteps later, from the perspective of the ninja girl who followed him around. I won't say harmless, but it's a nice recontextualization of history and showing what it took for what made him both hero and villain in so many other stories. So, one I can very much appreciate for a good historical drama. So, it's harmless, so I'm going to leave it in mid, but it's definitely going to be high mid. I've personally enjoyed it. Alright. From there, we have, oh boy, is that, yeah, Nisei Monogatari. Where this one is the story of his first bite, right? Yeah. Oh, no, wait, this is actually the first... Oh, okay. In Bake Monogatari, the story centers on Koyomi Araragi, a third-year high school student who has recently survived a vampire attack and finds himself mixed up with all kinds of apparitions, gods, ghosts, myths, and spirits. However, in Nisei Monogatari, we pick up right where we left off and follow Kiyomi as a psychological twist delve deeper and deeper. and he learns more and more about the others, about specifically his two sisters, actually, and their specific circumstances regarding them. So, Nisei Monogatari, I'll stick it up with the others. Because the whole Monogatari series is just good to me, but it's all bunched together and it's all tied together. It's hard to. It's one of those Gordian knot situations where the simple truth is just lump them together or just cut through it and just watch them in order. Because it's one of those things of their stories are all intertwined with each other really tightly. Now we go to No Guns Life. Alright. This is a cyberpunk, futuristic, gritty story of a guy whose head is a gun. Literally, his head is a gun. Literally, I'm not making this up. His head is a gun. And basically his life in trying to do the right thing by those who live in the city. It's good. It's definitely up in the upper tier of good, but yeah, it's still, like, visually it definitely sets it apart. The art style being extremely detailed and the graphics are really interesting. Next up from there. Oh, that's what that is. I'm like, yeah, that's what it is. Nyarko-san, another crawling chaos. If you ever thought what would Cthulhu be as... What would Cthulhu be as a cute anime girl? Well, this is your answer. Cthulhian horrors made into cute anime girls. Yep. Yep. It's there's issues. I'm just gonna stick you here. There's issues with this, but it's not offensive, but it's also not great. There's some issues with the show, and yep. Yeah, pretty much another fetish anime. Like, the opening will tell you Yep. There's problems with it, but it doesn't stop it from being worth watching. And yes, the opening does slap. But it's fetish baity out the gate, but nowhere near as blatant or as purely sexualized as like High School DxD or Heaven's Lost Property. So I can live with it. And it is still pretty good. So there you go. Ooh, Odd Taxi is up next. This is a series that caught me by the throat, and I was so curious about it from beginning to end. This is one I also cannot talk much about without spoiling huge things about it. The town should look familiar, but suddenly it's not. The taxi driver, Odakawa, lives a very mundane life. He has no family, doesn't really hang out with others, and he's an oddball who is narrow-minded and doesn't talk much. The only people he can call his friends are his doctor, Goriki, and his classmate from high school, Kakibane. All of his patrons seem to be slightly odd themselves. The college student who wants to be noticed online, Kabasawa, a nurse with secrets, Shirakawa, a comedy duo, the Homo sapiens. All these mundane conversations somehow lead to a girl who's gone missing. It is an amazing mystery drama. And I don't want to spoil a single twist, because once you start seeing how things piece together, it just makes you question why you didn't see it before. This is one I can give one of my highest recommendations to. Like, where I understand why people won't get into Goblin Slayer, there is nothing to hold you back from Odd Taxi. It is just a purely good drama. So, and there is some amazing music that goes along with it. And actually a really cool music video, but I'd rather not talk about it. Like I said, I don't want to spoil a single minute of that show for you. It's one of those shows where I sit there and I go, I don't want to ruin anything for you. I don't want to push anything above it. I want you to take it in as you go and feel and see the natural reactions. Actually, speaking of that, did I skip over it by not, or is it not on here? Oh, okay, no, I didn't miss it, come to think of it. I was thinking of the other show I use as a gotcha or to mess with people who aren't big anime fans is Neon Genesis Evangelion. Neon Genesis remains one of those, the original version, remains one of those animes where there are some universal themes I can put in front of anyone and they just go, what? Dude, this dude's an asshole. And I will always love the journey from beginning to end for every person who watches it, because it is fun to watch that go. Alright. So next up, okay, we're into the O's. Where is it? Okami and her 7 companions. This is a lighthearted comedy action about a girl who runs like a trouble buster sort of club after school, where she gets into fights with people to try and solve things. It's very cute, it's very wholesome. Characters are all based around fairy tales, and it's a reinterpretation of them. It's pretty nice overall, kind of harmless, nothing really stand out. The theming is nice, the characters are fun, and having a strong female lead who is more emotionally vulnerable can be pretty nice. I'm gonna stick it up at least in mid, at least above Zeta Gundam and Afro Samurai. Oh God. Okay, well, One Piece. Okay, I'm just gonna slide that upstairs. Yeah, settle it right next to Naruto. One Piece. Charla as a name. Don't know why, but Charla was the first name that came to mind. If I have to explain one... If I have to explain One Piece to you, you probably haven't been following anime very long. And let's see. One Piece is the story of Monkey D. Luffy, the boy who will be king of the pirates. We are currently sitting at Season 13, episode 1088. This is one of the long runners. This is the marathon of anime. And I can't say it's not worth the run. I can't believe I must have accidentally clicked it off. One Piece remains one of the fun, energetic creations of anime. It's literally... The main character basically has... Yeah, the high number, and it is a long commitment to pick up and catch up with One Piece. I cannot necessarily recommend you do it blindly, but I will say it is a fun journey, and it involves a cast you will come to love. The other thing is, as time goes on, yes, their cup sizes keep getting bigger. The artist Oda is just a horny bastard, and there's nothing we can do about it. Oh well. It's still fun, it's silly, it's a raucous riot. And we go from that to... Oh wait, Other Side Picnic, right. I'll give a shout out to Orisuki, Are You the Only One Who Loves Me? It's decent. It's on the lower end, but it's one of those anime that I watched with my ex, and it's... It's alright, it's not amazing. Oh yeah, it's still good and it works, but it's just one of those, yes, their cup size keeps increasing. No, there's nothing we can do to stop him. Thankfully, we are moving towards the end of One Piece, so it should end before the tits get stupid. Anyway. Other Side Picnic. How to put this one? Oh, yeah. Other Side Picnic is a... Yeah. Well, it says it's best. A high school girl's trip to another dimension reveals a beautiful but monster-filled realm where both opportunity and madness await. This is written by someone who truly, truly loves occult stuff and just wanted to put eye candy into it. It's pretty good. It's definitely on the upper end of mid, and it can make for a really fun watch. It's more drama. The end doesn't exist to One Piece doesn't exist yet, but according to the artist himself, Oda, he did say we are moving towards the end of it. It doesn't exist yet, but we are moving towards it. Like, we're moving into the final chapters and the wrap-up of what it will be. So we still don't know what the One Piece is yet, actually. Scary as that is. But he has a plan, and we're letting him... For now, I'm trusting him. He's earned it with how much good stuff he's done. Alright. Oh, we're into... Trans representation. Nice to see. Oran High School Club. You'll fall for the boys in the Oran Host Club. Tamaki's truly romantic. Kaoru and Hikaru offer displays of brotherly love. You'll adore the brainy Kyoya, innocent Honey, and manly Mori. Oh, and don't forget Haruhi. He knows what girls want. Of course, it's because he's a girl too. The hosts must do their best to hide her secret, but Haruhi's having a blast turning their perfect world upside down. So, it's about a girl who basically ends up owing a lot of money because of something broke, and to repay it, she's acting as a host, as one of the male hosts, along with the other guys. And it's them charming, whining and dining, various girls in their school. It's a lot of fun, and it's the relationship between Haruhi and the others, and their dynamics that make it a lot of fun. Lots of excuse for Yuri and Yoi baiting. So, not horrible. There's problems, because it won't be everyone's, but there's a lot of good, healthy representation for trans and various other... And then there's just the straight Yoi baiting, so there's issues with this. It's still worth watching, and it's a lot of fun, and if nothing else, there's a lot to it, I'll put it that way. And yeah, who knows, might break a shell on a couple of eggs, if you know what I mean. Oh well. Next up, oh wow, speaking of horny series, Overlord. Yet another isekai. One of the most blatant isekai, but also one of the horniest, and also one of the kind of what the fuck am I dealing with? Like, nothing for nothing, it's got 4 seasons. And it goes to some very, very dark places on what they do to characters. It's definitely great. It's not everyone's taste, but much like Gleipnir, it's not everyone's taste, it's horny as hell, but it's still fun. It's a riot. That and some of the openings are absolutely staggering. Like one of my favorites is Veracity. If you've never heard of them, the people who sang that song was a band called Myth and Royd. If you like what you heard, feel free to look them up because their stuff is fucking awesome. Huh, didn't realize that was part of it. Huh. Okay, I'll have to check those censoring settings. Yeah, I'll have to turn those off between streams. Oh well. But yeah, Overlord. It's a horny anime, but it is very well done. It is very... But it's not to everyone's taste, and I get that. So, we leave it where it is. Like, I enjoy it. I can see why others wouldn't. Alright. From there, we move down to... Oh, Owari Monogatari. This is, I'm going to say, the least of it, of the Monogataris. This is where a character is introduced and is kind of a self-contained... sort of parody almost of other characters. So it's interesting. It's more unsettling than any of the other ones in that the way the characters are done and the actions taken work out kind of awkwardly. So I can see... Anyway. Oh boy. Is that what I think it is? Yep. Parallel World Pharmacy. From something deep and really artistic to something about as shallow as you get. Pharmacist gets isekai'd and gets superpowered. I'm gonna be honest, and with the fetish baiting, I'm just gonna stick you over here by high school. You two are on the edge, yeah. Oh gods. And we move to the... I'm not going to say too much more on Parallel World Pharmacy. Just is what it is. My positioning should say everything at this point. Oh boy. Paranoia Agent. Oh gods. Oh gods, here we go. Paranoia Agent. Another one of those reasons I called it There's Problems. Legendary, thought-provoking thriller about the effects of repression and how it can psychologically damage our souls. This is up there with Higurashi as being one of the darkest and most uncomfortable animes to ever watch. Paranoia Agent actively fucks with the person who's watching it. Agent opening. We'll go with the short version and just show you, if you don't like what you see in just this opening, do not pursue. This is one I perfectly understand why people would not go for it. This is one of those, much like Goblin Slayer, I understand what you're going through. I'm the one who walked through this hell repeatedly because I chose to. if that's, yeah, they're all laughing, but none of that is happy if you look at the background and the situation of each of them. One is standing on a roof with her shoes off, a famous thing for Japanese society for before taking a plunge. Flooded and is caught in a tsunami, drowning, falling to their death, discarded in a trash pile, in a crushed home. Again, they said this is about a show about repression. Again, there's problems with this, and it is very dark, and it is this undertext is very, very poignant. It's a very dark place to go. I will understand if no one else ever watches it. I did because I found it interesting and studied from a psychological standpoint. But I can understand why no one else may watch it. Just want that to be clear. That is one of those, I step back and I go, I get it. There's no need to go. Sorry to kind of cut the edge off, but that is one of those, I very much get it. But it is one I know of and people can have access to, so I want people to be aware of what they're walking into. It's interesting, and from a psychological standpoint, what they do is amazing. But it is one of those, this one goes to dark places very quickly. Even the gate to hell tells you to have no hope. So it gives you fair warning. So just to be unfair, the fair part to people. Next up, on depressing in a whole other way, Peach Boy Riverside. This is a show that aspired to be mid. This is a tale that took place long ago. There once lived an old man and an old woman. The old man went to the woods to cut down some grass, and the old woman went to the river to, you know the rest. The ogres had finally been defeated, but apparently there were more ogres living elsewhere. So Peach Boy crossed the sea. It was an amazing feat to defeat the ogres, and a joyous feat that Peach Boy saved many lives. But one thing that went wrong was that they had fun. There is nothing more than a what if. What if there was more than one peach that tumbled down the river? Yeah. Basically, it's about this main princess who finds herself, much like Momotaro in the famous Japanese fairy tale, basically encountering ogres. The ogres attacking her European-style kingdom. It's a whole thing, and the show would have been just mid on its own merits and virtue, in all truth, if they had. Note that this rating is 3.9. That's being kind. This comment here will explain why. The right order to watch the show. You go episode 1 to episode 2, 2 to 3, that seems fine, 3 to 9. Then episode 4 to episode 1 again, to episode 5 to episode 7, episode 6 to episode 8, episode 7 to episode 4, episode 8 to episode 10, episode 9 to episode 12, episode 10 to 11, 11 to 5, and 12 to 6. The show divided itself among multiple reference points, multiple perspectives. The problem is the editor, and it's pretty clear it's just what the editor did at the final step, chopped it up and reorganized it all. The director or the editor chopped it up and reorganized it so it made almost no goddamn sense. And because it's mixed in these particular episodes, it'd be one thing if it was like Danganronpa 3 where you could just go, okay, so I just go from one this episode to one this episode. No. These are multiple perspectives in the same episode that are trimmed out. unfortunately, it makes it all but unwatchable. So, I'm sad to say, you go down into the abyss for the first time in a while. For editing mistakes and making things worse, you go down into the abyss. It didn't have to be this way, you know. Alright, and from there... Oh, right. Please, where is it? Please tell me, Gokko-chan. This one is a little fetishy baby, actually quite a bit, but Gokko, Otako, and Ojo are a trio of unlikely friends in high school with 3 very different perspectives. Horrible puns, but I'm here for it. Each episode embarks on a day in the life of a trendy girl, an otaku, and a lady as they discuss their girl problems. So, it's like, is it true that you're gyaru? Yeah. Is it true that you can't help moaning like during sex or like when somebody gives you a massage? You know, is it true that you're scared of holes? Is it true, all sorts of little things. And all various ideas, and it basically covers the concept of, well, girl talk, basically. And it's not for everyone. I'm going to leave it at mid. I'm going to leave it at about mid-middle. But it is one of those... It's not for everybody, and it's not specific, but it is decent enough. It's harmless, but it is stuff like... They do go into, like... Because obviously Gokko-chan is a pretty busty girl. They talk about, like, her bra and that kind of thing. So... Oh boy. I just noticed what's next. Alright. Pretty Boy Detective Club. Searching for a star she saw 10 years ago, Mayumi Dojima visits the headquarters of the Pretty Boy Detective Club to begin her quest. It's... It's a story about growing up and what we access and how we change. It's done by the exact same artist of Monogatari, and it is very, very much about several pretty boys who, try to figure out problems in their school and detect, and it's one of those interesting things where how much is real versus make-believe becomes a thing. It's a good distillation of childish mentality. So, there's problems with it, but it's also, at the very least, a fun ride for those who are willing to take it in. And there is some gender affirming stuff, so I'll leave it at that. It's a lot of fun, but there are problems, and I can see where that wouldn't be many people's tastes. I enjoyed it, but hell, unless it's in the abyss, I've at least said I can enjoy it at some level. Like I said, that's why I'm teetering on the Heaven's Lost Property and High School DxD. There are some redeeming values. There's not much in some. Another mobile game advertisement. Princess Connect Redive. A show that is... It got 2 seasons because the animation has no right being as good and smooth and clean as it was. In the beautiful land of Estrella, where a gentle breeze blows, a young man named Yuki awakens with no memory of his past. There he encounters a guide who is sworn to care for him, Kokoro, a lovely swordswoman who is always feeling a peckish, Pickering, and a cat-eared sorceress with a prickly attitude, Carol. Led by fate, these four come together to form the Gourmet Guild, and so their adventure begins. This is one of those slice of fantasy life, and you don't realize it's actually advertising for a game. Hell, I got through the first season before I realized it was for an actual game they were advertising. Because it was just a fun ride. So, it's great. It's on the low end great, but it's still great. And it's just silly, simple stuff. Oh, there's always a cat girl. Hey, we're down to the last 4 lines. Princess Jellyfish. This is an interesting one to talk about. Tsukimi and her wallflower friends are hopeless nerds with bizarre hobbies. Their crippling social anxieties keep them from setting foot outside the all-girl apartment complex they inhabit, but a late-night jellyfish rescue mission and the arrival of a stylish girl are about to turn their lives upside down. So, the main characters are our main cast here, where they find to have various hobbies, and to protect their home, they have to create dresses to help generate money for her modeling. And it's one of those... It's all about the different social elements of it, of how the characters are and interact. It's fun to see them pushed outside their boundaries. It's lighthearted, but it does speak to the social anxieties people can develop. So, it's an enjoyable ride. I'd say it's pretty mid overall. Yeah. Yeah, it does look like a boob. Oh, we got another Japan-specific. Oh, gods. Okay, there's a lot to unpack with this next one. Psychopaths. In the future, thinking about a crime makes you guilty, and justice is dispensed from the barrel of a gun. Detectives work in teams made up of enforcers and inspectors. Enforcers take out the bad guys, and inspectors make sure their partners don't cross the line. The equalizer in the war on thugs is the Dominator, a weapon that can tell whether citizens are about to turn criminal. If that sounds sketchy as all get out, congratulations, you just read the room. Psychopaths is a crime drama about a AI system that basically tells people how to whether they're going to commit a crime or not. So it's supposed to prevent crimes from happening in the first place. How ethical that is in any capacity is up in the air. But only in Japan would this actually become a full-on thing. And it's an interesting concept, but the cops are the good guys in this one, and that can be kind of tone-deaf sometimes, so we'll leave it there for now, and just say there's problems with this, but... Uh-oh. Oh, no. Puella Magi Madoka Magica. Oh boy. I'll read the description to get us started. She has a loving family and best friends, laughs and cries from time to time. Madoka Kaname, an 8th grader of Mitakahara Middle School, is one of those who lives such a life. One day, she had a very magical encounter. She doesn't know if it happened by chance or by fate yet. This is the fateful encounter that can change her destiny. That is the beginning of the new story of the Magical Witch Girls. This is a... I almost would want to put this into iconic. Because this was the start of the dark magical girl thing. Or at least it was the culmination of it. I unironically love it. And I'm thankful we don't have the movie on here, or that would be an instant, one of my top unironic loves. The main series itself is telling the story of how Madoka meets and deals with these magical girls and why they exist. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's an awkward title, and it is one of those shows that is very dark, and when you start, much like Gunslinger Girl, when you start piecing together what's going on, there's this creeping dread about what's going on that kind of just slithers in, and you just go, oh no, oh no. Yeah. It is, I unironically love the Madoka Magica. The movie they made it after the fact was even better. And we're still supposed to be seeing some news about Season 2 many years later, eventually. So, I look forward to that, and we'll get to gush about that another day. Next up, is that what I think it is? I think we're into ours. Is that Rain? Nope. Oh, that's Raven. Okay, I see what that is. Okay. Raven of the Inner Palace. One of the first Chinese dramas, actually, we get on here. Chinese-focused dramas. The Raven Consort is a special consort living deep in the inner palace of the Imperial Palace in China. Despite her title, does not perform nighttime duties for the Emperor, because consorts were women who the Emperor slept with for the sake of gaining new heirs. Some who have seen her say she is the appearance of an old woman, while others describe her as a young girl. The Raven Consort's name is Shosei. She has the ability to use mysterious arts and will accept any favor asked of her, whether it is to find something lost or to curse someone to death. The current Emperor, Gao Jun, visits her one night to ask a favor. Their meeting exposes a secret that will turn history on its head. It's a very different cultural identity than what you're used to seeing, and it's kind of an interesting, murder mystery drama that comes from a lot of fun. I'd say it's not for everybody. There's problems with it because it is a Chinese, very, very focused on Chinese cultural, and it's a little odd for some people, so. But it's still fun and an interesting way to see her use various, spiritual abilities to solve problems. Next up, Reborn to Master the Blade, from Hero King to Extraordinary Squire. After living a life devoted to serving his country and people, Inglis's one wish is to be free of a king's burden and to train was actually heard, but he was born again as a beautiful girl. Reborn in the far future as daughter to a renowned knight, Inglis can now focus on mastering the martial arts. A wish has been granted, and Inglis will be on the front lines fulfilling the dream of becoming the strongest knight. So, does it still count as an isekai if you're born back in the same world? Because she does get reborn he does get reborn as a girl And this is about as fetish baity as you get, as you can tell from the character designs. Like, that's him being reborn in a girl's body. Thing is, mentally, she's still male. Like, she has problems being, like, doesn't, bathe with... She bathes with women, but, you can tell they're getting their jollies off with it, too. Either way, this is one of those, I'm honestly not gonna push, I'm gonna push it down into Banish to the Abyss. Not because of the horniness, but more so, there's one thing that it commits a greater crime. It's fucking boring. It's horny and boring, and that's really impressive to accomplish. So, down you go. There's supposed to be a second season coming, and who knows, maybe it can crawl its way back up, but for now, nah. It's down there, and it ain't coming up for a while. Reign of the Seven Spellblades. This is an ambitious... Okay, this is Harry Potter if Harry Potter had some teeth to it. Like, point blank, that's pretty much what this is. It takes place in a magic school, but the students and the teachers are all kind of fucked in the head as they would be, and their morals are far looser. Like, it isn't just, Yep. Boringness is where it hits. But yeah, Reign of the Seven Spellblades, it's Harry Potter if it had some teeth. So, I'll give it low. It's definitely on the lower end of mid, but at least it's got something to it. But it's still Harry Potter, so there's still limits. But it is it tries to play some edgy boy points, but it doesn't really get it. All in all, I'd say, yeah, it's a mid-series overall. Alright. Moving down the list. Oh boy. Requiem of the Rose King. Oh no. Oh god. I forgot about this. Civil War grips medieval Europe, England, as the houses of York and Lancaster vie for the throne. This is taking place during the War of Roses. You can look up historical data about it. The Duke of York's youngest son wants nothing more than to see his father crowned king, but he struggles with a secret that he fears to confront. That secret being that his youngest son is actually a woman. Yeah. And there's a whole lot of other things, and there's a lot of... Look, the character designs aren't that great. Just look at the characters. Just overall, they're pretty goddamn bland. I get that it's supposed to be medieval Europe, but you can still do more than just everyone's blonde. But either way, the character designs are bad. The character designs are bad. The plot and pacing is terrible. Down into the abyss with thee. Sorry, no. I was trying to convince myself that this is going to just be a there's problems. No. It really is just that bad. I'm sorry. Down into the abyss with thee. So next up... Restaurant to Another World. There is a certain... Okay, let's get the correct full thing. There is a certain restaurant in the first basement of a multi-tenant building in one corner of a shopping street near the office district. The historical restaurant, marked by a sign with a picture of a cat, is called Western Cuisine Nekoya. This restaurant looks completely normal, though one through the week, but on Saturdays it opens in secret exclusively to some very unique guests. During these hours, doors in various areas of a parallel world open to allow customers of many different races and cultures into the restaurant. Pretty much, Abyss is where I'm putting anything that I either find offensive or just not worth your time, in my opinion. Like, even there's problems I can see some kind of, you can get some enjoyment out of. Mid are relatively harmless. Great are, in the title. Unironically love are my full emphatic suggestions. And cultural icons, regardless of my taste, I have to bow and say I respect what you have accomplished. So, but Restaurant to Another World is a joyous, fun, light-hearted adventure that basically involves you. Basically, it's a reverse isekai. It is fantasy creatures coming to Earth to taste our food. And in all truth, it's fun. It's cool, it's interesting. The characters, the character designs, everything about it is just really awesome. And it's, unfortunately, it has the debuff of it makes you hungry. But even then, unironically love it to death. Like Flying Witch, it is a comfortable food-focused show that just shows what kind of interesting ideas they can come up with. So, yeah. Restaurant to Another World is awesome. Oh boy, Revenger. Oh boy. As Master Assassin Usui Win looks into a series of assassinations made on the Grand Samurai clan, the Satsuma, he encounters Kurima Raizo, member and survivor of the attacks. Together, they discover the true nature of these murders is bigger than stolen resources. As they get closer to the truth, will they come out alive to exact revenge? This is one of those, it's always trying to be, this is the edgy of edgy. This is anime trying to be dark and edgy, and it's hilarious. It's trying so hard on so many cylinders. There's problems, but it still holds its own, and it can be a riot at times. And the opening slaps if I remember right. If I'm remembering right. Pig's Blood is very awesome. Yeah, it's definitely one of those. I can see the appeal. It's fun, but it is very awesome. But I can see where it's trying a little too hard to be edgy, and so it kind of falls flat in that way. Oh gods. Rin, Daughters of Mnemosyne. Okay. I'm going to zoom in so you can see the fuller image of this art on the top. I want you to take a closer look around Rin, our main character here. See how there's arms and legs and embracing, and it's all just kind of like bodies piled around her? There's a lot going on in this series. And I mean a lot. This is only 6 shows, 6 episodes. They're 45 minutes apiece. This is still a lot to deal with, and she's like a supernatural detective. Actually, it's a mountain of women. Women. Remember, it's Daughters of Mnemosyne. There's a lot of questionable stuff in this, and there's a reason they only got 6 episodes. It is... Yeah, there's nowhere this is safe for work. I'm just gonna leave that there. It is... Woo! There are problems. That doesn't mean it's bad, that just means there are problems, so just be aware of what you're walking yourself into. So, if you decide to, you were warned. It's not on my head. Oh, Robotech. Again, my boomer comes out. The fact of being this old and still not being able to... Yeah. Robotech is one of those... Oi. How to put this? Well, you were warned about the first episode, so if you really feel like you hit your limit, skip it. You don't necessarily need the first episode. In fact, if you think it'll bother you, skip the first episode and just watch the rest of it. I'm not kidding by that statement. It is perfectly fine. They go over it in enough detail in the rest of the series that you don't need to see the direct first episode. But Robotech, back to Robotech, it is one of those series that... This is old. This is, again, another grandfather of anime, up there with Gundam being an old mecha series. I'm going to leave it as a cultural icon. It's not famous as the others. This one is probably the least of the cultural icons. But the Robotech influence and some of the animations that it spawned later on down the line, especially in the field of whenever you see big, huge fields of missile launching, that was one of the early things Robotech really loved to express, was this feeling of just launching these huge barrages of missiles across the sky. That was one of the things that really set them apart. Alright. Now for something a little more a little nicer and more comfy. Room camping. Which is an offshoot of Laid Back Camp. Which is basically just a nice little filler arc of Laid Back Camp being just a cute story about cute girls trying to camp out in various places. That's about it. It's more just cute girls doing cute stuff. Harmless, fluffy, and doesn't do much for you. It's at least competent enough to not be harmful to anything. So, there you have it. Let's see. Oh boy. Well, I'm about to get shot. Here it is. I'm about to get shot for this one. Ruby, RWBY. Ruby is a famous series at this point. Most people have heard of it or seen clips of it. Was 3D animated, and basically it's about huntsmen or people who hunt the monsters that are hunting humanity in this otherworldly location. What I can say is this. Ruby is a love letter to high action animation. However, of course, it tends to fall a bit flat for a lot of people. Though, to be fair, they did do long enough to get 9 seasons. That being said, each season is only about, like, the first one's 20 episodes. The rest are 15, 16, 13, 14. They're not very long seasons. It's one of those things of, there was a lot more potential, and the universe and world they built is very cool. And honestly, the fact with Season 9 being the interesting world they did do, just makes me sad we may never see 10. Because, as far as I know, there's no set date or information regarding a 10th season, so it's interesting, it's cool. There's a lot of fun, interesting fight scenes, and if nothing else, grab the OSTs. They are mwah. Just great high energy songs to just, like, this is great workout music. Still, I'm going to get battered because I'm going to put it in great. There's a lot of people who have a lot of negative opinions about it. I personally think it's great. I'm going to keep it, next to Gintama. Yeah, I can see that. And then later on, okay, I did it backwards. Actually, I'll put it right next to it. Because that was, what I put up was what a offshoot of what they did from the original Ruby, which was an anime, like a true anime, where the main Ruby series was 3D animated. Like you saw the models there in the clips. There are 3D animated. Like they're 3D models. Ruby Ice Queendom was a truly drawn anime that they did to evoke the same energy of the original 3D models, but they are hand-drawn. And just overall, it's telling a unique, separate story away from what the original Ruby did, while still paying tribute to the originals. Overall, a lot of fun, and was a nice throwback for a lot of us who have been a fan since the start. So, take it with a grain of salt for what you want. Okay. Did I... It takes time, practice, and patience. It's an amazing work. So next up, we have Saga of Tanya the Evil. Oh boy. Another isekai, and in this case, yes, the character is technically overpowered, But the world they're in, that doesn't count for much. It's a fantasy equivalent of World War II, where our main character, Tanya, was born... Okay, well, going back, Tanya was in their previous life, was a businessman who, through being shrewd and cruel and completely lacking empathy, was pushed to his death before a train. And being completely unable to be lacking all empathy, basically tells God to shove it, says that they don't believe in God because, well, look how nice and convenient the world is. Surely there's no way there's such a thing as a God, or we don't need a God. So, he gets reborn as a orphaned girl in the equivalent of right before World War II. And seeing that there was very little chance of surviving it in other ways, reasoning out, Tanya decides to join the military. Yes, as like a 12-year-old girl, her aptitude for magic was so high, they allowed her to draft herself. This is her story from that point forward. She is Tanya, and an evil bitch, and absolutely ruthless towards enemies and allies alike. I love it to death. It is a fun fucking ride. Oh, she doesn't even call him God. She calls him Being X. Like, yeah, you argue with God and, you get your just results. Alright. Next up. Oh, is it Sakura Quest? Yeah. Five young women have one thing in common. Their careers they planned for themselves weren't working out. Job dissatisfaction, trying to make ends meet, and personal insecurities led each of them to start working in the local tourism bureau, where their lives become intertwined. As the girls experience first year on the job, they learn about their town, their industry, and themselves. So, it's about some girls basically they're working in the tourism bureau. It's cute girls doing stuff to try and help their town. Overall, it's mid, it's harmless, it's fluffy, so... But beyond that, it's not much else. But I have watched it, and it was decent enough. But it is a turn your brain off and just enjoy. Next up... Let's see. S Cried. Okay, so that's the one that threw me off. Oh boy. This one is close to my heart just because any show that can make custom openings and alters their openings based on events in the story will always earn a little bit of respect from me. And this show does that repeatedly. In fact, in the original, I don't know what version the Crunchyroll is using, but in the original Japanese release, the lyrics were done differently in each episode to reflect the events of that episode. I will always love that. 22 years ago, Tokyo was destroyed by the cataclysmic earthquake. The area became known as the Lost Ground, and it gave rise to altar users, people with unique psychic abilities to change matter and create altars with incredible power. To bring order back to the Lost Ground, the Special Police Force, Holo, formed and their altar users created using Holy to capture and control renegade native altars. One such renegade is Kazuma. The power of this altar, Shell Bullet, is the put to the test when Holy comes knocking at his door and Kazuma must fight for his freedom and the safety of his friends. Yeah. It is a 26 episode wild ride, and it is a lot of fun. It is a classic anime in the sense of it is very simple, straightforward, but it is a riot. Like I said, it doesn't need to be sensical, but it is at least fun to ride. So I'm gonna put it in its great, at least high up, because it's much like Kill la Kill. You get these punchy fights that are just fun to watch. And from there, Samurai 7. Alright. Now this one will be interesting to see. Okay, Samurai 7. Which is actually an anime take on an old Japanese movie called Seven Samurai, which is based off of a story called The Seven Samurai, where it's about seven samurai who basically unite to protect this one village after the shogunate has fallen, and basically what they sacrifice and fight to defend that town. This is an anime recreation of it that goes very hard and is gorgeous. There is, from the art style to the play of the characters, to the way things go, to the way the characters are handled and they handle situations. Overall, it is awesome. It is very heavily also a mecha anime, surprisingly enough. But overall, absolutely love it. And stands as one of those fantastic animes that I can just stand by and suggest for just about anyone, really. Like, that is one of those. It's just a fun ride. Alright. Let's see. So what's next? Ah, of course. From Samurai 7 to Samurai Champloo. See, this is where people are going to go, but Afro Samurai. I know. And I know what I've said. I love this goddamn series. Mugen is a ferocious, animalistic warrior with a fighting style inspired by breakdancing. Jin is a Ronin samurai who wanders the countryside alone. They may not be friends, but their paths continually cross, and when ditzy waitress Fu gets them out of hot water and with the local magistrate, they agree to join her search for the samurai who smells of sunflowers. It is an interesting, hip-hop take on the samurai journey. It is fun, it is silly, it is a riot, and the characters just play naturally off each other. Yeah. Oh yeah. Mugen's got steel plates on the bottom of his sandals, so he kicks around other people's swords. Hey, Marin. Yep. Oh yeah. That's fine. It's just one of those things to give you a taste of the energy in the opening. Usually gives you a good taste. There are moments that are fantastic, and I mean, it's one of those things. It's not to everyone's taste, but if it looks good to you, it is a lot of fun. There's all sorts of energy to it. And they have, it's silly, it's fun, and I guess the best way to put it is you're looking at a group of friends who share the same road. I'd say I'm giving it unironically love. It's not going to be the highest up there, but it's definitely I love it. Oh boy, okay. Alright, gotta go back into boomer mode, sorry folks. Samurai Troopers, oh boy. This is one of those, it's so cringy, I love it. Long ago, there existed an evil spirit that waged war to conquer human world. A defeat drove him back to the realm of darkness, but not before vowing to return and exact his revenge. 1,000 years later, the world has all but forgotten the name of Arago, Emperor of Doom. When black clouds smother the bright city lights of Shinjuku, and a sinister laugh drowns out the dying hum of electricity, the people of the world plunge into terror, unprepared for the evil spirit's return. Same kind of level of cringe, I'll say it that way. There is all sorts of cringe in this, but it is... it is so cheesy and fun. It's Power Rangers kind of level of cringe, and it is fun and it's silly. So, there's problems. Animation, low budget, voice acting. It's all pretty bad. But I still love it. So, there's problems. It's still there, though. Like, I can still suggest watching it for, if nothing else. Especially if you get, drunk or high with friends. It's really, really funny then. Where you're just going, what the fuck? It's stupid. Yeah, it is. Oh, speaking of really stupid, it just doesn't stop. Sengoku Basara, or Samurai Warriors. I don't think no, High School DxD, at least I didn't bother rating it, but I think it's just automatically. I mean, look, it's a half step from porn. And that's not much of a half step from High School DxD. It's a half step from porn. Same with Heaven's Lost Property. Both of these two are sitting on the edge of the abyss because any particular moment they could be pushed over into, it's just porn. So I can't recommend it. Because porn is highly subjective. So I can't recommend porn. Not because it's YouTube, but because I don't know what your kink is, so I don't bother recommending porn. Sengoku Basara, Samurai Warriors. Yeah, I believe the games came first, and which are just overblown versions of the Sengoku Wars in Japan's history. And if I'm honest, I don't know, they're alright. It's not great. I'm not going to push it into the abyss, but it is one of those... It just exists. It's there. It doesn't really accomplish much. It's silly, but it's not the worst version I've seen of it. Yeah, I think Witcher's more grounded than... Witcher is more grounded than Samurai Warriors. Oh boy. Okay, I'm reading the description because I want to see people's reactions to this. Sankaria, Undying Love. Zombie-obsessed Furuya is making a potion to reanimate his dead cat when he meets Rhea. She's about as miserable as a girl can get thanks to her creepy, domineering father. When the pain becomes too much, she tries to commit suicide with a sip of Furuya's weird elixir. The potion doesn't kill her, but it does turn her into a zombie? Yeah, with her father being overly controlling. Oh, yeah, there is so much with this show. I know where it's going. It's just one of those... I remember watching this and just kind of going... Yeah. It's not bad. It doesn't cross the line into horrible. But it's one of those... Him trying to hide the fact that she's a zombie or arguing with... It just is awkward. I'm putting it next to High School DxD. It's the third in the line to get pushed off the cliff into the abyss. It's not the worst it could be. It just is really cringe in a not good way. Yes, that's a good way of putting it. It's cringe in a not good way. Alright. So next up... Oh god. Oh god, why did I do this to myself? Alright. Scrolling down. Why did I acknowledge this thing exists? Servamp. Mahiro Shirota dislikes difficult things, preferring to live a simple life. But after rescuing a cat he names Kuro, life takes a turn for the complex. Kuro turns out to be a servamp, a servant vampire, named Sleepy Ash, and the two form a contract. Kissing his simple life goodbye, Mahiro is pulled into the world of vampires, the 7 deadly servamps in war. Life couldn't be more complicated. I'm sorry, but I really struggle to explain what the fuck I watched when I watched Servamp. Oh, there's potential. And then there's all of it squandered by the simple fact that they don't have a clear idea of a power system or motivations or what the characters are actually supposed to be doing or how the conflict is supposed to actually take place. Sir Simp. Not bad. And thanks, Dragon's Breath. I'll get some sleep eventually, but for now, I'm still going. Holy crap. It is trash. It is absolute goddamn trash. It falls apart so easily under its own weight. I'm sorry. You're at the top of the abyss, so maybe you could have climbed out. But as far as I'm concerned, you're still just stuck down there. I'm sorry, buddy. It's not worth it. Oh no. Okay. And here we go again. Ladies and gentlemen, Seton Academy, join the pact. Seton Academy, a school where animals of all species gather to live and learn together. A sacred garden of learning where students hone their primal instincts and the laws of the jungle. Where species are pit against each species in a daily struggle for survival. Now enter the animal-hating human Jin Mazama and the lonely wolf Ranka Okami. When man meets wolf in an encounter for the ages, this food chain is about to be shook. Species schmecies, if we've shared facelicks, you're a friend to me. Welcome to the pact. Yeah, this is blatant fetish anime. If you... Yeah. There's more than one case of character threatening to literally eat another one. You know what? Sankaria, you get a little more breathing room. I'm even gonna push High School DxD back. Sorry, but that banner alone for Heaven's Lost Property still determines that it remains the first one to get pushed into the abyss. They're supposed to be literal animals. They're animal people, but they're supposed to be literal animals, so they mean literally eating them. Like, if I get a stiff breeze wrong, I'm gonna push Heaven's Lost Property into the abyss, but hasn't quite hit that point yet. Just because the comedy bits on it are at least somewhat redeemable. Oh no. Well, Shadow's House. This is a unique drama mystery. One I absolutely adore and I will stand by completely. High atop a cliff sits the mansion known as Shadow's House, home to a faceless clan that pretends to live like nobles. They express their emotions through living dolls that also endlessly clean the House of Soot. One such servant, Emiliko, aids her master Kate as they learn more about themselves and the mysteries of the house. This is a fantastic drama, and the mystery deepens with how far you go in what ways the house works. This is one I can wholeheartedly and full-throatedly endorse. The music, the feeling of it is awesome. Now, what am I doing? Nope. Like, I'm trying to think. Opening. Maybe if I just do straight opening. Or we can do ending one, that's fine too. I haven't started watching Solo Leveling, so no, I haven't. it is one of the... I can completely suggest Shadow's House. If you like any kind of... If you're not the sort of person who only wants just fist fights and throne, if you like good drama and mystery, this is a fantastic show. So that goes in absolute one of the top, right next to Odd Taxi. Both of these are huge mysteries that are fun to listen to and watch and try to figure out what is going on in them. So, yes, Shadow's House and Odd Taxi are big dramas. I can be a fan of that. Why are they skipping a... Oh, why are they skipping steps on the animation? Because they're in a hurry. Alright. So, from there... Let's see. Shikimori's not just a cutie. The ultimate heartthrob girlfriend appears. Naturally unlucky high school student Izumi's girlfriend is his classmate Shikimori. She has a beautiful smile and a kind personality, and always seems to be happy when she's with Izumi. She's pretty, cute, and loving girlfriend, but when Izumi's in trouble, she transforms into a super cool heartthrob girlfriend. The fun lives of the cute and cool Shikimori, Izumi, and their good friends never end. This 1000% precious romantic comedy begins now. I can recommend this, and I definitely recommend this. This is one of those, it's a cheesy, silly comedy, but it holds a whole lot of heart and soul to it. And watching the main protagonist be the damsel in distress is kind of fun. I can very much say I definitely suggest that for a lot of people. Unironically love. I'm gonna say, a stab life. Oh yeah, she's the man in the relationship, but hell, hey, so long as they're happy together, what's the bad in it? Hey, the relationships only have to suit the people in them, not the people around them. Oh boy. Shimonetta, a boring world where the concept of dirty jokes doesn't exist. Led by the Panty Master Yame, the SOX Socks Brigade is dedicated to spreading the good news of being lewd in a country where one tiny bleep will have you hurt, serving hard time. Will you put your thrust in socks? This show is nothing but dirty jokes and dirty and perverted jokes. It is an excuse to do so. It is also a testament to the idea of what happens if you don't allow people to express sexual thoughts. Yes, she wears panties on her face, panty masked. There's problems with this show. It's not as bad as some of the others, but there's problems with it. No, it's not even full-on hentai. It straddles the line, and at points there are people straddling, but that's a whole other thing. It's all done for comedic effect. I'll put it this way. It is one of the most explicit sex you see taking place in the show happens between flies. You literally are at one point make people watch flies fuck, okay? It is absolutely one of those horrible shows that just, yeah. There's problems with it. There's still a good point to watch it, but I'm, again... Oh yeah. Anyway, moving on down the list. Shy. S as in the emotion, the feeling, the idea. Which, based on the title, you wouldn't expect it to be what it is. On the brink of a third world war, superheroes appeared on Earth. Gifted with powers, their appearance brings peace to the world. The heroes each selected a country in which they would reside, serve, and protect its citizens. Shy is Japan's hero, endowed with super strength. Her most daunting enemy yet? Crippling shyness. Join Shy and her super friends as she defends Earth and gains confidence. So yeah. The girl there in the white, she is Shy and she is the superhero Shy. And I've read the manga more than I've watched the anime so far, but the manga was so cute and not lighthearted, but endearing. And you can't help but want to cheer for Shy to overcome and push herself to better and help people. It is a lot of fun, and it is absolutely one of those fun, riotous kind of bonuses. Just fun ways to put things. So, I'm going to put it in grade. I'm going to put it up there. I'm going to stick you next to Aho Girl. A little above Aho Girl, actually. And Oni-san can push back. Yep. Because she's definitely one of those fun... And they do some pretty interesting things with the idea of superheroes, and... It's a lot to go with. Next up... What am I looking at? It's not Snow White. Oh! That's right. Wait. Now I'm trying to remember... Oh! Sleepy Princess. I had to zoom in on the picture to remind myself what show I'm looking at. Sleepy Princess and Demon's Castle, because the icons are kind of small. Gotta forgive me. Alright. So, Sleepy Princess and Demon's Castle is one of the more... It's a joke anime about kidnapped princess basically looking to get as much sleep as possible and sleep as comfortably as possible in the Demon Lord's castle. In pursuing that sleep, she basically runs roughshod over the entire demon army. And it's a record for me. Hey, I'm the smallest of the small, my friends. I appreciate anyone who's watching. I just do what I can and what I enjoy. If you enjoy, thank you very much, and I hope to keep going. Anyway, to give you an idea, she takes off her heavy metal crown to make this little cloth one for herself, so that she can sleep more comfortably. Like that kind of thing. And of course, the long-running joke of the show is the hero is going to save her. And unfortunately, she's kind of oblivious to it and just focused on getting as much sleep as possible, because Being here in the Demon Lord's castle, she doesn't have to deal with her royal duties, nor be pestered by her royal parents. I mean, to the point where she's actually forgotten the hero's name and doesn't even realize he's coming to get her. So, yeah, Sleepy Princess, and it's mid. It's not horrible, but it's still fun enough. I give it a mid. All right, next up, oh. No, and it's cute with the ingenuity she shows. Now, this one is going to end up... Oh, boy. Smile of the Ars Notoria. In a magic academy, a group of girls known as the Pentagrams pursue their studies and train in manners of magic to become true ladies. Meet Ars Notoria and her dorm mates, the life of the party Mel, quiet petite Albert, class president wannabe Pikatrix, and always cool Amber Melon. Taking classes, doing their school duties, throwing tea parties, will share their girls' fun and lively days with you. This show has one major problem. It's boring as fuck. Like, it's one thing to... Like, as far as I know, this was, like, pitching for an online game, last I heard. But I don't know for 100%, and I don't care enough. Alright. See you later, Marin. I don't care enough to know one way or the other. So, unfortunately, you're next to Servamp. Maybe if they do another season and there's something to you, till then, you're down in the abyss. Alright, next one. So I'm a spider, so what? Here we go. I, the protagonist, was just an ordinary high school girl, but suddenly I was reincarnated as a spider monster in a fantasy world. Not only that, but I awakened in a dungeon filled with vicious monsters. Armed only with my human knowledge and my overwhelming positivity, I'm forced to use spider webs and traps to defeat far stronger monsters just to stay alive. So begins the labyrinth survival story of a girl with incredible mental strength, living as one of the lowest ranked beasts. This show is a goddamn riot. It literally... And that mental strength, she's full of crap, and that's her lying to herself. She broke very early on. It's one of those fun, rampant shows that just shamelessly rips as much as it can. I mean, I think it's the end ED. Yeah. Do your best, Kumakos. This is how, like, to give an idea of just how broken this main her emphasizing just how mentally broken of a character she is. All I can say is this. I absolutely adore it. I unironically love it. And it has been one of the funniest ones I can believe in. And I'll put it this way. Having a character actually just mentally break down and still keep going is so charming and is so unique for a story. It is very weird, but weird is fun. So fuck it, let's go. Oh no. Speaking of weird is fun, now we're getting into some of the weirder shit that I have to just go, oh boy, okay. So I haven't seen Solo Leveling yet, so... But we have Somali and the Forest Spirit. This is a unique story. The world is ruled by a diversity of inhuman beings who persecuted humans and drove them to near extinction. One day, the forest guardian Golem meets a human girl. This is a chronicle of a journey that would bind a member of the dying human clan to the forest guardian Golem as father and daughter. It's a very wholesome, very sweet story of the Golem looking to protect and travel with their guardian daughter. It is also one of those series that has a knife to my side, because that is at all times and over your heart, because God help you should something happen to that kid. It's great. It's just, you are constantly on edge of something's gonna fucking happen to that kid and I'm not gonna be able to cope tonight. Alright, and next up, Soul Eater. A unique universe where some people can turn into weapons and others can wield them to hunt down various monsters that feed on souls. It's a really interesting, stylistic, very unique style. And one of those, it stands out from the crowd. It always has a very unique energy to it. The only downside I can give it, and give you fair warning, is that the ending to the manga happened after they finished the anime. So, the anime's ending is a little rush. And frankly, I kind of prefer it to the manga's ending, because the manga's ending, ooh, that leaves a bad taste in your mouth. But, hey, not everything needs to be a happy ending. I'll never say that. So it's just one of those, it has a unique ending versus the manga, but still, both of them are very awesome. I'm going to give Soul Eater definitely a great, and one of the upper ones, like Near Assassination Classroom, great. Alright. So then we're looking at Speed Grapher. Alright, this one is unfortunately going to be looking at a low ranking, but it's one of one. I love and hate this art up here, because this art means nothing compared to the rest of the series. I want to just put that in. First and foremost, this art is gorgeous. This art does not represent the series. Alright. What this main series does follow is a photographer / investigative journalist on his adventures to break through and find this secret club that all the rich and powerful are supposed to gather at. And the fallout of everything that happens afterwards. This is a fantastic series with lots of twists, lots of push and pull and emotional stakes. I personally I unironically love it. But there are issues with it where there's context of what the antagonists are looking after, the fact that one of the main cast is this young girl who is high school age and is pretty blatantly lusted after in many ways, and not just physically. And just overall, the overall tone of it can really turn people off. I'm putting it next to Rin. I'll put it above Rin, but it's definitely on the same par as Rin, Daughters of Mnemosyne, as far as being what you want to work on. How much you would need a disclaimer of, there's shit in here that's going to make you cringe and make you unsure, but there's also very cool and awesome things. I don't have a single. That's the reason Unironically Love is so bloated of a department here. Take your pick on any of these in the very top, and you'll see you'll have my tastes. That's pretty much all I can say. I can't pick a single favorite. There's no way I can. I love too much about too many different things. I'm willing to accept many things. Next up. Oh. Something wholesome. Spice and Wolf, which I believe is supposed to be getting a remake somewhere here in the next year or so. Lawrence, a traveling merchant, finds a nude girl and with ears and tails of a wolf asleep inside his cart. She is Holo, a harvest goddess with an untamed beast lurking inside. Armed with his street smarts and her animal instincts, a simple peddler and a forgotten deity journey together through the countryside while reaping the riches of happiness and exposing the bankruptcy which dwells in the human heart. This is your wholesome, just really good drama. Just two people, a man and a merchant, and the wolf goddess, just traveling around to, make money and survive. And how they work together. And there are 2 seasons of it, so there's a lot to it. It's a lot of fun. It's wholesome. It's nice. So for me, it's definitely Unironically Love. Not the highest ones, but definitely up there solid. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Like I said, it's simple. It's like a good sandwich. It's simple, straightforward, doesn't need much, but it still works out for what it is. Let's see. Next one was, of course, Spy X Family. It's a comedy and it's a fucking meme. It's pretty much a goddamn meme. It's almost to the point where I would call it a cultural icon. Give it another few years and it probably will be. For now, though, I'll just say it's great. I'm not even going to put it my personal backing. I'll just say it's a great series to watch. It's funny, it's lighthearted, and serious at times. And I know there's a lot of people who are far more emphatic fans of it than I am. It's just one of those, it's good for what it is, but what it is still just a comedy anime. Still, it has some fun action sequences. There's a lot of good stuff buried in. Oh God. Okay. This is one I have to share because this is way too perfect. Let me get down to it. Super Cub. Oh boy. Okay. Super Cub. Kokoma finds her freedom on a motorcycle, but with no parents, friends, or plans for the future, she doesn't have much else. That is until she meets a fellow biker, Reiko. Together they'll discover friendship, fun, and the adventure of the open road. First off, just be aware. I remember watching this with an ex of mine, and I will always laugh because they didn't realize for the longest time, this until literally the last episode, that this show is basically a covert commercial for little mini bikes produced by Honda. Because they spend a lot of time gushing over this or that about the bikes or figuring out how they work, and literally the first episode starts off almost past black and white, like very faded tones, and it isn't until the main character gets onto a bike to ride it that the world actually gains color. Still remains one of my absolute favorite things. The story is very simple. You know, girls riding bikes to different places to go see and learning about riding each other's bikes and how their bikes work. But yeah, it's a commercial for, you know, mini bikes. That is what it is. With some definite, which will always be the funniest part because I will always remember, we're sitting there at one point. I will always love, we were sitting there at one point and the two girls are sitting there after they've been caught in the rain and they're at the one girl's house. And the one girl's like coming out of the shower, and my ex just cries out loudly, "They fucked. They fucked." About the two girls, and I'm just sitting there dying laughing because it was just so perfect of a moment of, yeah, the Yuri baiting was so strong, she just went, no, that's not baiting anymore. They just fucked. I will never stop laughing because they do just act like a couple past that point, and it was just like, okay, I could see it. So, Super Cub. It's great. It's hilarious. It's going to go on the lower end of great because it's because of capitalism. You know what? Yeah, because of capitalism, it sits next to Princess Connect Redive because capitalism. Oh man, it's still a good show, but it is just one of those. Yeah, that's the reason why they spend so much time focusing on the bikes. Oh boy. Hey, we're into the T's. Tacked Up Destiny. Okay, again, another one of these, it has no right to be this good for being advertisements. This is a 12-episode commercial for an online mobile game. Well, put it this way. I'm 35 years old, and I've been watching anime since I was a kid with like Toonami, so 20-some years. Over the course of 20-some years, you can watch quite a bit. And it's not like I was actively trying to, it just pick up what I found interesting. But yeah, Tacked Up Destiny. This is a surprisingly good one, but I'll read the description just to give you an idea. Music is the light that illuminates people's hearts, and that light was suddenly taken from the world. The world changed the night the black Kuroya meteorite fell. Grotesque monsters known as D2 emerged from the meteorite and began to overrun the land and people. As the D2 were drawn to melodies people played, eventually music itself became taboo. However, those who opposed the monsters appeared. They, the music art, girls who draw power from music, they possess the great operas and musical scores of humanity's history and use them to defeat the D2. I stopped watching TV about a decade and a half ago. No, actually closer to 2 decades ago. Yeah, no, about 2 decades ago I stopped watching regular TV, so yeah, I've had time to watch this stuff and yeah, whatever I found interesting. Yeah. It's another commercial for an online mobile game. It's cute, and it's actually pretty fun and has some actually decent fight sequences. And yeah, I will give it. I personally stand with it's great. It's still a commercial, so it goes down there with Super Cub and Princess Connect. But that's what capitalism gives us. Some good points, some low points. Oh boy. Tear Moon Empire. Oh boy. After a rebellion overthrows the Tear Moon Empire, Princess Mia meets with her demise by guillotine at just 20 years old. She awakens 8 years in the past, given a second chance at life, haunted by her memory of the guillotine. The princess sets out to rebuild the empire and prevent a return to fate. Can the selfish princess learn to be a selfless leader, even though she's just trying to save herself? It's a simple concept of she gets a second chance and tries to learn from her past mistakes, that allowing everything to collapse around her. It works. It's passable. Oh no, I've been stretching my legs as we go. I don't know if you guys can hear my joints popping, but I have been stretching my legs. Besides, I spend 10-12 hours on my feet a day pretty frequently, so this is a nice day off for me to rest my legs. As far as Tear Moon goes, it was passable and serviceable for what it was, but it is one of those, I can't really say it's something you go out of your way for. It's passable, it's fluffy, but nothing amazing. Oh no, is it time? Is that what I think it is there? Yep. That time I got reincarnated as a slime. The title says it all. And so much is left more. That time I got reincarnated as a slime. There is so much good to this series. It is so fucking good. Just from start to finish, it's just good. I wish I could claim it was iconic. It's one of those that I just wish I could claim was iconic, but it isn't. I'm gonna put it, next to, above Freerun. Okay. I was gonna say, I was curious if you guys could hear that, because every now and then I am popping my toes and such. My body pops a lot, I can't help it. But yeah, I'm not going to spoil any plot twists or turns. It's an iconic isekai, yeah. And yeah, Rimuru the slime is one of the most beloved characters because he goes from, he's a light fluff ball, and then he can be the vicious monster we get to see towards the end of the last season. We'll always love it. Overall, just love the entire thing. It's a fun ride. Slime, it remains one of those. The fact that, it is one of the few shows where the joke that his buddy is such a his best friend after he dies is such a bro that he wipes his hard drive so his family can't know what was on his porn stash. That is a brother. That is a man who looking out for his friend. He didn't have to throw it. He didn't have to throw it in the tub to do that. Yeah. He didn't have to throw it in the tub to do it, but hey, you know what? We'll take that win. So yeah, Slime remains one of those. Alright. Oh, one of my favorites. The Ancient Magus Bride. I cannot put... If I was to pick a character to represent myself, oftentimes one of the main characters, Elias, is one of my favorite. Hattori Chise has lived a life full of neglect and abuse, devoid of anything resembling love. Far from the warmth of family, she has had her share of troubles and pitfalls. Just when all hope seems lost, a fateful encounter awaits her. With a man with the head of a beast, wielding strange powers, obtains her through a slave auction. Chise's life will never be the same again. The man is a magus, a sorcerer of great power, who decides to free Chise from the bonds of captivity. The magus then makes a bold statement. Chise will become his apprentice and his bride. This series is amazing, an emotional journey that just hits hard. This and Violet Evergarden are the two shows that have hit me hardest emotionally from a personal standpoint. She didn't care. It was just how despondent it was. She couldn't bring herself to kill herself, so she figured I'd give myself away. Same difference. So, I get that. I've been to enough dark places in my life. So, I'm actually going to put this even above Ascendance of a Bookworm. The Ancient Magus Bride probably is one of the most unironically I love this series. There is very few things about it that don't hit hard for me. And I love the themes of finding and trying to help others out of their loneliness. So there. Oof. Next up. The Apothecary Diaries. This is a relatively new show. Literally came out this past season in the fall. And has one of the most playful, fun... I didn't get to... new episode. I hadn't caught up yet. Well, good to know. I'll watch that later after we're done with everything. The Apothecary Diaries is about... Mao Mao lived a peaceful life with her apothecary father, until one day she sold as a lowly servant to the emperor's palace. But she wasn't meant for a compliant life among royalty, so when imperial heirs fall ill, she decides to step in and find a cure. This catches the eyes of Jin Shi, a handsome palace official who promotes her. Now she's making a name for herself solving medical mysteries. Mao Mao is a fantastic, wonderful character. The opening of the show slaps so goddamn hard. And all in all, it is fun, it is interesting. And Mao Mao being an intelligence-capable character is so good. I love this opening, and just that's enough, but you get the idea. The animation, art style, everything about it is fantastic, and it stands up as one of the shining examples that. And you can make a good anime without it being mindlessly violent. You can make it about thought provoking. You can make it fun, energetic, unironically love, and it is up there high. You know what? Yeah, next to Shadow's House. Both of them being incredible drama mysteries. A Long Odd Taxi. Absolutely fantastic. Next up is that. Oh, The Eccentric Family. Okay. I'm including both of these together. I'm only using one icon. Because to me, they're the exact same thing. It's just basically Season 1 and Season 2. These were effectively. These came before Crunchyroll had set up official chapter selects, season selects in the same page, and they just haven't gotten around to fixing it. So, but The Eccentric Family tells the story of a bunch of tanuki living in modern day Japan. It's great. It's a fun, bouncy, fun little series. And it can be silly, it can be over the top. I mean, it's about tanuki and them trying to avoid getting eaten. It's fun. I can't really say anything more than that. If that doesn't intrigue you of creatures in a, fantasy creatures in a modern setting, I don't know. Then you can move on to something else. Which, in this case, The Faraway Paladin. The isekai that you can forget is an isekai. Like, I'm not even kidding. You can easily forget about that and think it's just a regular fantasy story. In the ruined city of the dead, far from human civilization, lives a single child named Will. He is raised by 3 undead. Blood, the heroic skeleton warrior, Mary, the ladylike mummy priestess, and Gus, the crotchety ghost wizard. The 3 of them teach the boy what they know and pour their love into him. One day, the boy begins to wonder, who am I? Will uncovers the mysteries of the undead hidden in this faraway land. He learns of the love and mercy of the good gods, as well as the paranoia and madness of evil gods. and once he learns it all, the boy embarks on the path to becoming a paladin. This is one of the most fantastic, just straight fantasy. It is the first season being, him learning and growing and under the instruction of these undead champions, let's call them. And it just works. It is a unique perspective, and it is one I cannot recommend enough. It is fantastic and a fun ride. And speaking of fun rides, The Garden of Sinners. Okay. Whew, boy. Okay. First off, I'm going to say this. I'm ending this with putting this into there's problems. Not because there's honestly there's not a lot of problems with the animation. This is done by Studio UFO, the same people who do the Fate series. Magic and Muscles, Mashal, you mean? That did just start last season, I believe. I haven't watched it yet, so I don't have any opinions I can offer on it just yet. Okay, the best way to talk about this is Garden of Sinners is an early project in a unique way, where learning about the characters and learning about the world is done slowly and methodically over time. These are long episodes, hour and a half hour, 2 hours, movies. These were done as slow releases over a long course of time. This series is also related to the Fate series, it's written by the same person. But unfortunately, it's one of those, it's a side thing, so it's never connected directly. So I can very much see that. So I can very much understand why some people might get confused. That being said, it is also violent in many ways, and it is relentless in many ways. Hang on, before I finish up, let me use the bathroom real quick. I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll finish up, because we're almost done, actually. If we look, it's what? Yeah, we're on the last few. So, give me a minute to use the bathroom, and I'll be back to finish this up. See you in a second, folks. So, okay, getting my thoughts back together. The Garden of Sinners. I I have some chili. I have some leftover chili I'm going to eat as soon as we're done. It's a big bowl of it too, so yeah, I made some the other day, so I'm going to have plenty to eat cuz I'll take like a 2-hour break. And I'll probably do a bit of stream, then I'll do a stream of what you call it? Persona 5 Tactica for a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see how the day goes. Anyway, Garden of Sinners, okay, was an early Studio UFO project that was bringing to life various stories by the writer for the Fate series. They're not all pleasant ones, and it's one of those things of, it's celebrated because it is visually beautiful. Studio UFO has always done amazing work in animation styles. But the flip side is it takes a long time for them to get anything out, so you get what you wait for. So this is a beautiful piece of work that tells some very dark stories at times. And the main character, Shiki Ryogi, is kind of interesting. Plus the pun of she has the mystic eyes of death perception, which means she knows how to kill you, in which she can see the invisible lines of mortality that hold every living and non-living thing together. In this modern occult action thriller, Shiki must tackle supernatural incidents while searching for her purpose for living. It's really interesting, and it definitely holds together. But these are long pieces, and some of them can be kind of slow. So I'll definitely say it's great. But I can understand why some people it may not be some people's taste. People's taste. Blech. People taste. Blech. Oh boy. Moving on to The Genius Prince's Guide to Raising a Nation Out of Debt. When the Prince Swine accidentally ends up bettering the kingdom, his dreams of retirement are replaced with work that'll require wisdom and wit. Basically, he's looking to sell off his kingdom so he can make a nice, easy living. It never works out, and it's a bit of a comedy of errors of how every time he plans to get out of power, it doesn't work out, and he just ends up floundering and trying to effectively... basically ends up floundering, and, the methods he uses don't feel as contentious as how a realist hero, rebuilt the kingdom. No, he's just looking to do what he can. And it's definitely great. It's not for a mobile game bad, so I'm going to leave it up here. It's worth at least a watch just to watch how things go wrong for him. So... yeah, I can see that. Okay. The Girl from the Other Side. An amazing art style that looks very much like an old watercolored painting brought to life. It is absolutely stunning and gorgeous. I cannot stress enough how good this looks. Once upon a time, in a far, far away place, there were two lands, the world that was divided into an inner land and an outer land. People feared the outer land, inhabited by eerie beings, the carriers of curse. One day, on the border of the inner land inhabited by humans, one such being finds a girl on the heaps of abandoned dead bodies. The girl says her name is Shiva and shows affection to the being, who found her, calling him the teacher. This is the story of two people, one human and one inhuman, who linger in the hazy twilight that separates night from day. Yeah, a cute, sweet little story. Relatively short, too, only 3 episodes. But it very much, the art style and the simple emotions behind it can make it very charming. And, not every story needs to be a complicated, over dramatized thing. I'm going to leave it as it's short but good, so I'm going to leave it on it's great. I don't unironically love it. It is just good. And that brings us to the God of High School. Oh boy. Oh. See, I've got mixed feelings regarding this. Let's start with the simple fact that before this came out, this is a Crunchyroll original. So they made what was originally a webtoon, which, if for those unfamiliar, webtoons is a website that collects various comics from usually originally Korean, but now a lot more different nationalities. Anyway, and the story of God of High School is a big, sweeping epic that literally reshapes the world in many ways. It's very cool and was a lot of fun. But the simple truth is, it didn't translate very well to animation. Like, the animations they do for the fight scenes are fun and fluid and really good. And the main characters and casters still hold up as being interesting. But the simple truth is, end of the day, it's one of those things of, you couldn't do in animation what they did in the manga, in the webtoon, I don't think. They gave it the best shot, and I don't think we'll ever see a season 2. That being said, it is a fun, wild ride, and I'll get more into my thoughts on God of High School when I do a listing of all the webtoons I love, which probably won't shape up to be any shorter than this one is, so, yeah. Poor me. But still, the art style, the fun, it's not bad. There are flaws to it, but I'll say it's middle, it's mid. It's still a fun ride, but it definitely could have been better. Alright. So next up, fantasy lesbians. Where is it? Where is it? What was the full write out? Because I want to say, yeah. The magical revolution of the reincarnated princess and the genius young lady. So yes, it is an isekai. However, in fact, their main protagonist Euphilia, doesn't actually have any big OP ability. In fact, in a family that has been nurturing in a family of magicians, used magic since way back, she was the only one born without magic, or no access to mana at all. So instead, she develops various technologies to use magic equivalents. And, yeah. Oh, my bad. No, Euphilia, okay. Anisphia is our main character, and due to the prince, her brother's tactics, he looks to switch and get away from her to be the next, Euphilia being the next monarch by marrying her brother. So, the princess takes it upon herself to carry her away, and the two of them work together to develop various magical technology and various new techs for her. It follows a lot of drama and there's a lot that goes into it, but it's pretty shameless and by the end very open about the fact that the two young ladies are openly lovers and, well, they're going to be basically ruling the kingdom as the two queens, which is an interesting way to go about things, and overall, I truly do love the journey for them. This is a very hopeful show and one that I very much enjoy overall. Fantasy lesbians, it's nothing but support for me, so obviously unironically love and fairly high up too. Almost there. Oh god. The masterful cat is depressed again today. Saku is your typical workaholic who has happened to take in a stray black kitten, Yukichi. But when Yukichi started growing, it seemed like he would never stop. Now he's the size of a bear and takes pride in his culinary skills and domestic chores. So yeah, somehow the little black kitten she took in became this big creature that now takes care of her and helps her with her daily chores. Like cooks dinner, does the laundry, does the grocery shopping, makes sure she doesn't have too many beers before work. And it's about their happy little life together. This series is just sweetness and silliness as she tries to figure out what to do about having a massive cat and trying not to get people to figure it out that she does have it in case he gets stolen. Overall, I'm going to say it's mid. It's not fantastic, but the joke of the series having... Hey, Phoenix. And joke of the series having a giant cat taking care of an office lady is just really adorable. Oh, wow. Talk about your... Okay, and this might fall into icon status. Oh, this will be tempting to put in icon status because, for those of us who know anime, the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya is... Oof. You couldn't have escaped this anime. This is one of those, if you know anime at all, you'll have run into somebody who will have... this anime. There is no getting around it. There is no reference. None. Yeah. Kyon is a cynical and sarcastic teenager. The first day of his first year of high school is filled with hopes of a normal high school experiences. Hopes that are immediately dashed after meeting the beautiful and eccentric Haruhi Suzumiya. Haruhi is the athletic, brilliant, and completely bored with life. At Kyon's accidental suggestion, she decides to create her own club dedicated to finding and observing life's oddities, like the aliens, espers, and time travelers she believes walks among normal people. You're probably, though, familiar with some reference to this, at least. And... well, it's interesting. And honestly... yeah, I can't really... from my experience, I could never escape this show. It's gotta go in iconic. Yeah. The melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, there is references to it everywhere. And the silliness of, she believes that there's these time travelers, there's espers, and there's aliens all over the world. Only to find out that, yeah... all your classmates, some of them are espers, aliens, and time travelers. Yep. Yeah. It's one of those oddly fun, straight played kind of jokes. So, yeah, There's no way around that one. Oh boy, if that's what I think it is, isn't it? Yep. Oh boy. Alright. The Promised Neverland. Such a fitting goddamn title. It's a fitting title because, ladies and gentlemen, we will never reach the Promised Neverland because this show got canned well before it could have ever fully blossomed into one of the most amazing series that could have been. They gave it 2 seasons. They didn't even give it the full 12 episodes. And the last episode ends on one of the cruelest things they could have done, which is a clip show of all the awesome shit we will never get to see because they just pulled the plug and gave up on the money. I have to banish this to the abyss just for my own sake. Because I'm sorry, folks. It hurts too much. I loved this goddamn show. I loved the potential. The manga was something I read several times over. I adored this story. I adored what it meant. I adored the idea of these characters. And to see it so butchered, I have to banish it to the abyss. But to read out the description, if you want to go watch it, do. If you want to go read the manga, absolutely do. But just understand, this show ended stabbing me in the chest. The one adored as the mother is not their real parent. The people living here together are not actual siblings. The Gracefield house is where orphaned children live, an irreplaceable home where 38 siblings and mom live happy lives, even with no blood relations. However, their everyday life suddenly came to an abrupt end one day. Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, this is just a show that stabbed me personally, and I refuse to acknowledge it beyond that. Okay. Let's get something a little lighter going, because that was a little too bad for me. The Royal Tutor. The Royal Tutor is a special tutor carefully selected for the task of teaching the prince, and the title only given to the best teacher in the nation. Hein Wittgenstein has been called to the kingdom of Gleinsrick to take on the role of Royal Tutor. He's been ordered to raise a worthy candidate for the throne, but he's greeted with 4 princes of completely different, unique personalities, all brothers no less. How will Hein handle these 4 brothers who were just too much for the previous royal tutors, prompting them to all run away from the job? How to put this? The Royal Tutor is probably one of those. It's simple in what it wants to accomplish, but it's also kind of shallow. So I'll put it next to Lee. Basically, the idea is the very short one is the teacher, who's basically there to teach the princes and, draw out their potentials for being a potential king. There's a lot of yoi baiting between it, but then they're also siblings, so that kind of doesn't work. And then there's the yoi baiting between the prince princes and the teacher, and that makes me more comfortable because he looks like a kid. So, yeah, there's some stuff there that's kind of awkward. But looking at it at a purely platonic level and trying to ignore that, it does still hold up. But yeah. Then... Oh. We're up to something at least more enthusiastic I can be more enthusiastic about. The Saint's magic power is omnipotent. Why would an overworked woman get summoned to a new magical world? To live her ideal life of leisure, of course. For say it's truly a dream, studying spells and perfecting potions while helping people. Can she hide away in this fantasy forever? So she's summoned from another magical from our world to a magical one, and the twist is this is a slice of life romance, basically. This is a fantasy romance, and it's a slow burn. Like, really slow. Like everyone's screaming in the comments, this is too slow, why is it taking so long, why? Yeah, I already talked about that one. Actually, campfire cooking. It's in There's Problems, if I remember right. And that's based... Campfire cooking in another world with my absurd skill. Yeah, I got it right here. That purely has problems of don't watch it while you're hungry. That's the only reason it's that low, is because the food looks too damn good. The food looks good and it makes you hungry. That is a cruel show to watch. Let's see. Yes, it is. English is my native language. Alright. Okay, Slime Diaries. This is a cute little side thing for reincarnated as a slime, where basically it's showing a gap year in the main story of reincarnated as a slime. Like, there's a year where the town is being built up. This is covering that year, basically, and the peaceful life and what the characters are doing when there's not a major threat going. Something I actually don't mind and would love to see more series do. So, yeah, it was great, and it was a fun ride. It's just a filler, but hey, it's good. Good filler can come a long way and really fill out the world and help you build out some interest in the side characters. Oh, here we go. The Tale of Outcasts. A very unique story, actually. In Victorian England, the young orphan Wisteria begs for scraps. Able to see through demons' disguises, she befriends the immortal Marbus, lonely after centuries of solitude. He finds kinship with the human girl, even while evading the brutal sword-crossed knights, including Wisteria's brother. Is it possible for two souls so different to find happiness together, and what price must they pay? The Tale of Outcasts is a fun... I won't call it romance, because I don't know if it's truly romantic love in the way most people would think of it. It's definitely an affection towards one another. And it's one of those, they're friends, they're something all together, and they always do have a very interesting dynamic. It's artistically is a lot of fun. There's a lot of interesting character dynamics with it. Yeah, I can definitely see it being one of the better stories, so I will unironically love Tale of Outcasts. Next up, I believe I didn't take a picture for it and I didn't put it on the list, but there's only one episode for it so far, but The Weakest Tamer began a journey to pick up trash. Not bad. I'll have to see more of it, but we'll see what it comes to. Alright. And did I skip over it? Oh wait, I remember. It's all the way at the back at the top. 'Tis time for torture, princess. That's right. I put this on, it's only watched one episode, but I figured it's worth a laugh, if nothing else. It's a cheap comedy anime. As the war... I'll pull it up, because it's one of those... As the war between the Imperial Army and the Hell Horde rages on, the princess, despite being armed with her mystical sword, Excalibur, is captured and imprisoned. What kind of torture does she face at the hand of the chief demon interrogator? Fluffy fresh-baked toast. Hot steaming ramen. Oh, the humanity. Can the princess withstand these tormenting treats that keep her kingdom's secrets safe? So yeah, they're literally torturing a princess with food. It's... I don't know. It's stupid, and I don't know if it'll actually hold up for an entire season. But at the very least, I can say it's amusing. It was an amusing first episode, so at the very least, I don't know if they'll hold, but at least I'll say it's mid. I'll be kind to it. It's low mid, but it's mid. Yeah, exactly. This title sounds darker, and I get to say that. And I get to say that with a straight face and mess with people. So for that alone, you've got to win. You get a win. And from there... So the next one, I believe... Yeah, there's a lot here I haven't seen, and that's where, again, we would be here all too long if I tried to do everything. So I even trimmed it down, and we've still been here a long time. To the Abandoned Sacred Beasts. Here we go. The democratic nation of Patria was created on the continent of Patria. Because of economical disputes, the country split north and south, creating the Northern Union of Patria and the Southern Confederation of Patria, and they waged a long civil war. With their numbers dwindling, the North decides to use forbidden technology in order to defeat the South. The technology turns humans into monster-like soldiers, giving them almost godlike powers. And with those powers, the long war came to the end, and the peace was restored. This story picks up afterwards, as the title might suggest, to what happened to those people after the fighting was over. And there's a lot to it, and it's an interesting analysis of how armies can be callously, use people and then toss them aside. And what happens to those poor people when they are. So, very much, I can I can say it was mid. Has a lot to say about the abuse soldiers and PTS, what PTSD can cause, and it's really well done for that aspect. But the overall presentation is middling at best. From there, their second attempt. Oh, I can't believe I missed that. Today's menu for the Emiya family. You know how I mentioned how certain series you sit there with a knife like perched above your heart and you're just waiting for the show to twist it and stab you? This is the knife this is the knife in your gut. I'm not going to rank this, but I just want you to be aware it exists for anyone who's a fan of the Fate series. Today's menu for the Emiya family. Yep. To Your Eternity. I don't remember if I watched it specifically. I'll have to take another look. In this story, fate and food meet in a delicious, gentle world. It's nothing but an ordinary meal scene. Delicious meals served with Emiya's dinner table every day, through spring, summer, fall, and winter. Let's see what's for dinner today. This story literally is just, what if the Grail War just didn't happen and everyone just got to live happily ever after? Like, everyone got to live happily ever after. And it is a knife twist every single time on what characters are together and why and how they live and what they're doing. Just overall, a lot of really good fun. And I can suggest it. Just be aware, it hurts. If you know the Fate series, it hurts. To Your Eternity. Oh, okay. I was saving To Your Eternity. It was one of those I was saving until, because I remember hearing they were getting, what was it, 3? I heard 2 seasons. Like, from the start, they just said they were getting, 2 seasons, so I'm like, okay, I'll wait till both seasons were out. Okay, I'll have to come to it. Because I have heard nothing but good things about it. So, yeah, that is one I will have to get back to. Let's see, where were we? Tower of God. This is another case, much like God of High School, where this is... Okay, so the third is coming soon. Okay, I'll have to take a look. It's one of those ones where... Yeah. Anyway, it's one of those ones where I kept hearing nothing but good things, but I was like, And then I kept hearing, well, they're going to add another season. It's like, okay, so I'll wait till the next season. Alright, but anyway, Tower of God, visually, is very distinct and stands out. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of good points. And the writer of it, bear in mind, this is one of those webtoons that's still ongoing. And we see a lot of it. And there's a lot of really good character dynamics that build up over time. And overall, I enjoy it. But, of course, we may never actually see another, or we may see another attempt at it later on after the webtoons are all over. But till then, all I can say is, I guess the best thing to say is, well, it's a good story overall. It's a lot of fun. It is a recommendation I have. I will say it goes under, not personal favorites, but it's at least great. It's great. It's a low grade, but it's still great. Then finally, we're on the last line, folks. You're almost there. By the way, I didn't put it because I didn't actually watch it myself, but Triage X. Just this, if this doesn't just push you on the, yeah, this is just glorified hentai, Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. Anyway, I just had to share that because that is just one of those. All right. Oh, 3 back-to-backs. Trigun, the original anime, the 90s anime. Silly, fun, dramatic, just overall a riot to enjoy. The original it can go dark, it can go light, it can go humorous, ominous. It's a good journey. Just overall, there's not much to say about it other than this is one of the classics anime icons. If you've not seen it, go watch it. Trigun holds as one of the myths, the legends, the standouts. A pacifist gunslinger goes around trying to right wrongs. He's got a $1 billion bounty on his head, however, which causes people to come after him constantly. It's fun, it's amazing, and it just... he's Vash the goddamn Stampede. Which makes it all the more funny that they did a remake here last year, Trigun Stampede, where it goes a bit more... it takes the story and tells it a little differently, reorganizes some of the events, and changes things up a little, all while still keeping the same energy and frantic motion that the main original series had. It is a beautiful, beautiful goddamn anime. So I would fully recommend it. Whoop, grabbed the wrong one. Unironically love, and it's up towards... I'll give it the second row. Yeah, I'll give it above Monogatari. And from there, the third in the row there, Trinity Blood. Okay. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is an anime that has style over substance. But man, that style. There is no... Okay. This is Oh No, They're Hot. You might as well have it on the goddamn button and just keep smashing it while watching this. Everyone is fucking attractive on some levels. There is no ugly in this world. Okay, I'll read this story just so I can get out of this mindset. Centuries ago, Armageddon cast darkness across the world. From that darkness, the vampires emerged. Now humans and vampires tremble on the brink of war, and Abel Nightroad, a Vatican priest and agent of AX, protects the fragile equilibrium between the two races. Neither human nor vampire. He is strong in his endeavors for the sake of the world, seeking a safe path for all. Oh my God. It is absolutely it is stylishly immaculate. It is silly, it is fun, it is raucous, and how much you can see things coming a mile away, but at the same time, like, in this particular case, I have to give it. It's one of those... There is just no beautiful art. End of the beautiful art. Trinity Blood. Yeah, we'll do the opening. Just to give you an idea. Oh God, the U.S. Adult Swim. Oh God, nobody's got the high... okay. Yeah, nobody's got the high quality version. Okay, rip on... That's so sad. Okay, we'll do the U. Yeah, no, I don't. Doesn't do justice to the art being low res. Oh well. Okay. It's one of those cases where it's just I unironically love it. I know it's trash. It is absolutely bad for me. It is the equivalent of yeah, it is the equivalent of consuming of a lactose intolerant person consuming ice cream. I know it's bad for me. I know I shouldn't. I'm still going to. It's just there. The only thing... I must have gotten real tired because I think I missed one particular show. Speaking of vampires, did it get taken down, maybe? Did I just miss it? Huh. Yeah, I don't see it. Oh well. Okay, so maybe I didn't miss it. Because next up is Tsukimichi. Another isekai, unfortunately. We're pretty familiar with them at this point. Yeah. So, I'll just read the... Makoto Masumi was just an average teenager who suddenly summoned to another world as a hero. But the goddess of this world called him ugly and took his hero status away from him, then sent him to the ends of the world. He meets dragons, spiders, orcs, dwarves, and many other non-human races in the wastelands. Makoto manages to show promise in the use of magic and fighting, which he wouldn't have been able to do in his former world. He has numerous encounters, but will he be able to survive in this new world? A fantasy where a guy whose gods and humanity had abandoned tries to reset his life and a new world is about to begin. So yeah. So Makoto is basically... He's not ugly by anime standards. It's just alright. And it's pretty standard. He gets superpowered because, of course. But... it's one of those things of he appears hideous to the humans of that world, and he can't speak the human language. So it's him overcoming those problems to push himself to, trace back history. So it's mid. It's a high mid, but it's still mid. But it's still good, so it's worth seeing. And it has a lot of fun character interactions. Tsukimichi and then Suki Monogatari. Yeah, because this is the one where... Okay, yeah. Suki Monogatari is a kind of a one-shot off. It's kind of a... Yeah, Tsukimichi is definitely fun. Suki Monogatari is kind of a one-shot, just... kind of a... I guess you would call it a victory lap for the Monogatari series. Where it's the last little bit right before he goes to college himself, and... it's figuring out, kind of helping to shape what his future is going to look like. So, it's probably the least of the Monogataris, but it's still decent enough. And from there... we're into the U's. Undead Murder Farce. First, you get points for getting to use the word farce well enough and correctly. In this world, creatures like vampires and werewolves still walk about, but Aya Rindo can't say the same for herself. The beautiful, disembodied head, carried by her maid Shizuku Hase, is a detective in search of her stolen body. One evening, they meet half-human Oni Slayer Suguru Shunichi, who offers a lending hand. Now the trio is traveling through Europe, solving mysteries along the way, as they look for her body. This is the kind of story that runs with every public domain character they can get their hands on, from Frankenstein, Sherlock Holmes, every public domain character they could get their hands on that would involve medieval, Renaissance Europe is together, and it's a lot of fun. This is a riotous collection. And it is... I will give you warning, there are a few horny bits. Where the maid gets some action in ways that you probably wouldn't expect, but it's still fun. It's a very cool, bit shallow, but overall pretty good. Then, let's see. That brings us to... Okay, a show that's on this list by strength of its first episode. The Villainous Level 99. I may be the hidden boss, but I'm not the demon lord. The strength of this first episode alone brings it onto this list and makes me want to smile. Because it's basically the idea that she's reincarnated, again, same principle, reincarnated as the villainess of the story. And, however, because she's a gamer, she kind of maxed out her level without intending to. Basically, the idea is she kept going to a dungeon and kept running it over and over till she maxed out the level. And, it becomes a big thing where the end of the first episode, it's like, okay, this person, level 1, level 5, level 1. She goes up, level 99. And everyone just goes, what the Because you can't tell me you can't imagine a gamer getting reincarnated and going, oh, this world actually runs on RPG logics and I just have to keep killing the same monsters to get XP flatly? Oh, okay. I'll just grind it out then. I can see it. So, based on the first episode alone, you would at least end up in It's Great. If you completely flop it, I'll drop you to mid. But you're not on the problem child yet. Unless this goes in a really creepy direction, it shouldn't. Oh boy. I do love, though, 1 row of cultural icons, 4 rows of unironically love, 4 rows on It's Great, 4 rows on mid, 3 rows on problems, and only 1 in the abyss. I like to think I have decent taste. Vinland Saga. Okay. Oh, gods. Historical dramas always hit a little harder. And this is one of the best done ones. Around the end of the millennium, Viking, the mightiest but atrocious tribe, had been out breaking everywhere. Thorfinn, the son of the greatest warrior, lived in his childhood in the battlefield. He was seeking the land of reverie called Vinland. This is the story of a true warrior in an age of turmoil. Vinland Saga follows the adventures of Thorfinn, as his father is betrayed, killed, and he seeks to get revenge on the man who killed his father, and everything that results from there. All the political dramas of play out on the backdrop of battlefields, and it is amazingly well done. The characters are dynamic, expressive, and wonderful. I can't put a bad word to this series. Let that speak volumes. So, unironically love, and it is high up. Yeah. I'm actually going to put just... Samurai Champloo seems about the closest it should be around. Let's see. Next up, is that Wakakaze? Yeah, Wakakaze. Another short form anime. Very simple, very direct. Murasaki Wakako is a 26-year-old office lady that loves nothing more than delicious food and drink. Wakako's favorite thing to do for relaxation is to go off by herself after work and go to various places to eat and drink, even if she's never been there before. The moment Wakako is able to taste the pairing between the food she wants to eat and the perfect accompanying drink, the happy sound of shoo leaves her lips. Now then, where shall we drink tonight? Very simple, very simple art style mixed with very short episodes, 2 minutes of the piece, means you can watch it really means you can watch it really quickly, And we're looking at, 20 minutes for the whole series. 20-40 minutes. It's not much of an investment, and it's just about food. So don't watch it while you're hungry. I know I say that a lot, but damn it, don't watch it while you're hungry. So, again, not especially noteworthy, but it's mid and it's harmless, so can't really argue against it. Anyway, now we're up to, a good depiction of mental issues. Welcome to the NHK. Sato is a tangle of anxieties and conspiracy theories, believing the nefarious NHK wants to turn society's misfits into a mob of hopeless recluses. Mysterious Misaki might be able to help Sato overcome his phobias if she can pull him out of the existential foxhole and get him to face the outer world. And it's a good depiction of how disabling mental illnesses can be. So, it's not for everyone and it is troublesome. So I will leave it down here. But it is worth noting that the only real negatives, the art style itself, the music, and the story itself is actually really well done. But this remains as troublesome because it covers mental illness pretty accurately, and that may not be for everybody. So, you've been warned. Witch Hunter Robin. Ah, my childhood. This is a rougher art style, a bit more simplistic, a bit, not as clean as some of the newer stuff. But it's that kind of roughness that gives it a lot of depth. It's about Robin Sena is a powerful craft user drafted into the STNJ, a group of specialized hunters that fight deadly beings known as witches. Though her firepower is great, she's got a lot to learn about her powers and working with her cool and aloof partner, Aemon. But the truth about witches and herself will leave Robin on an entirely new path that she never expected. It's a story of self-discovery and understanding. Welcome back. And it's a lot of fun. It's a It is a 24 episode romp, 26, I'm sorry, about a young girl learning about herself, her powers, and the world she wants to inhabit. It's well done, and I will give it. It's definitely. I'm gonna give it a great. It's definitely a high up grade. It's definitely good, but there are better shows to watch. That being said, it is also older, but I also love the character design. Overall, just very fun series. Which leaves us with a series that would sound pornographic when you say it, but isn't. Triple X Holic. XXX Holic. This is one I can wholeheartedly, unambiguously suggest. It is a interesting, sort of like Inspector, where it's a drama mystery with a lot of comedy mixed in, and where Inspector is a little more about the dynamic between the main two characters. This one is more about the spiritual world and finding about the different otherworldly creatures they're engaging with. Overall, it's a lot of fun, and I will always give them a lot of credit for the opening. Oh, somebody has a 4K version. Yay! No. That opening alone, man. Just, Like, they had so much fun with this show. And if you're considering it, I mean, this is one of the endings, even. It's just having the characters mess around. Of course. It's the ending. They're not going to put the effort in the animation in that. It's just messing around. But it's one of those things that will always stick with me. Is just being... They're having fun and just at the energy... That's the kind of energy to wrap up an episode of just... Yeah, have some fun with it. So yeah, Triple X Holics remains one of those. Really fun. I love it. I adore it. And I can never recommend it enough for people. That is one of those. It sounds like it should be porn. It isn't. Alright. Then we move down to... Oh, we're down to Y. And so we're at... Yona of the Dawn. A very simple story, but it's well told. Currently, Hiryu Palace has no one else next in line for the throne other than 15-year-old Princess Yona, who had been raised with care. Finally, the night of her 16th birthday arrives. She expects it to be a wonderful day spent with her peace-loving father and her servant, Hack, and friend Hack, and her cousin Su Wan, who she has feelings for. However, that night, Yona goes to visit her father to tell him how she really feels because he opposes her getting married to Su Wan. However, when she gets to her room, she encounters a shocking truth. Su Wan kills her father. What follows is an adventure of her trying to basically, effectively trying to survive and escape him and his control along with Hawk, her friend. She felt that way at the start anyway. And it's not like it's unheard of in older, royalty, lines of royalty, so I won't say anything one way or the other. Don't approve of it myself, but it is what it is for the story. But that all quickly falls apart, and Yona finds herself adventuring and looking for adding out on a different sort of journey she wasn't expecting. And watching the growth of a character from being the sheltered princess to a hero she needs to be, or wants to be, is always an awesome journey to have. No. I mean, not especially. Not as far as I'm aware. There's always talk of it, but that's the same way that, incest remains one of those, I'll put it this way. There's plenty of places where every year that's one of the top searches on friggin' Pornhub, as far as I've ever seen. Anyway, Yona of the Dawn, it's a overall solid show. Nothing that will change your life, but still solid overall. And then from there we get Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not going to do each individual series. I'm just going to say, in general, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a middling show. It never hits a point where it becomes epically dramatic, but it is a solid show that just becomes comfort pop. It's comfort popcorn of anime. It is cheesy, it is stupid, but it's still, something you crave every now and then. So, it can be fun. Alright, that leaves us on the last two. Yu Yu Hakusho. For those unfamiliar, this is a... Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yu Yu Hakusho. A supernatural action show that has one of the most legendary English dubs. I'll be perfectly honest. I refuse to watch this in Japanese. The English dub is just burned into my head as having so many good one-off lines. It's not cringe, but I mean the art style is a little old, but frankly that doesn't bother me, so it's up there towards the top. Yu Yu Hakusho is one of the most fun and quotable shows I've ever watched. And I will say this. I never resonated harder with a character than when the first time I heard Yusuke scream out, "My whole life has been borrowed time." That hit me hard. I haven't been hit that hard for many things, but that one hit me hard. When you know what I'm talking about, yeah. And our last one for the night. Our final contestant, Zom 100. When the entire city is being ravaged by the undead, but Akira's never felt more alive. He spent years working in a soul-crushing job that sucked every bit of joy out of his life. So when the zombie apocalypse tears through his town, he isn't scared at all. He's thrilled to finally have some time off. Now Akira is on a mission to complete all 100 items on his bucket list. This is a show of absolute frantic energy. The art is friggin' gorgeous. Like, just the opening. I'll leave it at what the opening is and let you all let it speak for itself. Yeah. Still. But yeah. The energy of this show is absolutely phenomenal, and it is a riot to watch. And each of the characters stands out and just absolutely has a fun blast of a time. So all I can say is, yes, I unironically love Zom 100. It was definitely one of my favorites. I'd say I love Samurai 7 more, so I'll leave it about there. Yeah, I'll give it above Nichijou, because they both have that frantic energy at points. But, there we go, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 hours, we've managed to get through over 200 anime. Taking our time. Yep, and that's the last one. I wanted to lock these down and put this in the tier maker because, end of the day, I wanted to be able to say, I wanted to give a baseline idea for my personal anime taste, so when I make videos in the future, you can give a rough idea of where I feel and how I feel about things. Just getting a baseline set. That way I have a video I can point to and go, if you're curious about my anime tastes, go, here's the video. Go feel free to watch it, or, just do what you're going to do. Anyway, I want to thank you all for joining me. I have been the Ephemeral One, and this has been me going through my anime taste through Crunchyroll. Thank you all, and I'll see you next time. Bye for now.